Chapter 1600 Sanctuary Alliance, Fairy Palace. Chapter 1600 Sanctuary Alliance, Fairy Palace. What exactly is this token of the Fairy Palace's legacy? Jian Wushuang asked. Token of the Fairy Palace's legacy is by Sanctuary Alliance. Jian Wushuang, do you know about Sanctuary Alliance? Real God Wu Liang looked at him. Jian Wushuang shook his head subconsciously. Sanctuary Alliance was actually formed by the 10 cultivation sanctuaries altogether. There are many forces among the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, including many top experts, are members of Sanctuary Alliance. Even some of the holy kingdoms outside of 10 cultivation sanctuaries could join Sanctuary Alliance once they reach the criteria. For instance, Lineage of Star, Soaring Heaven King Palace, for Symbol Mansion are all under Sanctuary Alliance. Real God Wu Liang said. Jian Wushuang was astonished when he heard that. Sanctuary Alliance was formed by the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, many forces, and experts. Just how strong is Sanctuary Alliance then? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Strong? Hee hee. Sanctuary Alliance isn't something that could be described with the word strong. It's supreme. Real God Wu Liang said. In eternal chaotic world, Sanctuary Alliance rules. Jian Wushuang could imagine all the top experts in 10 cultivation sanctuaries united with the great forces. It was naturally the most powerful force in eternal chaotic world. I'm curious. Why would the great forces and experts in 10 cultivation sanctuaries come together and form an alliance? Jian Wushuang was confused. This is related to some hidden secret in eternal chaotic world. I don't know much about it, but I heard that it seems to be about the 8 layers. There are some potential enemies in 8 layer and the 10 sanctuaries have to team up to fight against it. Real God Wu Liang explained. Is that so? It made sense to Jian Wushuang. Under normal circumstances, the top experts and forces in 10 cultivation sanctuaries definitely wouldn't team up. However, when they shared the same enemy, that would be a different story. Sanctuary Alliance's lair is on Thunderbolt Island. There is a large number of top experts in Thunderbolt Island all year round. At the same time, there are huge opportunities and comprehension venues too. Among them, the most famous would be Fairy Palace. Real God Wu Liang continued. On Thunderbolt Island, there are 13 fairy palaces. The 13 fairy palaces correspond to the 4 Supreme Doctrine and 9 Heaven God Doctrine respectively. To comprehend the doctrine accordingly in the fairy palace, not only would one yield twice the result with half the effort, but the result will also be far beyond your imagination. Like Real God Hall and Lineage of Star, it was built by Palace Master himself. Similarly, it helps to comprehend doctrines greatly, especially for a universe God. It is enormously helpful. At Real God level, there is still some help, but it isn't that great of a help anymore. However, Fairy Palace in Sanctuary Alliance is built by the tops in Sanctuary Alliance. In other words, the Emperor-level superb existence in the 10 sanctuaries teamed up, paid a great price and went to great effort to build them. Every fairy palace is 100 times more valuable than Real God Hall, or maybe 1,000 times. Hence, cultivating in Fairy Palace naturally brings about the effect of Real God Hall in 100, 1,000 folds and above. Jian Wushuang looked astonished. He didn't know about the effect of comprehending in Fairy Palace, but he knew Real God Hall well. To comprehend doctrine in Real God Hall was much stronger than to comprehend doctrine alone blindly. Even then, Real God Hall was extremely helpful for him. However, the comprehension effect in Fairy Palace was 100 times stronger than in Real God Hall? Maybe there was an exaggeration, but it also meant that Fairy Palace was a perfect place for comprehending doctrines. Fairy Palace is too helpful for a cultivator. As such, countless experts fight to cultivate and comprehend in Fairy Palace. Sanctuary Alliance issued token of the Fairy Palace's legacy in order to balance out the experts in all forces. The token of the Fairy Palace's legacy would be given out once every 300,000 years. Under normal circumstances, every time they give out, some forces in Sanctuary Alliance can get 1 token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. Some that are extremely strong, like Soaring Heaven King Palace, can even get 2 at once. As for solo experts, according to their contribution for Sanctuary Alliance, or the price that they pay, they might receive a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. In short, Sanctuary Alliance will give out 100 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy every 300,000 years. A token of the Fairy Palace's legacy allows a cultivator to opt for one Fairy Palace and comprehend in it for 100 years. Real God Wu Liang said. 100 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy every 300,000 years. And it takes one token to stay in Fairy Palace for 100 years? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. 100 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy didn't seem like a small figure, but compared to countless experts in the entire 10 cultivation sanctuaries, it was very few. Plus, every token only allowed them to comprehend for 100 years in Fairy Palace. 100 years was really short. Because there are very few tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy, they're very precious. Just like Lineage of Star, we only get one token every 300,000 years, but there are so many experts in Lineage of Star who are dying to comprehend in Fairy Palace. How do we allocate the quota? Hence, every time when there's a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, Lineage of Star will elect a few people after repeated discussions. Then, Palace Master and the other 2 Hall Master will make a decision together. Real God Wu Liang said. Jian Wushuang heard and sighed with emotion. Obviously, Lineage of Star attached great importance to the tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy as well. From the previous time when they issued tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy, it has only been 240 years. In other words, it has to be another 60,000 years until Lineage of Star obtains another token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. But now, Jian Wushuang, you're so lucky. You killed Real God Shiju and got yourself one. Real God Wu Liang complimented. Haha, Jian Wushuang laughed too. He knew that he had found himself a treasure. In other words, I can go to Fairy Palace and Sanctuary Alliance to comprehend with this token of the Fairy Palace's legacy? Jian Wushuang asked. It's hard to say. After all, you're not a real god yet. Sanctuary Alliance's Thunderbolt Island had a threshold whereby one must be a real god to enter. Not an ordinary real god, but one must be top void real god at least, and extremely close to the level of an eternal real god. Although your power has reached the criteria, you're yet to reach the realm. I'm not certain if you can head to Thunderbolt Island. It's best if you ask Hall Master Yuan yourself when we return, Real God Wu Liang said. If so, let's return now, Jian Wushuang said. Real God Wu Liang, Real God Fei Yen didn't hesitate, and quickly departed along with Jian Wushuang. When they returned to Lineage of Star, the 3 of them immediately went to see Hall Master Yuan. In the cave dwelling that was made of unique crystals. Token of the Fairy Palace's legacy? Hall Master Yuan looked shocked. Jian Wushuang spread his palm and took out the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. Chapter 1601 Jian Wushuang's Treatment. Chapter 1601 Jian Wushuang's Treatment. You're really... Hall Master Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly right away and he laughed. Ha! Jian Wushuang, your luck is not too bad. My luck is not too bad. However, I have a question now. Jian Wushuang had an indifferent expression. I have heard that the requirements to enter the Thunderbolt Island are extremely high. Indeed. The minimum requirement to enter the Thunderbolt Island is to be an eternal real god. Hall Master Yuan nodded his head and laughed soon after. However, in terms of realm, you do not need to be an eternal real god. It will be fine as long as you have the fighting capabilities of an eternal real god. For example, there are some void real gods at the Thunderbolt Island as well. In particular, most of these void real gods are those who stand at the top, and they are geniuses who are extremely outstanding. However, the key point is that they are not eternal real gods. Since void real gods are able to enter, as long as the abilities of a universe god like you are able to achieve that level, you will naturally be able to enter the Thunderbolt Island. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. In actual fact, I had already made preparations for you to go to the Thunderbolt Island even if you didn't obtain this token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. I have filed an application to the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance to get a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy for you by paying a price for it, Hall Master Yuan said. What? Both Real God Wu Liang and Real God Fei Yan looked over with surprise. In the history of the lineage of Star, you are the most outstanding genius disciple and you possess an immeasurable amount of talent. As such, the lineage of Star will naturally do its best to nurture you. Moreover, it's only one token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. Although it's precious, it's nothing to the lineage of Star. Not only will I help you to get a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy now, but in 60,000 years, the new token of the Fairy Palace's legacy that is given out by the Sanctuary Alliance will also be given to you. However, the requirement for this is that you must have already made a breakthrough to a real god. Hall Master Yuan laughed. After hearing what was said, Real God Wu Liang and Real God Fei Yan were completely stunned. They then looked at Jian Wushuang at once and their eyes were filled with enviousness. It should be known that deacons of the lineage of Star like them wanted the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy so much that they even dreamt about it. However, no matter how hard they fought for it, they were unable to get such an opportunity. However, what about Jian Wushuang? When he was a universe god, he would be given a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. After 60,000 years, he would be given a second one as long as he became a real god. He did not even need to fight with anyone. Moreover, even without needing him to request for the token, Hall Master Yuan would have also taken the initiative to make preparations for him. Such treatment. When comparing his treatment to others, it was really infuriating. Even Jian Wushuang himself was a bit dumbfounded. Hall Master Yuan, since you have already made a trip to exchange a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy with the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance for me, then the token with me. Jian Wushuang did not finish speaking. Since you have obtained this token of the Fairy Palace's legacy yourself, it is naturally yours. Hall Master Yuan laughed. In other words, I can have 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy when I am a universe god, and 60,000 years later, I will be able to get a 3rd token if I make a breakthrough to a real god by then? That's right. Hall Master Yuan nodded his head. For the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, 1 token will only allow you to choose 1 fairy palace to comprehend for 100 years. However, you have been comprehending the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine at the same time. Hence, if you have 2 tokens, you can comprehend 100 years each in the reincarnation doctrine's fairy palace and in the space-time doctrine's fairy palace. That would be just nice for you. However, isn't this a bit? Jian Wushuang had a puzzled expression. A bit what? A bit too biased? Hall Master Yuan sneered. If anyone feels that way, tell him to try to fight an eternal real god on equal footing when he is still a universe god. If he is able to do it, I guarantee that I will give him the same treatment. Moreover, this matter is not decided by me alone. It is decided by me, the Palace Master, and the 2 other Hall Masters after some discussion. Thus, who in the lineage of Star would dare to have something to say? After hearing what was said, Real God Wu Liang and Real God Fei Yan, who were by the side, looked at each other, and they forced a smile. They knew that for this matter, Hall Master Yuan was not being biased. Instead, the talents that Jian Wushuang displayed were indeed worthy enough for the lineage of Star to pay such a big price to nurture him. Even if the news were to spread, the experts in the lineage of Star could at most be envious of Jian Wushuang, and they would not be dissatisfied in the slightest bit. After all, the lineage of Star was just like that. One would need to display abilities that were good enough to earn the lineage of Star's resources. We shall leave this matter as such. In no time, the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy will come. At that time, I will send people to bring you to the Thunderbolt Island. Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang said. Oh right, I heard from Wu Liang that you have already cultivated the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace successfully? Hall Master Yuan looked toward Jian Wushuang abruptly. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. That's great. Hall Master Yuan had a beaming smile, and it was only after a long time that he calmed down. He then warned, Remember this, Jian Wushuang. From now on, unless there is a need to, try to refrain from using the secret skill of Star Palace. This secret skill is a trump card, and if you were to use it properly, you would be able to turn the tide during a critical situation. Hence, you had better not let other people know about it. In addition, I will also tell Wu Liang and Fei Yan to keep this matter to themselves. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head again. That's it. You may leave now. Hall Master Yuan waved his hands. Jian Wushuang, Real God Wu Liang and Real God Fei Yan then went their own separate ways. After returning to the Sword Star, Jian Wushuang started to train again. At the same time, he was also waiting quietly for the second token of the Fairy Palace's legacy to arrive. He was looking forward to the Thunderbolt Island as well as the Fairy Palace on it. On the other hand, the news of him obtaining 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy in one go and the fact that he might even get a 3rd token in the future started to spread in the lineage of Star. After many experts in the lineage of Star knew about that, many of them gasped. However, no one was jealous. All of them knew that Jian Wushuang had obtained everything with his own abilities. If they had the same abilities as well, they would definitely have gotten the same treatment as Jian Wushuang. However, it was a pity that they did not have the same abilities. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed and the second token of the Fairy Palace's legacy finally arrived. Jian Wushuang, I will get Wu Liang to send you to the Thunderbolt Island. As for some of the matters regarding the Thunderbolt Island, Wu Liang will tell you about it clearly. In addition, after reaching there, remember to train properly and don't miss this opportunity at any cost. Hall Master Yuan warned. Jian Wushuang naturally agreed to it. After that, he went to the Thunderbolt Island together with Real God Wu Liang. Elder Wu Liang, I'm sorry for troubling you to bring me to the island. Jian Wushuang was standing in front of Real God Wu Liang. No problem. It just so happened that I was planning to go to the Thunderbolt Island as well. Therefore, sending you there is no trouble. Real God Wu Liang laughed. Elder Wu Liang is planning to go to the Thunderbolt Island as well? For training? Jian Wushuang asked randomly. Yes. Real God Wu Liang nodded his head. The Thunderbolt Island does not only contain the Fairy Palace, it also contains other opportunities as well as special training grounds. Chapter 1602 Thunderbolt Island. Chapter 1602 Thunderbolt Island. Thunderbolt Island is Sanctuary Alliance's lair. There are many opportunities and cultivation places. To us, eternal real gods, these are all of great use. The experts from each force in the 10 sanctuaries would like to cultivate in Thunderbolt Island too. Similarly, it is restricted to. Sanctuary Alliance set a rule that eternal real gods under the control of the great forces get a chance to head to Thunderbolt Island for cultivation every 100 years, and the cultivation period can last for 3,000 years each time. Real God Wu Liang said. There's such a rule? Jian Wushuang was astonished. No choice. After all, forces in the 10 sanctuaries, including many solo experts, all the eternal real gods are members of Sanctuary Alliance. The total number of all eternal real gods is large while the resources on Thunderbolt Island is limited. Hence, there must be rules. Otherwise, all eternal real gods would stay on Thunderbolt Island all year round. The resources on Thunderbolt Island would have been exhausted long ago. Real God Wu Liang said. True. Jian Wushuang smiled and nodded in agreement. But his face suddenly changed. In other words, I can only stay on Thunderbolt Island for 3,000 years? Yes, that's why Hall Master Yuan told you to seize your chance. If you were to waste this opportunity, you would have to wait another 100,000 years to visit Thunderbolt Island again. Real God Wu Liang said. Of course, if you were to achieve one condition, you would receive the right to stay on Thunderbolt Island permanently. What condition? Jian Wushuang asked. Past the 5th level of Doctrine Palace. Real God Wu Liang said. Jian Wushuang was shocked at first, then gave a bitter smile. The 5th level of Doctrine Palace? One should know that he only possessed the standard to pass the 2nd level of Doctrine Palace. He was still far away from the 3rd level, let alone the 5th level. Many chaotic real gods have yet to reach the 5th level of Doctrine Palace, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, normally, a chaotic real god's standard is to pass the 4th level of Doctrine Palace. As for the 5th level, only extremely strong chaotic real gods on the top would be able to pass through that level. Also, only they would get the right to stay on Thunderbolt Island forever. Real God Wu Liang said. Jian Wushuang understood too. Those who had passed through the 1st level would be the top void real gods. Those who passed through the 2nd level would be ordinary eternal real gods. The 3rd level would be considered the top eternal real gods. For instance, Real God Wu Liang, Real God Dan Ding, Real God Ming Xian were on this level. The 4th level would be the standard of an ordinary chaotic real god. The 5th level would be the top of chaotic real gods. Real God Long Qing, who went to Blood Demon Church to catch Lord Leng alive with Jian Wushuang back then, was barely at that level. The 6th level would be the standard of an expert on Real God ranking list. The 7th level, to enter the 7th level from the 6th level, there was a huge threshold. One who reached this level would have reached the standard of an almighty in terms of comprehension towards Heaven Way. Many almighties were on this level. Also, there were a few monsters listed in the top few on Real God ranking list who were also at this level. The 5th level of Doctrine Palace is too far away from me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Who's not? Real God Wu Liang shook his head too. There are many real gods in Lineage of Star, and there are some who are chaotic real gods. However, those who could stay on Thunderbolt Island all year round, including Lei Chao, there are only 8 of them. 8? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Even such a great force like Lineage of Star only had 6 people who had reached the criteria. The total number of experts from all forces in the 10 sanctuaries who reached the criteria was probably not many. Of course, that was if the Almighties were excluded. The Almighties definitely had the right to stay on Thunderbolt Island permanently. Jian Wushuang and Real God Wu Liang chatted casually as they hurried their journey. Very soon, they arrived at Cloud Island. There were many wormholes on Cloud Island. Among the wormholes, there was one that connected directly to Thunderbolt Island. It was just that there were not many that activated it normally. With a wormhole, Jian Wushuang and Real God Wu Liang stepped foot on Thunderbolt Island very quickly. This is the lair of Sanctuary Alliance, Thunderbolt Island? Jian Wushuang looked around and there was a giant floating island. The island was extremely huge and boundless. On the island, there were tall mountains that could be seen faintly. There were also palaces and pavilions that were floating in the void. Jian Wushuang was at the border of the island while there was a faint green light lid behind him. The green light lid covered the entire island and there was green lightning flashing in the lid faintly as though it was going to swallow the world. The randomly flashing green lightning gave Jian Wushuang a chill after just one glance. He could tell that if a bolt of slight green lightning were to strike him, it would shatter him into pieces and he would be doomed forever. Just then, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at his palm. He gripped his fist, then he creased his eyebrows. Why? Do you feel your divine power weakening? Real God Wu Liang looked at him. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Although he was only a universe god, as an inverse cultivator, his explosion of divine power could be compared to the top void real god favorably. It was maybe even not much weaker than an eternal real god. However, he could clearly feel that his divine power was only at the level of an ordinary real god. It's very normal. Every expert who comes to Thunderbolt Island, including Almighties, have their divine power restricted. Real gods like us, regardless if we are void real gods, eternal real gods or chaotic real gods, our divine power would only maintain at the level of an ordinary void real god when we are here. As for Almighties, their divine power would maintain the level of an ordinary Almighty's level. Real God Wu Liang explained. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. As everyone's divine power was restricted, he naturally found it acceptable. Plus, to him, it was good news. After all, his divine power should be bottom of the people on Thunderbolt Island. But then as their divine power was equal, When they fight against one another to learn from each other, they were only competing for their comprehension of Heaven Way and also unique skill and secret skill. The vast difference in terms of divine power wouldn't exist. Follow me. Real God Wu Liang brought Jian Wushuang to the middle of the island. As they plunged forward, he briefed Jian Wushuang about the fundamental of Thunderbolt Island. Jian Wushuang, listen up. On Thunderbolt Island, you must remember one thing. They prohibit fighting and killing without permission. After all, Sanctuary Alliance gathered countless sects within 10 cultivation sanctuaries, including many solo experts. Between these forces and experts, there were many that harbored hatred against one another. But regardless of your resentment, no one can launch an attack on Thunderbolt Island. If the hatred can't be resolved, there will be a fighting space designated for battle on Thunderbolt Island and also a life and death space. They can head over there to resolve it. Chapter 1603 Opportunities Everywhere. Chapter 1603 Opportunities Everywhere. Fighting Space. This is where both people fight and see who is stronger. Life and Death Space. In here, you will regain your divine power completely and you can fight to the death. Apart from these two places, if you were to fight someone else in any other places, you would be punished immediately. Hence, no matter how deeply rooted your hatred is, you must absolutely remain calm. You must know that quite a number of Emperor-level super experts oversee the Thunderbolt Island. The moment you attack someone at any other places, they will suppress you immediately and not give you any chance. Real God Wu Liang said. Emperor level? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He also knew that Emperor-level experts were at the level of Sanctuary Masters. For example, the Purple Moon Sanctuary Master was the Purple Moon Emperor. Back then, Jian Wushuang had obtained 2 white blaze fruit trees from Wu Bei's cave. As the 2 white blaze fruit trees were extremely valuable, even the Star Palace Master only dared to be in the possession of one of them. As for the other tree, it was given to the Purple Moon Emperor so that he would support the lineage of Star. With that, no one in the 10 sanctuaries dared to set their eyes on the white blaze fruit tree in the lineage of Star. This was how high the deterrence level of an Emperor-level super expert was. With quite a number of Emperor-level super experts overseeing Thunderbolt Island, no one in the 10 sanctuaries would dare to act presumptuously on Thunderbolt Island. Jian Wushuang, look! Real God Wu Liang pointed toward a direction abruptly. That's... Jian Wushuang saw that there was a lofty mountain at the end of the direction. However, at the middle of the mountain, there was a large saber marking that was made using a saber. Not only could the saber marking destroy the universe, it was also extremely intimidating. What a frightening stroke! Jian Wushuang revealed a panicked expression. That is left behind by an almighty of the Sanctuary Alliance. Even though it's only a saber marking, it still made many real gods who are proficient in saber skills obsessed with it. Real God Wu Liang said. Jian Wushuang also saw that at the foot of the lofty mountain, there were 2 shadows sitting down with their legs crossed, and they were most likely comprehending the saber marking. A saber marking left behind by an almighty has actually been placed there randomly? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Ha! It's not only saber markings. Look over there. Real God Wu Liang pointed at another direction. Jian Wushuang looked in his direction and his pupils shrank at once. That was a floating statue of a purple, crawling exotic beast. Its consciousness and size were not too big, it was floating in the air, and it was also not too eye-catching. However, a total of 10 real gods were surrounding it, and they were comprehending the hidden secrets that the statue contained. What a peculiar statue! Although Jian Wushuang was looking at the statue from a long distance away, he nearly got absorbed by it. That statue contained the shocking myriad beasts doctrine. Now look over there. Real God Wu Liang pointed toward another place. Jian Wushuang also saw many other peculiar places at the Thunderbolt Island. There were 3 holes that were created by 3 long spears, there were wonderful and unfathomable patterns, there were many different kinds of ancient characters. Every place was extremely profound and there was quite a number of real gods studying them intensively. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also saw 3 shocking sword markings, and every marking had extremely similar qualities. Moreover, every marking caused Jian Wushuang to be stunned. Those 3 sword markings were left behind by the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain. Real God Wu Liang explained. No wonder. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The owner of the Sky Sword Mountain was an almighty who was proficient in sword principles with great sword skills. Hence, the sword markings that he left behind were naturally not normal. The Thunderbolt Island is too incredible, Jian Wushuang exclaimed with admiration. During his walk, he saw tens of special places. Some of them were left behind by top chaotic real gods, while some of them were left behind by almighties. In short, if those peculiar places were placed in the outside world, they would definitely attract a great number of cultivators to comprehend them. However, in Thunderbolt Island, they could be seen everywhere. Thunderbolt Island is full of opportunities everywhere. Those that you have just seen were merely a small part of it. For the opportunities, you have to look for them slowly, and it is entirely by luck. If your luck is good, you will be able to find something that is helpful to you. However, if your luck is bad, you will be unable to find anything. For example, if I were to add the total amount of time that I have spent in the Thunderbolt Island, the time would amount to tens of thousands of years. During that period of time, I have found a few peculiar places that were suitable for me to comprehend in. However, I have never managed to come across a big opportunity, Real God Wu Liang said. A big opportunity? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. A big opportunity is where one is able to raise his abilities greatly in a short amount of time. Real God Wu Liang laughed. This kind of opportunity does not have a requirement. Be it left behind by a chaotic real god or an almighty, as long as it is very helpful to you such that it can raise your abilities greatly, it works as a big opportunity. I agree. Jian Wushuang nodded his head as well. Be it an opportunity or anything else, the best thing was for it to be suitable for oneself. Jian Wushuang, look over there. Real God Wu Liang pointed toward another place again. Jian Wushuang looked over immediately, and he saw a lofty palace that was floating in the air. The palace was extremely big, and it looked extremely imposing. That's the Doctrine Palace, Real God Wu Liang said. Jian Wushuang's body and mind became frozen. Doctrine Palace. In the eternal chaotic world, the comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei by cultivators were based off the standards of the Doctrine Palace by using it as a reference. Jian Wushuang had also heard of the Doctrine Palace a long time ago. However, he had never tried challenging it for real. It was only until the very moment that he finally saw the real Doctrine Palace. The Doctrine Palace has 9 levels. From here on, when you train in Thunderbolt Island, if you wish to check how much your abilities have grown, you can challenge the Doctrine Palace, Real God Wu Liang said. Look over there. That area was left behind by a few top experts. In particular, that area includes a cave that was left behind by some experts. The cave also contains opportunities. However, the requirement is that you must pass their test. There is a big wasteland in the middle of that huge mountain range which contains countless stone tablets. Records of a few unique skills are recorded on the stone tablets, and you can study them directly. There is also that ancient tower. The ancient tower contains videos of fights of countless experts, and you can study it directly as well. Real God Wu Liang continued to introduce the different places in the Thunderbolt Island. As Jian Wushuang listened on, he became even more dumbfounded. When he first came to the lineage of Star back then, he was already extremely dumbfounded by the excessive training resources that the lineage of Star possessed. However, even though the lineage of Star contained a lot of resources, what was it as compared to the Thunderbolt Island? It could not even be compared. As expected of the Thunderbolt Island, which is the base of the Sanctuary Alliance. It's indeed a place that countless experts yearn to come to. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. Under the guidance of Real God Wu Liang, Jian Wushuang came to the middle of the island in no time. Over there, he saw a total of 13 extremely huge palaces. For the 13 palaces, every one of them was like a vast, lofty mountain, and they were split into 2 regions. The first region contained 4 palaces, while the region behind contained 9 palaces. Jian Wushuang, what you are seeing right now is the 13 fairy palaces which are famous in the Thunderbolt Island. Chapter 1604 Reincarnation Fairy Palace. Chapter 1604 Reincarnation Fairy Palace. Jian Wushuang looked at the lofty palaces before him. Every palace gave him an extremely shocked feeling. Jian Wushuang, follow me. Real God Wu Liang brought Jian Wushuang to the front of those palaces, then they landed on one of the platforms. Real God Wu Liang immediately revealed a humble manner when he landed. Then, at the front of the platform, there was a figure then gradually substantiated. It was a tan-skinned elderly who looked really scrawny in hemp clothes. The elderly looked ugly, but the aura that he gave out was aloof. Almighty? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and he immediately behaved respectfully. Old snake. Real God Wu Liang greeted politely. Lineage of stars? The tan-skinned ugly-looking elderly, old snake, glanced at real God Wu Liang, then at Jian Wushuang. Oh? Old snake looked surprised, but he quickly resumed normalcy. A universe god who can come to Thunderbolt Island. You should be the inverse cultivator and lineage of star. I have heard of you before. As for your name, I can't recall. I'm Jian Wushuang. Greetings, senior. Jian Wushuang bowed as he replied. Senior? Old snake laughed. Just call me Old Snake like everyone else. Jian Wushuang, Old Snake is the person in charge of fairy palaces. Whoever intends to enter Fairy Palace on Thunderbolt Island has to acquire his permission. Real God Wu Liang introduced. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang understood. You want to enter Fairy Palace? Pass me your token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, Old Snake said. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately took out a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. With this token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, you can choose to enter any fairy palace and comprehend for 100 years. You can opt to stay for 100 years in one go, or you can opt to comprehend periodically. Every time you enter to comprehend, you must at least stay for a year, Old Snake said. There are options? Jian Wushuang beamed with joy and smiled. This is my first time entering Fairy Palace. I don't know what I'll encounter. I'll go in to comprehend for 1 year first. Sure. Old Snake nodded. He waved the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy in his hand faintly. Then, he returned the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang took it back and skimmed through it with soul power, he immediately noticed that there was a number on the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. The number was 99. It meant that I have 99 years left? Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang, I heard that you once retrieved the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation by real God Zhu He. Real God Wu Liang suddenly looked at him. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation had provided great help to Jian Wushuang in terms of reincarnation doctrine and sword principle at the beginning. But then, as his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine and sword principle had continued to increase, the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation wasn't as helpful as before. The painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation by real God Zhu He actually was created in the simulation of Fairy Palace. You have the experience of comprehending the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation, so you should be able to avoid the roundabout ways when you are comprehending in Fairy Palace. Real God Wu Liang said. Really? Jian Wushuang looked shocked. You'll know when you go in and try. Real God Wu Liang flashed a mysterious smile. Jian Wushuang walked towards one of the fairy palaces immediately without hesitation. Reincarnation Fairy Palace. Jian Wushuang looked at the fairy palace before him and smiled. Then, he immediately entered the fairy palace. It was a vast and boundless starry night. The starry night stretched as far as his eyes could see, and it was dim. Jian Wushuang was standing right in the middle of the vast starry night. Starry night? This feels just like real God Hall and Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang looked confused. But just as he was thinking, the starry night immediately changed. The strange strength that filled the air gathered in the starry night. In the end, it derived into one scroll painting after another. The scroll paintings were scattered around Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took a closer look and realized that there were a total of 27 scroll paintings. The 27 scroll paintings, every one of them was huge. On every scroll painting, there was a mountain that was made of broken stones. Jian Wushuang looked at one of the scroll paintings and he saw every single stone that made out the mountain in the scroll painting. Every single stone gave a distinct feeling to Jian Wushuang. Reincarnation doctrine? Jian Wushuang was stunned and he was enveloped by the scroll painting right in front of him. The mountain in the painting was made of countless stones flawlessly. A total of 11,111 stones. At that very moment, under Jian Wushuang's full attention, every one of the 11,111 stones turned into a part of reincarnation doctrine. This is too magical. Jian Wushuang stared and immediately looked at the other 26 scroll paintings, while the 26 scroll paintings were also mountains that were made of 11,111 stones. Every single stone was part of reincarnation doctrine. A part to the entire reincarnation doctrine could be nothing. But mountains that were formed by 11,111 of parts each played an extremely important position in reincarnation doctrine. 27 scroll paintings. If the 27 mountains were to combine, it would be a complete reincarnation doctrine. I understand. This is dissection. One, or maybe a few, experts who reached a high level in reincarnation doctrine teamed up and dissected the complete reincarnation doctrine in detail. They dissected reincarnation doctrine into 27 parts, and every part was dissected into 11,111 elements, making complications simple. An unbelievable measure. Jian Wushuang's gaze was filled with astonishment. One should know that a complete reincarnation doctrine was unfathomable, and it was extremely difficult to study and comprehend. If it were to be dissected perfectly, dissecting reincarnation doctrine into 27 parts would make it much easier to comprehend. It was just like if a person were to eat a big pancake. It would be impossible if a person wanted to eat it all in one. No one would be able to do so. Hence, if you were to cut the pancake into 4 or 8 pieces, it would be much easier to eat. The 27 scroll paintings in Reincarnation Fairy Palace worked on the same principle. No wonder Elder Wu Liang said that the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation by Real God Ju he derived from Reincarnation Fairy Palace. It was really so. However, Real God Ju he was only a real god after all. No matter how he simulated, he merely copied part of it, but the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation was still extraordinarily precious. Comparing the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation to the 27 scroll paintings in Reincarnation Fairy Palace, they were miles apart. Jian Wushuang was exclaiming in surprise. Plus, Jian Wushuang also found out that the 27 scroll paintings had not only dissected the reincarnation doctrine so flawlessly, and so simply, but the scroll paintings also contained extremely strong guiding power too. Chapter 1605 Real God Tianming. Chapter 1605 Real God Tianming. The power of guidance guided Jian Wushuang to every picture scroll to comprehend them. 27 picture scrolls. I have already comprehended the first 6 picture scrolls completely, and I am going to comprehend the 7th picture scroll now. Jian Wushuang understood instantly. The 27 picture scrolls were placed according to the 9 levels of the Doctrine Palace. Every 3 picture scrolls represented 1 level. In the aspect of the reincarnation doctrine, Jian Wushuang already possessed the ability to clear the 2nd level of the Doctrine Palace. Hence, he had already comprehended the first 6 picture scrolls completely. What he needed to comprehend at the very moment were the 7th to 9th picture scrolls. By comprehending the hidden secrets within the 3 picture scrolls, he would be able to clear the 3rd level of the Doctrine Palace. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang started to comprehend thoroughly at once. He realized that within the Reincarnation Fairy Palace, his affinity toward the reincarnation doctrine had increased greatly, and it was easier for him to comprehend compared to the outside world. In addition, the shocking technique to make the 27 picture scrolls in front of him easier to comprehend had caused Jian Wuxuang's comprehension speed to increase by countless times. In just 1 month's time, Jian Wuxuang had completely comprehended the 7th picture scroll. Of course, this was because of the fact that at the very start, Jian Wuxuang's level of comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine was already very close to being able to comprehend the 7th picture scroll completely. Next, Jian Wuxuang continued to comprehend the 8th picture scroll. Time passed by and 1 year's time was up in no time. Jian Wuxuang, who was in the reincarnation fairy palace, was pulled by a kind of power, and his body was sent outside the fairy palace. It was only after arriving outside the fairy palace that Jian Wuxuang opened his eyes and regained his senses from the state of comprehension. It's too engrossing. Even though I felt that I have only comprehended for a short while, 1 year's time passed by already. Jian Wuxuang smiled and he was extremely excited. It must be known that during the short 1 year, his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine improved greatly. He had comprehended the 7th picture scroll completely as well as a portion of the 8th picture scroll. For such an improvement, if he were in the outside world comprehending by himself, he would need at least hundreds of years to achieve the same improvement. In just a short 1 year's time, I have improved so much. Moreover, I still have 99 years. Jian Wuxuang smiled. I shall not rush my comprehension in this fairy palace. Since this Thunderbolt Island is full of opportunities everywhere, I shall take a look around first. After Jian Wuxuang made up his mind, he left the fairy palace immediately, and started to walk around the Thunderbolt Island. As for real God Wu Lian, he had gone to start his own comprehension somewhere else, and it was not possible for Jian Wuxuang to follow him all the time. On the island, there were many real gods and most of them were making the best use of their time to immerse themselves in training. When Jian Wuxuang walked past them, most of the real gods did not notice him. However, there was still a small portion of them who noticed him. A universe god? Those real god experts who realized the existence of Jian Wuxuang then revealed a surprised expression. However, they understood in no time. In the eternal chaotic world, there is only one person who can come to the Thunderbolt Island as a universe god. Thus, he must be Jian Wuxuang of the lineage of Star. Yes, it's him. Previously, I have seen him with real god Wu Liang of the lineage of Star. I also heard that he had gone to the fairy palace as well. He is able to come to the Thunderbolt Island as a universe god. Moreover, he also has the token of the fairy palace's legacy. Hee. I'm really envious of him. Those real gods were all whispering. Jian Wuxuang ignored them and continued walking. After a short while, he appeared below a stone wall. It was an extremely huge stone wall, and it contained tens of ancient characters that had been carved flamboyantly. Every ancient character was emitting an extremely special aura. As soon as Jian Wuxuang saw those ancient characters, his eyes brightened up. Sword principles? Moreover, it's sword principles that are swift, fierce, and tough. Jian Wuxuang exclaimed with admiration. He could feel that every one of the tens of ancient characters was actually a sword principle. The only difference was in terms of their power. Jian Wuxuang sat down below the stone wall with his legs crossed. After that, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the ancient characters. Those ancient characters were most probably left behind by a first-rate real god who was proficient in sword principles. Although it would not be of much help to Jian Wuxuang, it could still give him some inspiration. At the same time that Jian Wuxuang was comprehending below the stone wall. On the Thunderbolt Island, there was a purple-armored, handsome man sitting atop a giant rock which was filled with secret patterns with his legs crossed. Real God Tianming. When the sound was heard, a seductive and beautiful married woman appeared beside the giant rock. The purple-armored handsome man opened his eyes slowly and looked over. Do you have something for me? Nothing. I am only here to tell you that the lineage of Star's inverse cultivator has come to the Thunderbolt Island, the seductive and beautiful married woman said. Jian Wuxuang? The eyes of real God Tianming, the purple-armored handsome man, shrank immediately. Where is he now? He's before the stone wall that has been left behind by real God Heiju, and it seems like he is comprehending at this very moment. If you go over there, you should be able to find him," the seductive and beautiful woman said. "Thank you." After real God Tianming had thanked her, he headed in the direction that Jian Wushuang was in straight away. After seeing that, the seductive and beautiful married woman laughed indifferently. She knew that real God Tianming would be interested in Jian Wushuang. Below the stone wall with tens of ancient characters, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes slowly after comprehending for more than 1 hour. The sword principles within the ancient characters are not of much help to me. However, after comprehending them once, it has allowed me to have some new knowledge of sword principles. Jian Wushuang laughed, and he was about to leave. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a purple, glittering light flew over and landed below the stone wall in front of Jian Wushuang. Eh? Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked toward the person who had come. A few real gods who were comprehending below the stone wall were alarmed as well, and they looked over. "It's real God Tianming?" Those people recognized the identity of the person who had just arrived. After that, they had a puzzled expression. Jian Wushuang. The handsome man who wore purple armor was staring at Jian Wushuang. "You are?" Jian Wushuang revealed an uncertain expression. "Tianming of the Four-Symbol Mansion." Real God Tianming spoke. "Four-Symbol Mansion?" Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. There was a considerable amount of hatred between him and the Four-Symbol Mansion. However, the Four-Symbol Mansion could not find an opportunity. Otherwise, they would have killed him without hesitation. "Do you have something for me?" Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically as he looked at real God Tianming, who was in front of him. If he were to come across experts of the Four-Symbol Mansion somewhere else, he would probably be a bit fearful. However, he was at Thunderbolt Island at that very moment. Not mentioning the fact that real God Tianming who was in front of him was merely a void real god, even if a chaotic real god were to come personally, Jian Wushuang would not be concerned at all. "I heard about you a long time ago. Today, since we have come across each other by chance, do you have the guts to have a duel with me?" Real God Tianming said. "Have a duel with you?" Jian Wushuang's eyes could not help but squint. "Is it only a normal duel?" "Of course not. Since it's a duel, we have to make it interesting. I know that the lineage of Star has given you a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. I have one with me as well, and I still have 50 years' time left to comprehend. Hence, how about we bet on the time for comprehension?" Real God Tianming said. Chapter 1606 Not Interested. Chapter 1606 Not Interested. Comprehension time? You can bet with that? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Of course. On Thunderbolt Island, as long as both parties are willing to, they can bet with anything. Not only the time to comprehend in Fairy Palace, but also the time to stay in Thunderbolt Island can be staked. Real God Tianming smiled faintly and said, "So, how about it? Do you want to bet?" "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Jian Wushuang shook his head. Real God Tianming creased his eyebrows. "Jian Wushuang, although you're a universe god, you're an inverse cultivator, which equals an ordinary void real god. I am also a void real god. So, it's not like I'm bullying you if we were to battle. Why are you so afraid?" "Not interested." Jian Wushuang didn't bother with real God Tianming but turned to leave. "Jian Wushuang!" Real God Tianming watched Jian Wushuang as he left and bellowed. "Back in Burning Demon Region, you massacred so many real gods from Four-Symbol Mansion alone. Where's your spirit? Unless you only bully the weak? Are you that kind of person?" But no matter what real God Tianming said, Jian Wushuang ignored him. He quickly vanished from real God Tianming's sight. "This young man can keep his composure." Real God Tianming squinted his eyes. "I thought geniuses like him would definitely be arrogant and wouldn't reject my challenge. Then I would be able to get some more time to comprehend in Fairy Palace from him. In the end, well, he passed 3 inverse cultivation tests after all. His mental state must not be weak. Provocation wouldn't work on him. It seems like it's impossible to force him to take action. I can only look for other ways. Very soon, real God Tianming left too. On Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang walked around alone. He was wearing a scornful smile. Real God Tianming thought I would be provoked so simply? He said that I'm an inverse cultivator at universe God level. So, it is fair to fight against him who is a void real God, and he said that he wasn't bullying me? He would be only able to scheme against a kid. Jian Wushuang sneered at the thought about real God Tianming. An inverse cultivator at universe God level was truly treated as void real God in eternal chaotic world. There was nothing wrong about that. But that only referred to one aspect, which was divine power. In terms of comprehension towards heaven way and unique skill, there was a vast difference between real God and universe God. Especially comprehension towards doctrine. After all, the comprehension power of a real God toward heaven way was much stronger compared to universe God. Hence, when a real God comprehends heaven way, it was naturally much easier compared to a universe God's attempt. With such a condition, real God Tianming had the guts to say that he, who was a void real God asking for a battle with Jian Wushuang on Thunderbolt Island, wasn't bullying him. Thunderbolt Island, a normal threshold requires one to possess the fighting power of an eternal real God. Real God Tianming appeared on Thunderbolt Island with his realm at void real God. He was definitely a top genius too. If I'm not mistaken, his comprehension of heaven way was at least at the passing of the third level in Doctrine Palace. As for a unique skill, it definitely was even more shocking. If I were to fight him now, 80% of the time I'd be at a disadvantage. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Hall Master Yuan exhorted that the opportunity to be on Thunderbolt Island was extremely hard to come by, especially the time to cultivate in Fairy Palace was even more precious. Under the circumstance where Jian Wushuang wasn't confident, he wouldn't be that stupid to stake comprehension time with real God Tianming. Jian Wushuang flew forward slowly and he appeared above a huge mountain before long. In the middle of the mountain, there was a vast, barren land. Jian Wushuang could see the towering steels on the barren land from above. This is the place where Elder Wu Liang said that there are countless unique skills. Jian Wushuang was surprised and he immediately landed. Among the countless steels, it was recorded with a unique skill on each steel. Jian Wushuang came to the region of unique skills for swords and looked at one of the steels casually. Jian Wushuang immediately saw the steel contained an image of an expert performing the unique skill. The secret skill is at least a rank 3 real God unique skill, Jian Wushuang thought. Rank 3 real God unique skills can be created by an ordinary chaotic real God. It was nothing in eternal chaotic world. However, a chaotic real God intentionally demonstrated the unique skill and turned it into an image that displayed itself to the audience to comprehend. This itself was a chance that was hard to come by. In the barren land, there were countless steels that contained unique skill images. Jian Wushuang constantly demonstrated and learned. Unique skills that the others had created contained their unique doctrines. Although Jian Wushuang couldn't fully master the unique skill, experiencing the transformation process of the unique skill helped with the development of his personal unique skill too. On the north of Thunderbolt Island, there was a lofty mountain. The mountain covered the expanse of 1/10 of the entire Thunderbolt Island, while the foothill, mid-slope and the peak of the mountain had various palaces, pavilions and courtyards scattered around. The mountain was special. The experts who had the right to stay on Thunderbolt Island permanently resided on the mountain. Then, on the mid-slope of the mountain, there was a middle-aged man in a baggy long robe. Real God Li Hua was standing in front of his mansion. Real God Li Hua was a chaotic real God who was extremely close to the real God ranking list. He resided on Thunderbolt Island all year round and he would wander outside occasionally. He had just returned from a trip out. He went through the prohibition of his mansion, then real God Li Hua came to his courtyard in the middle of his mansion. There was a huge pond in the middle of his courtyard. The pond water was made of the extremely precious white flame spirit liquid. One should know that white flame spirit liquid costs 1,000 chaos gem a drop in eternal chaotic world, and there was a big pond of it. Just how luxurious was it? Haha babies, it has been years. Did you grow bigger? Real Godly Hua smiled as he walked to the pond and overlooked the pond. Then, Real Godly Hua's face suddenly changed. The 6 illusory heart carp that I reared, why are they missing? How could it be? Real Godly Hua swept out his consciousness, but he couldn't detect the existence of any illusory heart carp in the pond in his courtyard. Damn it! Who was it? Who stole my illusory heart carp? Real Godly Hua was raging with anger. Illusory heart carp was a celestial beast that had almost extinct in eternal chaotic world. If they were to grow up, it would be extremely helpful for a cultivator's mental state. Hence, they were priceless. Real Godly Hua happened to get 6 illusory heart carp during a coincidental opportunity. He then had been keeping them carefully on Thunderbolt Island. He already took care of them for more than 100,000 years. But then, he had lost his 6 illusory heart carp. I set up a prohibition around my mansion, but there was no response from the prohibition at all. On Thunderbolt Island, there's only one person who can do these filthy things. Real Godly Hua clenched his teeth and he quivered with rage. Bastard! That damn bastard! It was definitely him that stole my illusory heart carp. Chapter 1607 The Strange Old Man. Chapter 1607 The Strange Old Man. As Real Godly Hua was roaring madly about his 6 illusory heart carps, there was an emaciated, short, small body flying about leisurely in a part of the sky of the Thunderbolt Island. I didn't expect that little kid Li Hua to actually get his hands on the illusory heart carps. Moreover, he kept it to himself and did not let anyone know about it. If not for me passing by his mansion by chance, I would still not know that he was actually hiding such good stuff. The emaciated old man laughed in a strange way. He even stuck out his head and licked his lips. The illusory heart carps are extremely delicious. However, it's a pity that there's only 6 of them, which is a bit too little. When I see the little kid Li Hua the next time, I will have to tell him to get more of them. However, he did not know that the Real Godly Hua of the very moment even had the intention to kill him. Eh? The emaciated old man stopped moving abruptly and his extremely small, mouse-like eyes looked down at the wasteland. Stone tablets stood upright on the wasteland and there were a few people comprehending before them. In particular, one of the people attracted the old man's attention. A universe god? The person who the old man had noticed was Jian Wushuang. He saw that at that very moment, Jian Wushuang was sitting before a stone tablet with his legs crossed and his hands were mimicking the motion of a sword principle. Jian Wushuang did not use the Blood Mountain sword as well as any divine power in the slightest bit. With his fingers as a sword, he depended purely on his own sword essence to practice his sword principle. With that, he would not damage the stone tablets around him. As Jian Wushuang's fingers moved, a total of 10 extremely small sword shadows appeared in the void at once, and they fused together quickly to form a completely new sword shadow. For the new sword shadow, it was obvious that its power had risen greatly. After seeing such a scene, the eyes of the emaciated old man who was above squinted slightly. At the next moment, his body floated downward. But the sword shadow dissipated and Jian Wushuang also withdrew his fingers. He then opened his eyes. That's wrong. I feel that this stroke of mine still lacks something. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He had already stayed in the wasteland for 3 days, during which he had studied quite a number of sword principle unique skills. With that, he had got some knowledge and he had practiced his sword principle straight away. However, he was not satisfied with the results of the practice. At that moment, "Hey, little kid!" a strange voice could be heard abruptly. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and he turned his head to take a look. He then realized that an emaciated, small, short old man had somehow appeared behind him. The old man's extremely small eyes were emitting a dim light like a gem, and they were staring at Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang saw the old man, he was shocked. Firstly, the emaciated old man could appear behind him so quietly that he was not even detected by Jian Wushuang's soul power. Hence, the emaciated old man was most likely an almighty. If not, he could also be a top chaotic real god who had already awakened the soul fire. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had the tendency to attract experts. Moreover, the emaciated old man's looks and attire were a bit strange. He had messy hair, he was clothed in tattered black clothes, and his exposed skin was filthy. He was a complete mess. Moreover, there was a neckband on his neck and it was strung with shining white bones. He was extremely weird. "Little kid, you are the inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang, right?" The strange old man's eyes were glowing with a dim light. His voice was also very screechy, and it was extremely unusual. "That's me. May I know to whom I speak?" Jian Wushuang was modest. "You don't need to care who I am. Let me ask you, do you have white blaze fruits with you?" It was obvious that the strange old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Jian Wushuang felt uneasy. However, when he remembered that he was on the Thunderbolt Island where no one dared to act recklessly, he heaved a sigh of relief and he said immediately, "Elder, I have indeed obtained quite a number of white blaze fruits previously. However, I have already handed those white blaze fruits over to the Star Palace Master of the lineage of Star. Hence, I do not have any of them with me now." "You really don't have them? You're not lying, right?" The strange old man's eyes turned grave. "Of course not. Think about it, Elder. I am merely a universe god. Hence, the white blaze fruit is useless to me. Moreover, it might even bring me trouble. As I am not an idiot, why would I have it on me?" Jian Wushuang forced a smile. "Yes, that makes sense." The strange old man nodded his head slightly and his face revealed a pitiful expression. "What a pity. Originally, I had wanted to get my hands on a few white blaze fruits so that I could try them. Looks like I can only wait for the next time now. I wonder what kind of taste the white blaze fruit has." After finishing his speech, the strange old man could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After hearing what the strange old man had said to himself, Jian Wushuang had a puzzled expression. The white blaze fruit was an extremely valuable treasure, and it was of great use to even almighties. Jian Wushuang had originally thought that the strange old man had wanted the white blaze fruits for training. However, looking at it at that very moment, he actually only wished to have a taste of the white blaze fruit. It was only to eat it. This person is a bit weird. Jian Wushuang sighed. "Little kid." The strange old man looked over again. "When you meet the Star Palace Master after you return to the lineage of Star, could you talk to him and get me some white blaze fruits?" This, Jian Wushuang forced a smile. However, he still replied, "I will do my best." "Haha, not bad, not bad. You're still sensible." The strange old man nodded his head. "Looking at the fact that you're so sensible, I shall give you some tips. Your sword principle just now was a complete mess." Jian Wushuang could not help but be stunned. The wasteland that you're in right now contains countless unique skills. In particular, at the area of unique skills of claw skills, there is a stone tablet which contains a simple claw print, and you can go over to take a look at it. After speaking, the strange old man's body changed and he disappeared. As Jian Wushuang looked at the place where the strange old man disappeared from, he became even more baffled. This elder's way of doing things is really strange. However, he should be an almighty, and I wonder which almighty of the Sanctuary Alliance he is. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. After that, without hesitation, he acted in accordance to what the strange old man had said and headed to the area of unique skills of claw skills. As he searched the stone tablets over there, he found the stone tablet that the strange old man had mentioned in the blink of an eye. Claw skills? Jian Wushuang looked at the stone tablet in front of him. There was indeed an extremely simple claw print on the stone tablet. As an almighty, that elder has a wider perception of things. Even though he knows that I am proficient in sword principles, he still made me come over here to study the claw-type unique skill. Hence, there must be something to it. I shall try and see what happens. Jian Wushuang immersed his mind into the stone tablet in front of him. In no time, there was another picture scroll in front of Jian Wushuang. The picture scroll was a blurry shadow that could not be seen clearly. The blurry shadow then changed into an exotic beast that galloped about in the sky with its 4 hooves. Its speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. However, all of a sudden, with a change of the blurry shadow, one body changed into three bodies instantly. The three shadows of the exotic beast then leaped high up into the air and swung out the sharp claws on their hands at the same time. Chapter 1608 Unique Skill, Myriad Waves. Chapter 1608 Unique Skill, Myriad Waves. Wow! 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 3 flowing lights grazed. The 3 flowing lights burst out at the same time. Suddenly, they formed a brand new flowing light with a tremendous increase in power. It tore the void into pieces straight away. The image stopped right there and then. Jian Wuxuang was dumbfounded, and he was stunned on the spot. How could it? There was shock in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. The 3 flowing lights weren't strong separately, but when the 3 superposed, the brand new flowing light that was formed was at least 10 times stronger or maybe even more. How is that possible? Jian Wuxuang thought that when the 3 attacks of similar power superposed, the newly formed attack would only perform power by threefold at the most, even if there wasn't any power dispersed. However, in the image, the 3 flowing lights of similar power overlapped and superposed, and gave out power that was more than 10 times stronger. Then, he associated with the 10 waves that he created. 10 waves was a crystallization of 10 sword shadows that derived from his sword intention, divine power, and comprehension towards doctrine. When the 10 sword shadows superposed together, there was a large amount of power spillage during the process of superposing. Hence, the newly formed sword shadow would at most possess 5 times the power. Jian Wuxuang knew about it too. Hence, he had been thinking for ways to familiarize himself with the power superposition skill in order to decrease power spillage. In turn, the brand new sword shadow would be able to explode with a stronger power. However, he had never imagined the 10 sword shadows of similar power could combine and explode 20, 30, or even 100 times the power. He had no idea at all. However, the image before him. I now understand why Senior told me to come before this steel. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The instant he saw the steel, Jian Wuxuang had a brand new understanding about 10 waves that he created. There are different power superposition skills. 10 waves that I created superposed 10 shadows instantly and forcibly. With such a brutal method, no matter how perfect one manages the strength, it will still cause power spillage, but then the image showed, the power superposition skill is obviously different. Besides, the law and order of the strength in the claw were different too. Jian Wuxuang muttered, and in the next moment, he continued to watch the demonstration and learn from the image of the unique skill. He watched the 3 flowing lights burst out in the image again. Then, the 3 flowing lights superposed and formed a brand new flowing light. Jian Wuxuang watched the process of superposing carefully and felt the law of manipulation of the divine power meticulously. Previously, I thought 1 plus 1 definitely equaled 2. In a similar fashion, if 10 sword shadows of the same power superposed and formed a brand new shadow intention, it could only explode the power by 10-fold. But now, I know that as long as the manipulation method is proper, 1 plus 1 could also equal to 3 or 4. Hence, 10 sword shadows of the same power superposed and formed a brand new shadow intention, could explode the power by 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Jian Wuxuang smiled as he immersed himself entirely in demonstration and comprehension. On Thunderbolt Island there were opportunities everywhere. Most of the opportunities required luck. When one was lucky, he would even run into it randomly. Jian Wuxuang obviously ran into one. The opportunity that he ran into should be the weird old man. The weird old man guided him and told him about the existence of the steel. If there wasn't the weird old man, it might be impossible for him to find the region for this claw unique skill in his lifetime and stayed back to watch the steel with a simple claw print. He naturally wouldn't have the current opportunity then either. As time flew past, Jian Wuxuang continued to stay before the steel. It had been 30 years in total. In the 30 years, there were many real gods who had come there and were shocked when they saw Jian Wuxuang. After all, they knew that Jian Wuxuang was good with swords. A sword principle cultivator came to the region of Claw Unique Skill to learn about Claw Unique Skills. They didn't understand what Jian Wushuang was doing, but they didn't worry either. At the steel, Jian Wushuang continued to close his eyes. However, his index finger formed the sword. An outstanding sword intention along with power of Heaven Wei formed 10 small sword lights in the void next to him. As he moved his index fingers, the 10 small sword lights were instantly superposed and overlapped. The power increased tremendously all of a sudden. Ha! I succeeded! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and there was joy across his face. Although I only just began to master the power superposition skill and the power has already dispersed quite a bit, the brand new sword light still needs to be strengthened by 10 times. This is only the beginning. I am not familiar with the power superposition skill. If I were to continue to comprehend and study, the superpose of sword intention will definitely explode to a stronger power. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Continue! Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes again and started comprehension. In the void above Jian Wushuang, the weird old man with a white bone necklace overlooked. He also saw the scene where he had performed his sword principle. This young man, in just 30 years, has understood the power superposition skill that I studied painstakingly? Although it is only the beginning, he has already passed the beginner level? Then it is only a matter of time to master and familiarize himself with it entirely. The weird old man squinted his eyes, but his facial expression grew strange. Damn it, when I first studied power superposition skill, I spent a total of 300,000 years of continuous repetitive polishing and perfecting, but this young man, he didn't even put in much effort but only picked it up ready-made and mastered the power superposition skill? No way, no way. Isn't that too easy for him? I went through so much trouble to get it. The weird old man's facial expression looked complicated. He seemed happy yet sad. It was strange. After a while, his gaze suddenly fixed and he made a decision. There was a malicious smile spread across his face. At the steel, Jian Wushuang continued to comprehend carefully. He was already at the beginner level of power superposition skill. The following familiarization and mastering would be much easier, but the time required was more. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed and Jian Wushuang finally got up. After comprehending for 80 years, I finally mastered the power superposition skill flawlessly. My 10 waves, the brand new sword shadow formed by the superposition of the 10 sword shadows, its power increased by 30 times. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. 30 times was already the limit of the power superposition skill. Jian Wushuang was content with the result. Because of his 10 waves, the power increased tremendously. And most importantly, from then on, not only at the level of Universe God but to the level of Rio God, it was not necessary for him to create another attack unique skill. In the aspect of attack unique skills, one was enough. 10 waves. No, it should be called myriad waves. It's more suitable. Chapter 1609 Getting a Disciple. Chapter 1609 Getting a Disciple. Jian Wushuang wore a smile and he was over the moon. He was clear how impressive the method of power superposition that he had mastered was. The presence of such a method would be a lot better than the attack power unique skills that he would use a lot of time and energy to create in the future. Take the 10 waves move as an example. Previously, this move had only barely reached the requirement of being a high-level Stage 2 Rio God unique skill. However, by mastering the power superposition skill at that very moment, the 10 waves move would definitely be equivalent to a Stage 2 Peak Rio God unique skill. Moreover, he could also continue to develop the 10 waves move in the future. After all, 10 waves was the fusion of 10 sword shadows which were created by Jian Wushuang using his own sword essence, his understanding of sword principles, as well as his comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei. As his sword principles and his comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei improves in the future, he would definitely be able to create 11, 12, or even more shadows. Hence, the power of the move would continue to get stronger. 10 waves could absolutely become 20 waves, 30 waves, and even 100 waves. As such, Jian Wushuang said that 10 waves was not suitable to be the name of this move. Instead, myriad waves was the most suitable name. As Jian Wushuang was thinking, all of a sudden, an emaciated body appeared in front of him again. Ah, elder! Jian Wushuang looked toward the person who had appeared, and he had a modest expression. He was certain that it was because of the advice of the elder in front of him that he could master the power superposition skill. As such, he naturally felt indebted to the elder. Little kid, let me ask you, have you ever had a master? The strange old man looked toward Jian Wushuang. I have. Jian Wushuang nodded his head instinctively. The eyes of the strange old man squinted slightly, and he raised his voice. Is that master of yours dead or alive now? That? Jian Wushuang frowned, and he said immediately. Of course he is still alive. Then, if I wish for you to cut ties completely with that master of yours and have me as your only master for the rest of your life, would you be willing to do so? The strange old man said. I'm not willing. Jian Wushuang shook his head straight away. The strange old man in front of him had indeed given him some advice, and he was grateful for that. However, the strange old man actually wanted him to betray his master for that. Was that a joke? Why-ya-ya-ya! The strange old man laughed weirdly, and his eyes turned completely red. Damn little kid! You have learnt the power superposition skill that I have taken lots of effort to create, and in the end, you are unwilling to have me as your master? Do you believe that I will kill you straight away, or even kill your master who is supporting you? After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang could not help but be stunned. Previously, the strange old man in front of him had gone out of his way to give him advice to comprehend the stone tablet. However, after he had learnt the power superposition skill, the strange old man had become dissatisfied and wanted to snatch him forcefully to become his disciple. What the hell was going on? Elder, I am very grateful to you for giving me advice and helping me learn this power superposition skill. However, it is impossible for me to betray my master just because of this. As for Elder being furious and wanting to kill me, you can go ahead and do it. However, this place is the Thunderbolt Island. Thus, I believe that Elder should be cautious as well. As for my master, Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. My master left me and went somewhere else a long time ago. Even I have no idea where he is. If Elder wishes to kill him, you may go ahead and do it straight away. Little kid, are you trying to say that I'm unable to do anything to you? The strange old man stared at Jian Wushuang. That's not what I mean. I am thankful for Elder's advice, and I will always remember this debt in my mind. However, it is impossible for me to give up on my own master, Jian Wushuang said. Remember the debt in your mind? The strange old man rolled his eyes and laughed weirdly. How about this? If you are really grateful to me, after you return to the lineage of Star, get some white blaze fruits for me to try. I do not need a lot, just 3 will do. 3 white blaze fruits. Jian Wushuang was shocked. 1 white blaze fruit was already extremely precious. However, the strange old man had asked for 3 right away. It was really daylight robbery. Elder, I really wish to know what you want the white blaze fruits for. Is it really for the purpose of eating? Jian Wushuang asked doubtfully. Of course. The strange old man laughed. In my whole life, I have had nothing that I liked. What I like most is to eat and try all the flavors in the world. Moreover, the more difficult it is to get the item, the better it is. For example, the white blaze fruit is exceptionally rare, and to date, I still have not tried it. All right. Jian Wushuang had no choice. Elder, I have no guarantee as to whether I can help you get 3 white blaze fruits. However, if you really want delicious fruits, I actually have some of them with me, and I wonder if Elder will like any of them. After his speech, Jian Wushuang took out some precious fruits. Those fruits were obtained from experts who were killed by Jian Wushuang. Hence, there were definitely some rare and precious treasures. However, when the strange old man saw the fruits that Jian Wushuang had taken out, he regarded them as beneath his notice. He only took an additional glance at a purple-red fruit. After that, he extended his hands and grabbed the purple-red fruit. Among all your items, only this dark silk fruit can be considered decent. As the strange old man spoke, he took a bite of the fruit. However, taking a bite, he threw the fruit away. Its taste is only normal. After seeing such a scene, Jian Wushuang's heart could not help but shrink. It should be known that the dark silk fruit was worth about 200 million chaos gems in the eternal chaotic world. If it were doctrine gems, the dark silk fruit would be worth 2 of them, which were almost equivalent to all the treasures of an eternal real god. However, the strange old man threw the fruit away after taking just 1 bite of it. Little kid, I shall not make things difficult for you anymore. If you are able to get some white blaze fruits in the future, go ahead and get them. If you are unable to get them, you will still have to get me something rare such as the illusory heart carp, which is a celestial bird. Also, I will stay on Thunderbolt Island. If you are able to get something delicious in the future, you can use this token to contact me. The strange old man threw a token to Jian Wushuang and left straight away. After Jian Wushuang caught the token, he still had an extremely puzzled expression. What a weird person. After talking to me for so long and even wanting to make me his disciple, I still don't know his name. Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. He then put the token in his Jianquan ring. At that moment, Jian Wushuang, how is Thunderbolt Island? Hall Master Yuan messaged. Not too bad, Jian Wushuang answered. I heard from the people that during this period of time in the Thunderbolt Island, you have been comprehending in front of a tablet with records of a claw-type unique skill. What's going on? Hall Master Yuan questioned. I have my own reasons for comprehending over there. Jian Wushuang did not explain too much. Yes, as long as it's of use to you. It is up to you to decide how you want to train on the Thunderbolt Island. However, remember not to waste this opportunity. After his speech, Hall Master Yuan cut the transmission. Jian Wushuang grinned. It's about time for me to head to the Fairy Palace. Chapter 1610 Advance by Leaps and Bounds. Chapter 1610 Advance by Leaps and Bounds. Fairy Palace had been of unbelievable help towards the power of Heaven Way. I have 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy and could return to Reincarnation Fairy Palace and Space-Time Fairy Space for 100 years respectively. In the next 100 years, I could divide it into 10 times, and every time I spend 10 years in there, I would have 3,000 years to cultivate on Thunderbolt Island. If so, I shall go to Reincarnation Fairy Palace and Space-Time Palace on rotation once. Then I will cultivate on Thunderbolt Island for 280 years. 280 years later, I shall comprehend for the second time. I shall set 300 years as 1 term. With such an allocation, when I finish my time limit for both Fairy Palaces, I will happen to fulfill a 3,000-year time limit on Thunderbolt Island. It will be a better cultivation effect too. Jian Wushuang made his mind. He immediately entered Reincarnation Fairy Palace. He stayed in Reincarnation Fairy Palace for 9 years, then he headed over to Space-Time Fairy Palace for 10 years. Both Space-Time Fairy Palace and Reincarnation Fairy Palace were similar. They both had 27 scroll paintings, and the effect was identical. Along with the comprehension, Jian Wushuang immersed himself in the cultivation opportunities on Thunderbolt Island and in cultivation. Under such a logical allocation, in the blink of an eye, about 1,500 years passed. To be exact, 1,520 years. Jian Wushuang slowly walked out from the Fairy Palace and glanced at the Fairy Palace behind him. There was a faint smile plastered on his face. The 6th time! I comprehend for 10 years on each visit, and I have comprehended 60 years each in both Reincarnation Fairy Palace and Space-Time Fairy Palace. Now, the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy only has 40 years left each. However, this 40-year quota might not be put to use anytime soon. Jian Wushuang smiled. 1,520 years, Jian Wushuang went to Reincarnation Fairy Palace and Space-Time Fairy Palace twice. But then, he didn't plan to comprehend in both Fairy Palaces again in the near future. It was because his comprehension towards Heaven Way had already reached the limit his current realm could achieve. He already comprehended the first 10 scroll paintings in both reincarnation doctrine and spacetime doctrine. One should know that the 27 scroll paintings in Fairy Palace corresponded with the 9th level in Doctrine Palace. When one understood the first 9 scroll paintings, it meant that one could pass through the 3rd level of Doctrine Palace. As he understood the 10th scroll paintings, it meant that not only did he pass through the 3rd level of Doctrine Palace, he even took a step in the 4th level of Doctrine Palace. The 2 doctrines that he understood had already reached a level. Not only in comprehension towards Heaven Way but in all aspects, it seems to be so. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands. With the aid of Thunderbolt Island's designated place to train consciousness, his soul power broke through and reached the level of an eternal real God in the 1,520 years. In unique skill, his myriad waves also increased to his extreme limit that he could reach. In each aspect, he had already reached his limit. He already lost the possibility to continue to improve. In other words, he had already achieved the 3rd conditions to break through and become a real God. One should know that he had just passed through the 3rd inverse cultivation test. If he were to cultivate by himself in the outside world, he wouldn't know how long it would take for him to reach the limit of his current realm. On Thunderbolt Island, with the aid of Fairy Palace, with the aid of opportunities on Thunderbolt Island, he had already achieved it in 1,550 years. From this itself, he could see the rarity of Thunderbolt Island. No wonder there were so many experts in chaotic real God who wanted to cultivate there. I have achieved the first 3 conditions to break through and become real God. Now, there's only one last condition left, which is the opportunity to break through. Jian Wuxuang muttered to himself as he walked. Opportunity to break through, it was the most uncertain condition among the 4 conditions to break through and become a real God. Opportunity and luck came as they wished. If one was unlucky, it might not even come in 100 or a few 100,000 years. Jian Wuxuang could do nothing about it. Jian Wuxuang suddenly looked to the side and there were some noises. It should be where the fighting space is located. I have been in Thunderbolt Island for so long but I've never been there. Jian Wuxuang thought and immediately walked toward the fighting space. It looked just like an ordinary battle ring. In the middle of the battle ring, there was a layer of prohibition. Under the coverage of the prohibition, the battlefield was extremely huge. The boundless battlefield was fighting space. The cultivators on Thunderbolt Island fought against one another and learned from one another in the fighting space. The life and death space was located in another place. Jian Wuxuang came to the battlefield and saw many experts in the surroundings while there was a vigorous fight going on in the fighting space. The 2 opponents in the vigorous fight, one was an eternal real God while the other was someone Jian Wuxuang knew. Real God Tianming from 4-Symbol Mansion. Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. Such a coincidence. I come here and immediately run into real God Tianming in a battle. When Jian Wuxuang first came to Thunderbolt Island previously, real God Tianming had found him and wanted to battle with him. The bet was 50 years of cultivation time in Fairy Palace. However, Jian Wuxuang had rejected him. Then, in the fighting space, there should be a bet between real God Tianming and the other eternal real God as well. Both of them were fighting with their all. However, it was obvious that under the similar divine power explosion, real God Tianming's comprehension of Heaven Way was stronger by 1 notch compared to an eternal real God's. From the beginning of the battle, real God Tianming had the upper hand. Even when the battle ended, nothing changed. In the end, the one who won was naturally real God Tianming. Haha, real God Yuluo. Thank you for your 800 years cultivation time. Real God Tianming laughed. 800 years? Jian Wuxuang looked surprised. Then, he understood that the 800 years should be referring to cultivation time on Thunderbolt Island, not cultivation time in Fairy Palace. As long as he was an expert in Sanctuary Alliance, he could cultivate 3,000 years on Thunderbolt Island in every 100,000 years. The 3,000 years cultivation time was very important to experts in Sanctuary Alliance, and he had lost 800 years in one go. Real God Yuluo must be full of heartache. As expected, he saw real God Yuluo walk out of the fighting space in distress. In the fighting space, real God Tianming smirked coldly. Yuluo, that dumbass. I intentionally showed my white feather before him and he really thought I was not his match. 800 years of cultivation time on Thunderbolt Island is not too shabby. Real God Tianming was thinking, but he suddenly saw a figure outside fighting space. He immediately squinted his eyes and immediately let out a hearty laugh. Isn't that the top genius of Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang? Do you have the guts to compete with me? Chapter 16:11 Betting on a Match. Chapter 16:11 Betting on a Match. Real God Tianming's voice could be heard from the fighting space, and many real gods looked at Jian Wushuang at once. Seems like this real God Tianming still remembers the training time of mine in the fairy palace. Jian Wushuang laughed, and he leaped onto the fighting space. Real God Tianming was sneering at Jian Wushuang. He had originally thought that Jian Wushuang would not dare to fight with him. At that very moment, he merely spoke so that he would make Jian Wushuang lose face. However, he did not expect Jian Wushuang to actually come to the fighting space. This little kid has actually come in. Real God Tianming's smile froze at once, and he became elated after that. Jian Wushuang, are we still going to bet on the training time in the fairy palace? How many years do you wish to bet on? Jian Wushuang walked over slowly and he appeared in front of real God Tianming in the blink of an eye. Last time, when you had only just come to the Thunderbolt Island, you still had a lot of training time in the fairy palace. Hence, I wanted to bet 50 years' time with you. However, you have stayed in the Thunderbolt Island for quite some time now and you have definitely used up a considerable amount of training time in the fairy palace. Thus, we shall not bet 50 years this time around. How about just 20 years? Real God Tianming said. In actual fact, he really wanted to bet 50 years with Jian Wushuang. However, he was worried that Jian Wushuang would be like the previous time when he was stunned. As such, he said 20 years instead. 20 years? No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded his head straight away. Haha, great! Real God Tianming laughed loudly. The Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in Jian Wushuang's hands and sword essence rose from his body. When real God Tianming bet a match with me 1,500 years ago, I had no confidence at all and I could only decline. But now, my abilities have already reached the maximum that I could attain as a universe god of the third heaven. Thus, as of the current moment, I am not afraid of real God Tianming in the slightest bit. The most important thing now is that I'm still lacking an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Since someone wants to bet on a match with me, how can I reject him? Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically and his eyes were overflowing with coldness. The whole fighting space became completely dead silent. Outside the fighting space, many experts were observing the match closely. All of a sudden, swish! Jian Wushuang moved right away. A total of 100 shadows burst forth at once. Every shadow was as fast as a ghost, and they were shuttling back and forth in the space. In a split second, the whole fighting space was filled with shadows that were moving around crazily. This is... what a strange martial art motion! Its speed is extremely fast. In order to execute such a kind of martial art motion, it would minimally require one's comprehension of the space-time doctrine to be able to clear the third level of the Doctrine Palace. The real gods who were observing the match from outside the fighting space were surprised. As they were all quite experienced, they were all certain as to what an impressive level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine Jian Wushuang must be at in order for his shadows to have such a speed. When real God Tianming saw so many shadows which could cover the sky, he laughed coldly. This is nothing. As soon as the words left his mouth, real God Tianming held the silver long rod in his hands tightly, and swung it in front of him fiercely. Rumble rays of silver light appeared. Initially, there was only one long rod. However, at that very moment, thousands upon thousands of rays of silver, glittering light that were formed by the silver long rod had appeared abruptly, and they covered the whole space completely. They then headed toward Jian Wushuang's shadows and covered them, causing every shadow to be pierced and dissipate straight after. In the end, only Jian Wushuang's real body alone was left. However, Jian Wushuang simply took a few simple strides and he easily avoided the rays of silver, glittering light that were heading toward him just like fish which were escaping hurriedly. His body then appeared in front of real god Tianming. The Blood Mountain sword was swung out instantly. The stroke contained a real god's divine power that Jian Wushuang could unleash at that very moment, as well as reincarnation power. Real god Tianming also held his rod with both his hands and he swung it abruptly. Bam! Jian Wushuang and real god Tianming's body were forced to retreat by quite a number of steps due to the impact. Reincarnation doctrine? Real god Tianming frowned and glanced at Jian Wushuang. Ha! Time to try this move. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. With a swing of his big hands, mighty reincarnation power appeared and changed into a gray air current. The gray air current was then combined and changed into a big gray world. Straight away after that, the gray world headed toward real god Tianming. That's reincarnation world? What a guy! This is only something an expert can execute when his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine is able to clear the third level of the doctrine palace. This Jian Wushuang is merely a universe god. However, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine has achieved the standards to clear the third level of the doctrine palace. Impressive! The experts who were observing the match from outside the fighting space could not help but be shocked. When real god Tianming saw such a scene, his eyes shrank. Power of all creation! Break! As real god Tianming shouted, within the fighting space, buzz green mist which could cover the sky burst forth. At the same time, vegetation appeared in the sky out of thin air with many tall and strong trees rising upward. In particular, the most humongous tree was at least over 10,000 feet tall. At that very moment, the whole fighting space became full of life and blocked off the gray world completely. This is life doctrine? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned grave. The vast heaven way was split into the Supreme Four Doctrines and the 9 Heaven God Doctrines. Within the Supreme Four Doctrines, apart from the Reincarnation Doctrine, Space-Time Doctrine and Extermination Doctrine, the last remaining doctrine was the Life Doctrine. For the Life Doctrine, life would grow and multiply endlessly. At that very moment, the move that real god Tianming had unleashed was one of the techniques of the life doctrine known as power of all creation. Jian Wushuang, I admit that your abilities are stronger than what I have expected. However, the end result will still be the same. Real god Tianming was surrounded by endless vegetation, and he had a huge amount of aura. With a swing of the silver long rod in his hands, rumble an enormous amount of vegetation around him stretched outward crazily and headed toward Jian Wushuang like spiritual snakes. Jian Wushuang's body was shrouded in sword essence. The sword essence then changed into numerous rays of sword lights in a split second and headed toward the spiritual snakes which were charging toward him. The spiritual snakes were torn apart by the rays of sword light into pieces. However, many spiritual snakes continued to attack, and it was endless as it seemed that they were growing and multiplying endlessly. It's useless. This is the life realm that real god Tianming's power of all creation created. The vegetation within the realm will grow and multiply endlessly. Even if they are cut off, they will grow again. Unless one is able to use brute force to destroy the whole life realm, real god Tianming will be invincible. Real god Tianming's comprehension of the life doctrine is too high, and it is probably very close to being able to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. Among the 27 picture scrolls of the Life Fairy Palace, he has most probably comprehended the 11th picture scroll completely already. Chapter 16:12 Defeat. Chapter 16:12 Defeat. The real gods who were watching the battle from outside of fighting space were exclaiming in surprise. They also knew how impressive real god Tianming's technique was. As long as the life realm existed, he would secure an invincible position. Virum! A fierce sword light swept and directly tore the soul snakes that swarmed over him into pieces, but at the next moment, there were more soul snakes that came straight ahead again. Humph! Jian Wushwang harumphed coldly, and there were crimson flames soaring up surrounding him. Suddenly it formed a vast sea of fire. And he was the emperor in the sea of fire. The life realm was engulfed among the sea of fire, but it didn't weaken it at all. This is never-ending. Jian Wushwang creased his eyebrows. It seems that I have to break his realm entirely. Then, Jian Wushwang held Blood Mountain's sword with both his hands and raised them up. The moment he raised the sword, there were sword shadows that crystallized one after another in the fighting space. The sword shadows were extremely huge. They were formed by a combination of Jian Wushwang's sword intention and his power of Heaven Wei. Along with Jian Wushwang's tremendous enhancement in comprehension towards Heaven Wei, the size of the sword shadows grew a lot bigger, and the power became a lot stronger. At that very moment, there were 16 sword shadows that appeared in the fighting space simultaneously. One should know that when Jian Wushwang first came to Thunderbolt Island, even if he gave his all, not only could he crystallize just 10 sword shadows, but their size and power also wasn't that huge. The 16 sword shadows floated in the air. Every single one of the sword shadows possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was sufficient for an ordinary eternal real god to deal with it solemnly. However, the next moment, the 16 sword shadows superposed at a terrifying speed. Jian Wushwang performed the power superposition skill. Hong! A brand new sword shadow appeared in the universe. The size of the sword shadow was a few times bigger than the 16 sword shadows, and the power, when the 10 sword shadows had superposed previously, the power had increased by 30 times. But then, when the 16 sword shadows superposed, the power had increased by 48 times impressively. Rumble. The moment the sword shadow appeared, the terrifying pressure pressed over wantonly. In the fighting space, real god Tianming, who was at the core of Life Realm, his pupils contracted at the sight of the sword shadow. Outside the fighting space, the real gods who were watching the battle revealed a shocked expression. This power, is it a rank 2 real god's strongest unique skill? The level of unique skill is undetermined, but, in terms of power, it has already reached rank 2 strongest. My goodness, a universe god has created a rank 2 real god's strongest unique skill? The real gods who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Plus, almost all of them were eternal real gods. Even among them, there were very few who had created rank 2 real god's strongest unique skills. After all, rank 2 real god's strongest unique skill was normally created by the eternal real gods on top. But then, they didn't know that the unique skill that Jian Wushwang had yet to reach the level in the actual face. It was power superposition skill that had enabled him to perform myriad waves and enhance the power to be compared favorably with a rank 2 real god's strongest unique skill. Be gone! Jian Wushwang's voice was cold, and the sword shadow that gave out terrifying pressure charged towards the life realm where real god Tianming was. There was a harsh gale, and real god Tianming's teeth were shivering. Bastard! Don't expect to defeat me! Hong! The entire fighting space shook vigorously, and real god Tianming in the life realm saw the flowers and plants that filled the sky suddenly grew luxuriantly, and gathered at a terrifying speed. In the end, it gathered into a strong hand of life. The hand contained boundless vigor, and under the manipulation of real god Tianming, it clawed the sword shadow that was slashing at lightning speed. At the same time, real god Tianming wielded a silver club in his hand. Under a flash of silver light, a huge club that seemed to extend from the ancient times suddenly shook heaven and earth and swung out. Very soon, both parties collided. The hand of life immediately caught the sword shadow that Jian Wushwang had thrown, but it didn't withstand it for long. Then, there was a cracking noise. The hand cracked from the middle, and in a short instance, the hand that gathered the power of life realm shattered. Then, the sword shadow continued to clash against the huge club that real god Tianming wielded. There was a loud bang as though there were 2 worlds that clashed against each other ferociously. The huge club instantly collapsed along with the life realm, along with real god Tianming's body. They were pressed down by the sword shadow. Virum! Everything in the fighting space suddenly quieted down. Jian Wushuang was still standing there without damage, and he slowly put Blood Mountain's sword into its scabbard. Before him, real god Tianming stood there, and his aura didn't weaken, but his face grew grave. Real god Tianming, you lost! Jian Wushuang's voice was calm. Real god Tianming heard what he said and his body quivered. Lost, he had really lost. Jian Wushuang pressed him down with just one stroke. The reason why he was standing there without damage was due to the fighting space. However, real god Tianming found it hard to accept the result. He couldn't imagine that in merely 1,500 years, Jian Wushuang's power had increased to such a level. Similarly, on Thunderbolt Island, I also went to Fairy Palace for comprehension. My improvement in the past 1,500 years wasn't small either. However, his improvement is obviously much greater than mine. Real god Tianming glared at Jian Wushuang. Sometimes, between people, there was really no comparison required. Real god Tianming thought he was a top genius. He was a void real god who reached the threshold of chaotic real god in comprehension of life doctrine, which was outstanding. However, Jian Wushuang was obviously more impressive than he was. I agreed to bet and I accept loss. 20 years of cultivation time in Fairy Palace, here you go. Real god Tianming said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Real god Tianming didn't speak again but turned to walk out of the fighting space. He had yet to leave the fighting space entirely, but he had noticed that there was a figure that had plunged into the fighting space from the corner of the battlefield. This is Monster King? Real god Tianming was stunned, and he stopped his steps instantly. The person was in a black robe and his face was cold. The most eye-catching part was his right cheek. It was covered in a black, secretive pattern, which was ferocious-looking. He came before real god Tianming and glanced at him. Top genius in four-symbol mansion lost to a universe god. Tianming, you're useless. Chapter 1613 The Monster King. Chapter 1613 The Monster King. The person who had come sneered at real god Tianming impolitely. Although real god Tianming was dissatisfied, he did not dare to talk back to him. Instead, he continued to head outside the fighting space. After real god Tianming left, only Jian Wushuang and the black-robed gloomy man remained in the fighting space. You are? Jian Wushuang looked toward the person in front of him with doubt. Monster King of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, the black-robed gloomy man said. Monster King? Jian Wushuang became shocked at once. Since he had stayed in the Thunderbolt Island for many years, he naturally knew about some experts in the Thunderbolt Island. Hence, he had heard of the Monster King before. The Monster King was an exceptional genius of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. At the same time, he was also recognized as the #1 void real god in the Thunderbolt Island as well as the whole eternal chaotic world. It was rumored that although he was only a void real god, his comprehension of the Heaven Way was at a higher level than a normal chaotic real god. Thus, he was definitely an exceptional genius. Although real god Tianming was someone who was extremely impressive among the void real gods, he was still incomparable to the Monster King. That was the reason real god Tianming did not talk back even though the Monster King sneered at him. Jian Wushuang, are you interested in having a duel with me? The Monster King stared at him. As for the stakes of the duel, we shall bet what you have bet with real god Tianming. How about it? No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded his head with a laugh. Since 20 years' time of training in the Fairy Palace was won from the duel, it can be considered worth it if it is used to fight with the #1 void real god. Oh? The Monster King raised the corners of his mouth. He had not expected Jian Wushuang to agree so easily. Since that's the case, let's fight. I will let you have the first move. Please show me your full power, the Monster King said. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony. A great amount of reincarnation power appeared immediately, changed into a huge gray world and headed toward the Monster King. Moreover, close to 100 shadows appeared from Jian Wushuang's body instantly, and every shadow shuttled back and forth in the void like a ghost. The Monster King stood at his position and allowed the gray world to attack him. However, when the gray world was about to cover him completely, rustle! All of a sudden, a thunderbolt which could cover the whole sky started to spread all around. These purple thunderbolts contained extremely violent power, and they smashed the gray world into pieces instantly. After that, they continued to spread and the whole fighting space turned into a purple thunderbolt pond in the blink of an eye. As Jian Wushuang's shadows were also within the purple thunderbolt pond, they were affected by the purple thunderbolt's power, and many of them dissipated. Even Jian Wushuang's real body, which was on the move, was flooded with the purple thunderbolt, and it experienced the baptism of the thunderbolt's power, which caused him to feel pain. What frightening power the thunderbolt has! The Monster King has probably comprehended the sacred thunder doctrine of the Nine Heaven God doctrine. Moreover, his level of comprehension is very high, and it definitely possesses the power to clear the fourth level of the Doctrine Palace. Jian Wushuang was amazed. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang realized abruptly that a dagger had appeared on the Monster King's hands at some point in time. That was a pitch-black dagger that was as black as Chinese ink. Although it looked normal, it was actually emitting a gloomy, cold luster. Jian Wushuang, your martial art motion is indeed not too bad. However, it's a pity that your level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine is too low. The Monster King laughed nonchalantly. All of a sudden, his body changed and he disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Where is he? Jian Wushuang released his soul power straight away. However, all of a sudden, his whole body was filled with fear as he realized that the Monster King had already appeared behind him. Moreover, the gloomy and cold dagger had already headed toward his body. This speed! Jian Wushuang's whole face was filled with disbelief. It was too fast. The Monster King's speed was too fast. To be more exact, his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine was really high. If Jian Wushuang's guess was not wrong, the Monster King's comprehension of the space-time doctrine was at a higher level than his comprehension of the Sacred Thunder Doctrine. For the Sacred Thunder Doctrine, the Monster King could at most clear the fourth level of the Doctrine Palace. However, for the space-time doctrine, he was probably already very close to the fifth level of the Doctrine Palace. With such frightening speed, Jian Wushuang could absolutely not block the attack in time. Hence, the dagger stabbed Jian Wushuang without any obstruction. Buzz! Waves were created on the void. Jian Wushuang stood at his position like before. However, the match had already ended. Jian Wushuang, an inverse cultivator. Even people from the outside world say that you are the #1 genius of the eternal chaotic world. However, looking at it now, you are nothing more than this. The Monster King sneered. With your abilities, you can only defeat trash at the level of real God Tianming at best. If you wish to compete with me, you are still very far away. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted and he was unaffected. He then said, I had no intention of challenging you from the beginning. Since I have lost now, I just need to find an opportunity in the future to beat you. After laughing, Jian Wushuang was not too concerned about the duel and he headed outside the fighting space straight away. As for the Monster King, as he stared at Jian Wushuang's back, his expression turned grave. As an exceptional genius, he is neither conceited nor rash, and he did not care about my taunting in the slightest bit. Moreover, his speed of growth is indeed frightening. He actually managed to defeat real God Tianming after being in the Thunderbolt Island for only 1,500 years. This Jian Wushuang is a very formidable opponent. Seems like I have to report this matter upwards to allow them to have a new assessment of Jian Wushuang so that they will get rid of such a hazard as soon as possible. The Monster King's eyes were filled with some murderous intent. However, he managed to conceal his murderous intent so well that no one realized it. After that, the Monster King also left the fighting space as if nothing had happened. After fighting with the Monster King, Jian Wushuang left the fighting space and he was moving around randomly in the Thunderbolt Island. The Monster King is indeed powerful. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. Discounting his divine power and unique skills, looking at his comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei alone, although a void real god like him was comprehending two Heaven Weis at the same time, both of them were actually at the level that was enough to clear the fourth level of the Doctrine Palace. In particular, his space-time doctrine was extremely close to the fifth level. He was indeed a monster. No wonder he was recognized as the number one among the void real gods. Jian Wushuang, you are actually more impressive than the Monster King. After all, you are only a universe god. A universe god's affinity toward the power of Heaven Wei cannot be compared to a real god at all. Moreover, a universe god also has its own limits. However, once you make a breakthrough to a real god, your comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei will no longer be restricted. After you have made a breakthrough to a real god, your level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei will definitely be greater than that of the Monster King. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. That is absolutely right. However, the fact is, I'm still incomparable to him now. Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. I wonder when I can make a breakthrough to become a real god. Jian Wushuang, since you have already attained the maximum achievement in each and every area, you are unable to improve any further. Hence, it will be useless for you to stay in the Thunderbolt Island. So, what plans do you have from now on? The King of Venomous Worms questioned. Chapter 16:14 Ancient God Sanctuary. Chapter 16:14 Ancient God Sanctuary. I've never thought about it. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. To him then, the most important thing was to break through and become real god. However, the only thing that he lacked to break through and become a real god was a breakthrough opportunity. Breakthrough opportunities came as they wished. It was uncertain and he didn't know what he needed to do next. As you don't have any plan, do what I said. Let's head to Ancient God's Sanctuary, King of Venomous Worms said. Ancient God's Sanctuary? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Where the ancient god resides? Yes. King of Venomous Worms nodded. In Eternal Chaotic World, there are not only you human cultivators, but there are also other special tribes. You humans have 10 cultivation sanctuaries while the special tribes have 4 sanctuaries too. Among the 4 sanctuaries, Ancient God Sanctuary is one of them. Ancient God Sanctuary naturally honors ancient gods. As you have the bloodline of Ancient God and it is royal ancient gods. It is a pity that you only have the bloodline but never inherit the complete ancient god. There are many massacre tricks and secret skill of ancient god that you don't know how to use, but when you arrive at Ancient God Sanctuary, you'll be able to obtain and master these techniques or secret skill. By then, you who are a royal ancient god will be able to give full play to corresponding power. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows at what King of Venomous Worms said. It was true that he was already a 5-star royal ancient god then, but when he was fighting against other people, he only triggered the power of ancient god to increase his attack power, or he would perform the ancient god unique skill that he had learned. Besides that, ancient god bloodline didn't bring about much greater help to him. It wasn't because the ancient god bloodline wasn't strong enough, but because he had no idea on how to use the power of ancient god. Back in Firmament Territory in Green Fire World, he stayed with an ancient god tribe for a while. However, the tribe was too weak. The strongest from the tribe was only a 3 or 4-star ancient god and they only possessed simple massacre tricks and secret skills. It could only be performed by a 3-star ancient god at most. Once one reached 4-star, it was hard to put them to use. Jian Wushuang was already a 5-star ancient god and he had already reached the limit of a 5-star ancient god. He was going to break through and become a 6-star ancient god soon. The previous massacre tricks and secret skills couldn't be put to use at all. Just then, he naturally needed to find ancient god massacre tricks and secret skills that were suitable for him. Then, he would be able to give full play to his royal ancient god bloodline. King of Venomous Worms, do you know where Ancient God's Sanctuary is? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course I do. Although it is rather far from your human 10 cultivation sanctuaries, Sanctuary Alliance definitely has a wormhole that connects directly to the surrounding of Ancient God's Sanctuary. You can ask Hall Master Yuan and Lineage of Star about it, he will tell you. King of Venomous Worms said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly, then he took out the token to communicate with Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, you want to go to Ancient God's Sanctuary? Hall Master Yuan looked surprised. Yes, Jian Wushuang said. I have the bloodline of Ancient God and I am at a pretty high level. It's a pity that I have no way to give full play to my bloodline. So, I have to make a trip there personally. But you're only a universe god. The Ancient God's Sanctuary is where the special tribes reside. In Eternal Chaotic World, although Sanctuary Alliance is supreme, they wouldn't be able to get involved with the matter regarding the special tribes' sanctuaries. Hence, if you were to run into any danger in Ancient God's Sanctuary, even Sanctuary Alliance couldn't do anything about it, Hall Master Yuan said. I know. But my power already reached the limit of a universe god and there was no room for improvement anymore. I do not know how long it will take until I break through and become real god. Hence, I can only head over there, Jian Wushuang said. I see. Hall Master Yuan understood. As you have already decided, go ahead. However, the distance of Ancient God's Sanctuary is quite far from our human 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Although Sanctuary Alliance has a wormhole that connects to the surrounding of Ancient God's Sanctuary, the connection point of the wormhole is located in Sorrowful Region. If you were to depart from Thunderbolt Island, it would take at least 100 years to get to Sorrowful Region. Plus, for the 100 years you would only be passing by some dark void. Oh? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes as he understood the meaning behind what Hall Master Yuan had said. He knew that his identity as an inverse cultivator had been exposed, and there were many people who were keeping watch of him. Not only the enemies of Lineage of Star, but also some dark forces. The dark forces would seize any chance to take action against him. Jian Wushuang, how about this? Stay for a little longer on Thunderbolt Island. Not for very long, a dozen years at most. Then I will send a message to you and you can depart right after that, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then, he started waiting on Thunderbolt Island. Of course, when he waited, he wouldn't stay idle but he went to look for some opportunities for comprehension on Thunderbolt Island. It was a pity that he couldn't increase his power even though he found opportunities. In the blink of an eye, 13 years flew past. Jian Wushuang, you can depart to Sorrowful Region now. Remember, do not take a wormhole when you leave, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. All right. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although he was confused, he didn't ask. Jian Wushuang trusted Hall Master Yuan very much. Jian Wushuang departed from Thunderbolt Island that day, and he didn't take a wormhole when he left but relied on going on foot. Jian Wushuang had just left and the people who had been watching him immediately received the news. Thunderbolt Island, at the peak of a lofty mountain, a grim-faced man in a black robe, Monster King, stood there. There was a chilly gleam in his eyes as a token appeared in his hand. Jian Wushuang has already left Thunderbolt Island. The message was spread at the fastest speed possible. In the starry night in a black hole, there was a dark palace floating in the middle of a dark land. A man in a black robe flashed and appeared in the hall. He shouted at the same time. Jian Wushuang on the first priority must kill list already left Thunderbolt Island. He is moving towards the direction of Sorrowful Region. Sorrowful Region? What is Jian Wushuang going to do there? A hoarse voice reverberated in the hall, but no one knew where the person was. He went to Sorrowful Region alone? Yes, and he didn't leave by taking the wormhole. The man in the black robe replied politely. He didn't take the wormhole? Did he intentionally bait us? The hoarse voice paused and then commanded. Inform the First Blood Shadow Troop to follow him immediately. Send Protector Yi together. Let him find out if there were experts of Sanctuary Alliance at the surroundings before launching an attack. If there is, immediately retreat. Chapter 16:15 Nine Great King Cities. Chapter 16:15 Nine Great King Cities. Amidst the sky of endless darkness, an airship from the outside world was moving at an amazing speed. Jian Wuxuang was within the airship, closed off from the outside world. What he needed to do was to get into the wormhole at the sorrowful region. As for the other matters, he believed that Hall Master Yuan had made preparations for him already. Tens of years later, he passed by a region known as the Heaven-Moon Milky Way. The region was the only way for him to get to the sorrowful region. However, at that very moment, there were a few blood-robed men gathered in the void somewhere in the Heaven-Moon Milky Way. Target locked on. We can strike at any moment, one of the blood-robed men said softly. There is no need to rush. A dark old man with almond-shaped eyes in the crowd shook his head. Give me some time. After that, the dark old man with almond-shaped eyes closed his eyes. The remaining blood-robed men waited quietly, and no one was suspicious of the dark old man in the slightest. After some time, the dark old man opened his eyes fiercely, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Retreat immediately! As soon as the words left his mouth, the dark old man and the blood-robed men beside him changed into crimson light and flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, all of them disappeared completely. Not long after those people left, swoosh! A black-armored big man, who was carrying a thick, heavy and huge saber had appeared at the void. Moreover, his icy-cold eyes were scanning the surroundings. Humph! This group of rascals is really fast at running. The big man gave a cold hum. After that, with a change of his body, he disappeared from his location. Jian Wuxuang was clueless about what had transpired at that location. He merely continued to head toward the sorrowful region, and his trip was a smooth one with no hindrances. After 90 years, he arrived at the sorrowful region. With the aid of the wormhole within the sorrowful region, he set off toward the ancient god sanctuary. The ancient god sanctuary was one of the 4 sanctuaries that were occupied by special clans. Similarly, the ancient god sanctuary was a vast piece of land. However, it was still different from the human cultivators' 10 sanctuaries, as the ancient god sanctuary was not split into different lands. This is the ancient god sanctuary? Jian Wuxuang set foot on the ground of the ancient god sanctuary. His eyes were observing the surroundings so that he could feel the environment around him. He could feel that the training environment in the ancient god sanctuary was not any different from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. There are 2 people within the detecting range of my soul power as of the very moment. However, I am unable to feel the aura of the bloodline of the ancient god from them. Could it be that they are people from other clans? Jian Wuxuang said surprisingly. In the ancient god sanctuary, even though the ancient gods are the masters, there are also many other special clans present. Among the special clans, some of them have formed tribes, while some of them have survived by affiliating themselves with the ancient gods. Comparing numbers, there are a lot more of the special clans compared to the ancient gods. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wuxuang's mind. Is that so? Jian Wuxuang understood. In the ancient god sanctuary, some of the ancient gods will also survive in a tribe of their own. However, there are even more ancient gods that are gathered in the 9 great king cities. The 9 great king cities can be said to the 9 strongest powerhouses of the ancient god sanctuary, the king of venomous worms said. The 9 strongest powerhouses? In other words, the ancient god clan is not a completely unified clan? Jian Wuxuang asked with astonishment. That's right, the king of venomous worms said. A long time ago, that is, an unknown number of years ago, during the most ancient period of time, there was an ancient god emperor within the ancient god clan, and he possessed the supreme bloodline of emperors, as well as extremely powerful abilities. That time, the ancient god clan had him as their leader, and it was indeed a complete clan. However, ever since the ancient god emperor disappeared or after he died, the ancient god clan divided and became the 9 great king cities. The 9 great king cities has always been ruled by the royal ancient god clan, which stood at the top of the ancient god clan. For example, My previous master King Luozhen was an 8-star royal ancient god, and he definitely stood at the top of the pyramid of the ancient god clan. As such, he occupied a great king city. Moreover, he also had a few 7-star ancient gods and many 6-star gods under him. However, after King Luozhen fell, his king city was naturally occupied by other royal ancient gods. King of Venomous Worms, the 7-star ancient god of the ancient god clan, is already at the level of an almighty, right? Jian Wushuang questioned abruptly. Yes, he's an almighty. However, when compared to the human being sanctuary, he is just a normal almighty who is at a level similar to that of the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain. As for 8-star ancient gods, they are of the same level as the founder of the lineage of Star. The king of Venomous Worms said. In other words, a great king city of the ancient god sanctuary has a few normal almighties as well as an 8-star ancient god who is comparable to the Star Palace Master? Jian Wushuang questioned. That's right. The king of Venomous Worms nodded its head. Gosh. One king city is already like this. If it were 9 great king cities and the ancient god clan becomes unified and comes together, how powerful would they be? Jian Wushuang could not help but think about it. At the very least, they would be more powerful than a sanctuary of the human beings. The king of Venomous Worms said bluntly. That's highly possible. Jian Wushuang was speechless. Oh right. If the 8-star ancient gods within the ancient god clan is at the level of the Star Palace Master, then how about 9-star ancient gods? Is the ancient god emperor who unified the ancient god clan as one a 9-star ancient god? 9-star ancient gods. The king of Venomous Worms remained silent for some time. He then said, 9-star ancient gods are of the emperor level in human beings' terms. However, ancient gods of such a level are extremely rare. From what I know, in the history of the ancient god clan, only 2 9-star ancient gods have appeared before. One of them perished during a great battle. As for the remaining one, I am also not very sure if he is still in the ancient god clan. As for the ancient god emperor, it is said that he is a 10-star ancient god. 10-star? Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. 9-star ancient gods were equivalent to that of emperor-level human cultivators. As for emperors, they were the masters of the sanctuaries, as well as the greatest existences of the Sanctuary Alliance. Hence, 10 stars must definitely be above emperors. What kind of level was that? Of course, 10 stars are merely a legend, and I myself have no idea whether it was really achieved. In the whole ancient god clan, there are probably very few people who know about this. After all, the ancient god emperor's generation was from an extremely long time ago. The king of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. Jian Wushuang, you should first ask the 2 people who belong to a special clan to find out where we are now. The king of Venomous Worms said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. After that, he headed in the direction of the 2 auras which were within the detecting range of his soul power. In the vast sky, 2 shadows were flying toward the front slowly. The 2 people had huge physiques and they were over 2 meters tall. Moreover, their skins were dark red in color, and there was also a horn on their foreheads. As such, it was obvious that they were from the same clan. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the 2 of them. Eh? The 2 dark red-skinned, horned men became vigilant at once. No need to panic. I only wished to ask both of you for directions. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. Chapter 1616 Gu Jian. Chapter 1616 Gu Jian. Ask for directions? The 2 unicorn men with maroon skin exchanged a look, and one of them immediately laughed. It's easy if you want to ask for directions. If you can defeat the 2 of us, my brother and I will tell you everything we know no matter what you ask. Oh? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He was only asking for directions, but he had to first defeat the 2 of them? Jian Wushuang, there are many special tribes in ancient god land, and most of the special tribes are extremely valiant. No matter what happens, they speak with their fists. The 2 of them are top universe gods too. They saw that they were on the same level as you are, so they wanted to fight a battle with you. King of Venomous Worms explained. I see. Jian Wuxuang understood and he said with a smile. If so, please go first. My brother and I, you pick one. The unicorn man, who was the elder brother, said. There's no need for trouble. The two of you can fight against me at the same time. Jian Wuxuang smiled. So arrogant. Brother, as he has already said so, let us team up and teach him a lesson then. All right. The two unicorn men with maroon skin reached a mutual agreement and immediately moved together. Just as they moved, Hong! Hong! The earth instantly shattered. The two of them were originally 2 meters tall, but that instant, they increased their height to 12 meters tall. Just like two mountains, they pounded at Jian Wuxuang straight away. Interesting. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly and moved. He appeared before a small mountain and punched casually with one first. The older unicorn man was burning with rage and he clenched his fist and pounded fiercely. Bang! The size of two fists that weren't proportionate collided. After he let out a groan, the unicorn man with a mountain-like body suddenly rolled out. Jian Wuxuang moved again but appeared above the head of another unicorn man. He pointed with his index finger and pressed on his head. Lie down! Hong! The ground under the unicorn man suddenly sunk and his body was pressed down by Jian Wuxuang entirely. He couldn't move an inch. After a short duration, the battle ended. The two of you, do you admit defeat? Jian Wuxuang looked at the two people before him. The two people resumed their original look of 2 meters tall. The two of them looked at Jian Wuxuang in astonishment. Your strength is that strong? The older unicorn man exclaimed. My brother and I are members of Fire Demon Tribe. We, Fire Demon Tribe, are good at strength and we are at the same level as you are. But when we met force with force, we were cornered by you. In Ancient God Sanctuary, to be able to win against Fire Demon Tribe of the same realm, should only be Ancient God and those Ancient God with extremely pure bloodline. I am really an Ancient God, Jian Wuxuang admitted. So can you answer my questions now? Of course, mister. Go ahead and ask whatever questions you want, the older unicorn man said. In Ancient God's sanctuary, many tribes spoke with power. Jian Wuxuang's power was much stronger than theirs. They naturally admitted their defeat. I'd like to know where in the region of Ancient God's sanctuary is this, and where is the nearest city? Jian Wuxuang asked. In a short while, Jian Wuxuang got the answer that he wanted. The two Fire Demon tribesmen left right after as well. Jian Wuxuang, let's go to the nearest city, Gu King City, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wuxuang nodded and immediately went in the direction that the two Fire Demon tribe had given to go to the nearest Gu King City. Gu King City, one of the 9 ancient god cities, and most of the ancient gods in the city shared the surname Gu. Among the ancient god tribe, their surname was the symbol of their identity. There were many surnames among ancient gods, but there weren't many royal surnames that existed among the royal ancient gods. The surname Gu was one of the surnames of royal ancient gods. Gu King City was huge and crowded with experts. There were many experts from those special tribes, but there were a lot more of ancient gods. In Gu King City, there were more than 10 million ancient gods that resided there. The ancient gods with the surname Gu took up at least 50%. Jian Wuxuang came to Gu King City. On the streets of Gu King City, Jian Wuxuang could see many people shuttling to and fro. Some of the figures had a normal human appearance, some were ancient god bodies a few meters tall, and there were also various other tribes. By the side of the streets, he saw lofty buildings. The buildings were huge. The ancient gods were tall and brawny after all. Jian Wuxuang, as you came to Ancient God Tribe, give yourself an ancient god name. Otherwise, your name as Jian Wuxuang will be strange and you might attract attention inevitably. King of Venomous Worms reminded. Jian Wuxuang nodded. He thought and he had an idea. The ancient gods in Gu King City mostly have the surname Gu. So, I shall use Gu as my surname. I'll just name myself Gu Jian. Simple. As long as it sounds like an ancient god's name, it will do. King of Venomous Worms didn't care. Oh yeah, I remember back when I met ancient god tribes back in Firmament Territory in Green Fire World, most of them has the surname Gu as well. Their leader, King Gu Tong, was a 7-star royal ancient god. I wonder if they are related to Gu King City, Jian Wushuang muttered. As they are ancient gods with the surname Gu, they are definitely related to Gu King City, King of Venomous Worms said. If so, that'd be interesting. I wonder if I will run into those ancient gods in Gu King City that I met back then in Firmament Territory. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. Don't bother with that just yet. First, go and register for training examination of Ancient God Palace that happens every century, King of Venomous Worms said. Training examination of Ancient God Palace? What's that? Jian Wushuang was confused. Ancient God Palace is a place specifically for cultivating ancient gods' secret skills and massacre unique skills. There's 9 great king cities and every city has an ancient god palace and they teach 5-star and 6-star ancient gods' secret skill and unique skill in ancient god palace. The lowest requirement to enter ancient god palace is 5-star ancient god that passed 3 ancient gods test. You happen to fulfill the criteria, King of Venomous Worms said. In other words, if I want to cultivate ancient gods' secret skills and unique skills that are suitable for my current level, I have to enter Ancient God Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Besides Ancient God Palace, there is almost no hope to get any secret skill for a 5-star Ancient God or above within Ancient God Sanctuary. Just like some Ancient God tribe in Ancient God Sanctuary, they have some secret skills and unique skills for Ancient Gods internally, but the levels are too low. Understood. Jian Wushuang understood and he walked into the ancient god palace of Gu King City. Chapter 16-17 3 Secret Skills, 4 Unique Skills. Chapter 16-17 3 Secret Skills, 4 Unique Skills. In the ancient god palace, at the place of registration for the examination. Your name? An old married woman sitting behind a desk said. Gu Jian, Jian Wushuang said. Which king do you wish to be under? The old married woman continued to question him. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and he complained in his mind. King of Venomous Worms, you did not tell me that such a question would be asked during registration. I have not been to the ancient god sanctuary for so many years. How could I know the ancient god palace would change its rules? The king of Venomous Worms curled his lips and said. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders and took a deep breath. King Gu Tong. Jian Wushuang was unable to confirm whether King Gu Tong was a royal ancient god of the Gu King City. However, since he did not know of any other kings, he could only summon up his courage and try his luck. King Gu Tong? The old married woman raised her head and glanced at Jian Wushuang with surprise. However, she still wrote down the name Gu Jian on a jade bamboo strip. Take this jade bamboo strip and come back 30 years later to participate in the assessment. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. After taking the jade bamboo strip, he left immediately. Looks like King Gu Tong is indeed a 7-star ancient god of the Gu King City. Jian Wushuang giggled. Perhaps so, the King of Venomous Worms said. Oh right. King of Venomous Worms, you said that the secret skills and close-quarter combat unique skills that are suitable for an ancient god like me to learn are within the ancient god palace. However, what kind of secret skills and unique skills are there? Jian Wushuang questioned with curiosity. He had only come for the sake of the secret skills and unique skills. As such, he needed to have a basic understanding of the secret skills and unique skills. In the ancient god clan, the 3 secret skills and the 4 unique skills are best suited for 5-star, 6-star and even 7-star ancient gods. The 3 secret skills are the thunder attracting skill, star destruction skill and the moon picking skill. The 3 secret skills are known as remarkable abilities that can shake the whole universe. Back then, as an 8-star ancient god, my old master King Luozhen had mastered these 3 secret skills completely. Moreover, these 3 secret skills were one of the greatest powers that he relied on. As for the 4 unique skills, they are skills used specially for close-quarters combat. They are similar to those unique skills created by human beings by comprehending the power of Heaven Way. However, the ancient gods are strong in terms of their bodies and the strength that they possess. As for the power of Heaven Way, they have never really studied it. Hence, within the ancient god clan, there are very few people who are able to comprehend the power of Heaven Way. Even if they were able to comprehend it, they would only be able to comprehend a general portion of it. However, even without the aid of the power of Heaven Way, with just the unreasonable power of bloodline within their own bodies and these 4 unique skills, the clansmen of the ancient gods would not be weaker than a human being of similar realm. Moreover, they might even be slightly stronger, the king of venomous worms said. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang exclaimed in admiration. The ancient god clan possessed powerful bodies, which were their greatest advantage. However, their comprehension of the power of Heaven Way was incomparable to human beings. In spite of that, even without comprehending the power of Heaven Way at all, the ancient gods could also possess unparalleled abilities. Not only that, they could also achieve a level that could be compared to the human beings' almighties and even emperor-level super experts. The finger-type ancient god unique skill that I grasped as a result of obtaining the memory of inheritance previously, is it considered one of the 4 unique skills? Jian Wushuang asked. That's right. The finger skill that you grasped is the ancient god's finger of the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills. However, what you have obtained is merely the first 6 fingers of the ancient god's finger. Under normal circumstances, a 6-star ancient god would be able to use these 6 fingers. However, there are still 3 final fingers remaining for this finger skill, and they can only be used by 7-star ancient gods. The king of venomous worms said. As expected. There are 3 stronger fingers. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. Among the unique skills of the ancient god clan, he had quite a good understanding of the ancient god's finger. Moreover, the ancient god's finger was indeed powerful, and it even became Jian Wushuang's strongest attack move at one point in time. However, within the ancient god clan, there were still 3 other unique skills and the 3 secret skills which could be compared to the ancient god's finger. As he thought about it, Jian Wushuang started to feel excited. I have to pass that assessment 30 years later and enter the ancient god palace. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. For the 30 years, Jian Wushuang had stayed within the Gu King's city and trained quietly. To Jian Wushuang of that very moment, 30 years' time was just a split second and it would be over quickly. In the ancient god palace, there were hundreds of figures standing on the drill ground. There were males and females among the figures. However, their physiques were big in general. Jian Wushuang was within the crowd as well. Compared to others, his body was obviously a lot smaller. Isn't there a lot of people? Jian Wushuang was looking at the surrounding people. All those people were ancient gods. Moreover, they were 5-star ancient gods who had cleared the ancient god test of the 3rd heaven. Hence, in terms of realm, they were the same as Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! An indifferent man, who was above 5 meters tall and glowing with silver light, appeared in front of everyone. The indifferent man was a 6-star, silver-armored ancient god, and he was equivalent to a real god of human beings. Moreover, he was an eternal real god. The assessment this time around will consist of 3 stages. Those who are able to pass all 3 stages will be able to stay in the ancient god palace. As for failures, you can come back again after 10,000 years. The indifferent man's voice spread across the crowd. All the ancient gods on the martial arts training ground could not help but clench their fists. The ancient god assessment. Although it would be held once every 100 years, if the participating ancient gods failed the assessment this time around, they would have to wait for another 10,000 years before being able to participate in the assessment a second time. That was the ancient god palace's rules. Jian Wushuang, let me remind you that this is the ancient god clan and you are participating in the ancient god assessment. Hence, during the assessment later, you had better not use your divine power as well as the comprehension of the power of Heaven Way. You have to use only ancient god power and techniques of ancient gods to pass this assessment. The king of venomous worms said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Now let the first assessment begin. The indifferent man's voice spread throughout the area. The expressions of all the ancient gods on the martial arts training ground became serious, and they were also extremely nervous. However, the indifferent man only announced the start of the first assessment, not its content. At the moment when all the ancient gods were feeling puzzled, rumble. A frightening power exerted pressure on everyone. The power contained pressure from an extremely pure bloodline, as well as aura, and it was placed on top of everyone like a lofty mountain. The real gods on the martial arts training ground were under great pressure from the weight, and some of them were caught by surprise. Hence, 4 of them crouched down straight away. By crouching down, they had failed the assessment. What powerful pressure! This pressure should be released by top 6-star ancient gods, which are equivalent to chaotic real gods of the human beings. Moreover, the bloodline of this ancient god is extremely pure, and he should be a gold-armored ancient god, Jian Wushuang said. As the people present were only 5-star ancient gods, they naturally had difficulty resisting the pressure released by a top 6-star gold-armored ancient god with his full power. Chapter 16:18 Beating the Drum 24 Times. Chapter 16:18 Beating the Drum 24 Times. In the martial arts battlefield, many ancient gods were overwhelmed by the great pressure, but they didn't give up. Jian Wushuang also appeared to be struggling, but he was actually faking it. With his strength and mind power, Jian Wushuang could easily handle it even if a 6-star silver-armored ancient god released the pressure solely toward him. To him it was like a piece of cake. Bang! Many competitors fell down. Just a moment later, half of the ancient gods failed the game and quit. The rest of the participants, except Jian Wushuang, were all struggling with great difficulty. At that moment, the great pressure dissipated all of a sudden. All of the competitors felt relieved. They were so tired that they laid down and panted heavily. Jian Wushuang was still standing and appeared red in the face. There was only one person still standing in addition to Jian Wushuang. He was 2 meters tall and had eyes filled with golden light. The man was looking at Jian Wushuang curiously. He is the only one who is standing as I do. He seems highly strong, the young man muttered. The first round of the game has ended. Competitors who have passed can have a rest for half an hour, and the second round will begin. A powerful god was presiding over the game. The people who passed the first round of tests on the battlefield immediately took time to recover. After half an hour, the ancient gods had almost restored their power to their peaks. At that time, the 8 ancient gods carried a huge drum and slowly walked towards the battlefield. The drums? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. This is Myriad Beast's drum, the unique drum of the ancient gods, King of Venomous Worms said. Except Jian Wushuang, other competitors apparently had a clear idea of what the drum was. I don't think I should say anything more about the second round, given that you are all familiar with Myriad Beast's drum. Every candidate goes to beat the drum one by one, and he beats as many times as possible, the god presiding over the game said. The first ancient god came forward. Bang! 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 The ancient god beat 3 times in the beginning, and the sound was thunderous. Then he apparently slowed down but kept going. After 12 times, the ancient god tried to knock again, but this time, when the drumsticks knocked on the drums, there was no sound. It is not a good performance, King of Venomous Worms commented. Oh? Jian Wushuang wondered how much he could achieve. He didn't think that the drum was easy to beat. After that, one ancient god after another came forward and knocked on the drum, but most of them beat only 13 to 18 times. The best candidate was the 2-meter-tall young man, who beat 21 times. The first ancient god to beat over 20 times. After the young man beat 20 times, the host could not help but nod at him slightly to show his appreciation. Finally, it was Jian Wushuang's turn. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang came in front of the drum. Jian Wushuang, the Beast King drum is not uncommon in the ancient god sanctuary. Not only the Gu King city, but also some of the ancient god tribes have the existence of their Beast King drums, so these participants must have beat the drum many times. They know how to control the power properly, but you are different. It is the first time for you to beat the drum. So spare no efforts to beat the drum by using your ancient god power. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang took the drumsticks and started to generate his ancient god power. Boom! The first time Jian Wushuang beat the Beast King drum, he realized that he couldn't act as coherently as the other ancient gods. After only one stroke, he had to pause for a while, but the drum put out a heavy sound. He felt a great resistance force when he was beating. It seems that I have to counter the great force in order to beat the drum. Hey! 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 After 4 consecutive beats, Jian Wushuang felt that the resistance was getting stronger and stronger. Just do your best. Jian Wushuang then generated his ancient god power to the limit, followed by several sounds of the drum beating. The drum was resounding in this martial arts field. After a while, Jian Wushuang had beat for 20 times. The resistance of the drum had reached an extremely high level, and Jian Wushuang had to admit that he couldn't use his power properly. In fact, I once beat the Beast King drum when I didn't have that much ancient god power, and I know that I don't need to use so much ancient god power. At least 50% of my power is wasted. Jian Wushuang shook his head smilingly, but he didn't care that much actually. Anyway, he continued to use the rest of his power to beat the drum. Hey! 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 Another 4 beats. When the 5th beat was made, Jian Wushuang was completely exhausted. The drumsticks tapped on the drum, but there was no sound. Jian Wushuang's final result was 24. Jian Wushuang, with the high purity of your blood lineage and the ancient god power you have, if you knew how to use your power properly and didn't waste so much power, you could have completely finished beating even 30 times. King of Venomous Worms said. Haha, indeed, but it doesn't matter, as long as I can pass this game. Jian Wushuang smiled. Many ancient gods participating in the game, including the youth with golden eyes who had beaten the drum 21 times, all widened their eyes and looked at the sword with amazement. Chapter 16-19 Undying Demon Ape. Chapter 16-19 Undying Demon Ape. 24 sounds? This person actually sounded the Beast King drum 24 times? His ancient god power is so thick and rich. Moreover, his bloodline is definitely extremely pure. The ancient gods around the area were exclaiming with admiration. It should be known that the golden-haired youth, who was the strongest among them, had only managed to sound the drum 21 times. In addition, it would get even harder to sound the Beast King drum the more times it was sounded. Where did this person come from? Why have I not heard of him before? The golden-haired youth frowned. Even the indifferent man who was hosting the assessment glanced at Jian Wushuang and smiled at him. Not bad. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. In a split second, the second assessment was over. Anyone who had managed to sound the Beast King drum at least 16 times would be able to enter the third assessment. With that, the ancient gods in the assessment were reduced by more than half. In the end, only 10 ancient gods remained for the third assessment. Amidst these 10 ancient gods, the most dazzling person was naturally Jian Wushuang, followed by the golden-haired youth. We shall rest for 2 days so that all of you can recover your ancient god power. The third assessment shall begin 2 days later, the indifferent man said. The 10 remaining ancient gods then started to recover their ancient god power immediately. After all, they had exhausted all their ancient god power to sound the Beast King drum moments ago. Under normal circumstances, the ancient gods would definitely be unable to recover their ancient god power fully in 2 days' time. However, the ancient gods present were top 5-star ancient gods who had cleared the ancient god test of the third heaven. Hence, they had been recognized by the plenilin. By relying on the plenilin inside their bodies to recover their power, they would definitely be able to achieve their peak within 2 days, or even less than 2 days. At the same time when they were recovering their ancient god power, the golden-haired youth came beside Jian Wushuang. I am Gu Jin and I am under King Du Yi. The golden-haired youth introduced himself. Gu Jian and I am under King Gu Tong, Jian Wushuang said. King Gu Tong? The golden-haired youth revealed a surprised expression. You are a clansman of King Gu Tong? That's right. Is there a problem? Jian Wushuang said. No problem. It's just that I did not expect that among the clansmen of King Gu Tong, there would actually still be an outstanding clansman like you. Gu Jin gasped with admiration. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He could tell that the clansmen of King Gu Tong who he had mentioned seemed to be in a bad situation. It's really impressive that you are able to sound the Beast King drum 24 times. Among the 5-star ancient gods in the whole Gu King city, there are probably very few people who can compete with you. However, sounding the Beast King drum merely requires the richness and thickness of the ancient god power as well as the purity of the bloodline. It is not really affected by our own fighting capabilities. Gu Jin stared at Jian Wushuang. If nothing goes wrong, the third assessment later on should be actual combat. If there's an opportunity then, let's have a fair competition. Gu Jin's eyes were filled with excitement, and there was a fighting intent hidden deep inside his eyes. It was obvious that he did not feel that he was not as outstanding as Jian Wushuang. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head while laughing. 2 days' time passed by in a flash. Everyone had made a full recovery, and they were at their peaks. The eyes of the indifferent man who was hosting the assessment looked around the surrounding and his voice was extremely loud. The third assessment is actual combat, and your opponent is over there. Under the guidance of the indifferent man, the participants saw a few ancient gods carrying a giant iron cage together, and they were walking toward the martial arts training ground. Upon arriving at the martial arts training ground, the ancient gods removed the black cloth on the cage and revealed the 3 humongous animals within the cage. For the 3 humongous animals, each of them was at least 100 feet tall. Moreover, their entire bodies were filled with pitch-black hair, and they looked like giant apes. However, they had a total of 4 arms and every arm was unusually thick. These are undying demon apes. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. I did not expect the ancient god palace of the Gu King city to actually use undying demon apes as your opponents for the assessment. This is going to be interesting. The indifferent man at the center of the martial arts training ground continued to speak. All of you will take turns to fight against these 3 undying demon apes. You have 10 breaths time. As long as you are able to defeat these 3 undying demon apes within this time limit, you will pass this assessment. Now, the first. One ancient god walked up immediately, and in no time, he started to fight against the 3 undying demon apes. As soon as they fought, Jian Wushuang could tell that although the 3 undying demon apes had extremely big physiques, their abilities were not strong and they were similar to top universe gods. However, when the 3 undying demon apes unleashed their powers, they would at most be slightly stronger than a top universe god of the 3rd heaven of the human beings. Moreover, the 3 undying demon apes had never touched the power of heaven way before. Hence, their close-quarters combat techniques were sloppy. The undying demon ape is a weak clan, right? Compared to other special clans, it seems to be a lot weaker. Jian Wushuang murmured. Jian Wushuang, you're wrong. The undying demon ape is not a weak clan. On the contrary, it is a top clan. Within the ancient god sanctuary, apart from the ancient god clan, there are the 8 top clans which are considered the strongest. As for the 8 top clans, the undying demon ape clan is one of them. The king of venomous worms said. Top clan? Even though they are clearly not strong? Jian Wushuang said with surprise. Indeed, they are not strong. However, they possess special abilities. Just wait and see. The king of venomous worms laughed. Jian Wushuang observed thoroughly. At that very moment, the ancient god in the battlefield struck the head of an undying demon ape with a very big fist of his fiercely, and his unreasonable strength smashed the head of the undying demon ape straight away. Under normal circumstances, when the head was smashed, the being would be completely dead. However, after some time, the head of the undying demon ape regenerated. This is... Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. The undying demon ape. Could it be that they have the ability to not die? Not die. That's not true. Jian Wushuang, as an inverse cultivator, back then when you were at the stage of eternal realm, wasn't the ability that you possessed immortality as well? Although the special ability of the undying demon ape is slightly inferior to your immortality, it is still very close to it. Thus, if you want to kill an undying demon ape, unless you use a great technique to annihilate its body completely, otherwise it will regenerate quickly, the king of venomous worms said. I see. Jian Wushuang exclaimed with admiration. He finally knew why the undying demon apes were known as one of the top clans. Their undying ability was really a bit too frightening. With such an ability, the 3 undying demon apes which were top universe gods would be fine as long as they did not come across experts that were at the level of top void real gods and above. However, if the normal void real god were to come across the undying demon apes, it would be very difficult for the void real god to kill them. Since the undying demon apes' ability to remain alive was so strong, they would continue to multiply and their numbers would naturally increase. As they continued to grow, they would be able to become a top clan. 10 breaths time is up! The indifferent man who was hosting the assessment shouted. With that, the battle stopped straight away and the ancient god who fought first walked down with his face filled with bitterness. Chapter 1620 Pass the Test. Chapter 1620 Pass the Test. Next one! The third round of tests continued, and each ancient god went up one by one to fight the 3 undying demon apes. Although undying demon apes were not so strong, they still posed a great challenge for the ancient gods as participants could beat them within 10 breaths. Soon more than a dozen ancient gods had taken the challenge, but only one person had passed the test. At that time, the youth with golden eyes appeared. Gu Jian, let's have a competition and see who can beat those apes in the shortest time. Gu Jian also said to Jian Wushuang before he took the challenge. Okay. Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. Gu Jian was obviously stronger than other ancient gods who had participated in the test, not only in terms of purity of his blood but also in his fighting skills. In just 6 breaths, the 3 undying demon apes were defeated by Gu Jian. 6 breaths. Gu Jian was obviously quite satisfied with his performance. It is your turn, Gu Jian. Gu Jian walked down and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled and went up. The 3 undying demon apes' eyes were full of aggression and endless hate when they stared at the sword. They were imprisoned by those from the ancient god clan and had suffered humiliation. They were therefore resentful to ancient gods from ancient god clan. Therefore, every time they fought against the ancient gods, they all tried their best to kill their enemies, but always failed. Jian Wushuang, you can use your ancient god power to defeat them, King of Venomous Worms suggested. Yeah, Jian Wushuang agreed. Get started, the host announced. In the blink of an eye, 3 undying demon apes rushed straight toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang calmly generated his great ancient god power into his right index finger. Ancient god's 4th finger, god test! He pointed his powerful index finger to the apes. Bang! The surrounding space was smashed and the whole universe went dark. In the darkness, a giant finger came into existence from the distant sky. It's... Everyone was shocked. Is it ancient god 4th finger? Even the prominent judge was surprised and frowned. Generally, cultivators could only learn the unique skill of ancient god finger in ancient god palace and 9 great king cities. Though several ancient god tribes also had this unique skill, they had no more than the first 3 finger skills. However, Jian Wushuang used the 4th one. Has he learned the skill from the ancient god palace? The host wondered. The giant finger that had the power to ruin the earth stretched out, and Jian Wushuang used the finger to attack undying demon apes, who couldn't resist at all. In an instant, 3 undying demon apes were torn apart by the terrifying power. The power of this finger finally fell completely, the battlefield calmed down, and the undying demon apes began to recover. Okay, just with my ancient god power, I can't kill these 3 undying demon apes, Jian Wushuang said. But he didn't care. He had successfully finished what the game had required. As for the time spent, only a breath. Yes, Jian Wuxuang had defeated the 3 undying demon apes only with a 1 breath's time. Gu Jin felt mixed feelings when he saw Jian Wuxuang's performance. I thought that I was good to beat the undying demon apes with 6 breaths, but this guy used only 1 breath, and he is even able to use the ancient god 4th finger. How is it possible? How did he get this skill? Gu Jin was confused. Soon, the 3rd round of tests was completely over. Among the hundreds of ancient gods participating in the test from the beginning, only 4 people had passed all the 3 rounds. Jian Wuxuang was among them. That is to say, I can go to the ancient god palace to cultivate the 3 secret skills and 4 unique skills there, right? Jian Wuxuang was excited. It is supposed to be like that, but... The voice of King of Venomous Worms suddenly changed. What's wrong? Jian Wuxuang frowned, but the next moment he immediately felt a strong power. Other ancient gods in this martial arts field had also noticed the coming figure. He was a bald man in a long robe. The bald man showed his ancient god body. He was 5 meters tall, and his body was covered with a layer of dark golden light. The most eye-catching characteristic was the bald man's eyebrows, between which there were 7 stars. 7-star ancient god! Many of the ancient gods were shocked, and they gathered to bow to the 7-star ancient god. He overlooked the ancient gods in front of him and found the youth with golden eyes and spoke. Gu Jin! My dear king! Gu Jin immediately came forward to show his respect. The bald man was King Gui. Have you passed the test? King Gui asked Gu Jin. Yes. Gu Jin nodded. You are the best? King Gui asked. Gu Jin immediately shook his head. I am not the best. The best is Gu Jian. Then Gu Jin pointed to Jian Wuxuang. Then King Kui glanced at Jian Wuxuang, but the moment he looked at Jian Wuxuang he was surprised. And in front of a 7-star ancient god, who was comparable to the mighty, Jian Wuxuang was a little bit nervous. Jian Wuxuang, I think you are in trouble now. King of Venomous Worms said to Jian Wuxuang. Little guy, show your ancient god body, King Gui said to Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang was surprised by the requirement. So were others. Others realized that they didn't see Jian Wuxuang's ancient god body when he was beating the drum or fighting the apes. Do as he said, Jian Wuxuang. It's now hard to hide your power, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly and his figure also exploded in the next moment, while his skin turned dark. He started to show his power. This is... Royal Ancient God? Many ancient gods were shocked when they felt the power of Jian Wuxuang. Even King Gui was surprised. This breath is the human god bloodline. Chapter 1621 Not Acknowledged. Chapter 1621 Not Acknowledged. Royal Ancient God! No wonder he's so remarkable! Another royal ancient god has been born in the Gu King City. Many ancient gods on the martial arts training ground looked at Jian Wuxuang with respect. The ancient god clan had always revered those with abilities and specific bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, a gold-armored ancient god was considered the highest level of ancient god bloodline. As for a royal ancient god, there were not many of them in a great king city. If they were to grow up in the future, they could definitely become the king of a faction. Hence, the birth of every new royal ancient god would be a joyous occasion within the king city. As such, the ancient gods present were also delighted. Except King Gui, whose face did not have any slightest bit of happiness. Instead, his face was ice cold. He was a 7-star royal ancient god. Hence, he was a super expert who was strong enough to compete with the almighties of the human beings. While other ancient gods could only tell that Jian Wuxuang had the bloodline of a royal ancient god, King Gui could tell that Jian Wuxuang also possessed the bloodline of a human being. In other words, Jian Wuxuang possessed a bloodline mix between ancient gods and human beings. I did not expect someone among the people with a mixed bloodline of ancient gods and human beings to actually be able to awaken a royal ancient god bloodline, King Gui was staring at Jian Wushuang. After hearing what was said, the ancient gods present were shocked. Mixed bloodline? Gu Jian possesses a mixed bloodline? Moreover, it's a mixed bloodline with human beings? A mixed bloodline has actually become a royal ancient god? The ancient gods present, including the golden-haired youth, started to change the way they looked at Jian Wushuang. Gu Jian, right? King Gui looked down at Jian Wushuang and his eyes were cold. You can go back now. Go back? Then the ancient god palace. Jian Wushuang frowned. Humph, a mixed bloodline like you wishes to go into the ancient god palace? King Gui gave a cold hum. The eyes of the surrounding ancient gods were filled with coldness as well. As expected, the king of venomous worms sighed. After so many years, the rules of the ancient god palace have not changed at all. King of venomous worms, what is going on? Jian Wushuang questioned. Jian Wushuang, I told you before that the ancient god clan reveres the bloodline. Moreover, the purer the bloodline, the more respected they are. If you were a pure royal ancient god, not to mention joining the ancient god palace, it would also be easy for you to build a lineage that belonged to you. However, it's a pity. Not only do you possess the royal ancient god bloodline, you are also a human being. Hence, you are a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings. Within the ancient god clan, this kind of bloodline is not acknowledged, the king of venomous worms said. Not acknowledged? Jian Wushuang was stunned. That's right. It does not matter whether it is a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings or a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and other clans. As long as the bloodline is not pure, and thus incomplete, the person will not be recognized by the ancient god clan. Moreover, the ancient god palace has had a rule since a long time ago saying that mixed bloodlines will not be able to enter the ancient god palace. The king of venomous worms continued speaking. As I left the lineage of ancient gods for too long, I do not know whether the rules of the ancient god palace have changed. Hence, I decided to let you participate in the ancient god palace's assessment. If the rules have changed, that would be best, as you would be able to enter the ancient god palace openly to cultivate the 3 secret skills and 4 unique skills. However, if the rules have not changed, you can also fake your way in. After all, it is impossible for a normal ancient god to notice your mixed bloodline except for 7-star ancient gods and above. Moreover, there are also very few 7-star ancient gods in the Gu King City, and under normal circumstances, they should not be concerned with the matters in the ancient god palace. Therefore, I decided to let you sneak into the ancient god palace to get your hands on the secret skills and unique skills. After getting your hands on these skills, we can leave immediately, and those 7-star ancient gods might not take notice at all. Even if they were to realize it, they could only give you some punishment at best, and you would just have to take it. That is what I thought. However, who would expect you to be discovered by a 7-star ancient god even before sneaking into the ancient god palace? Is that so? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Then we can only leave now, right? Leave? Humph, since you have passed the assessment, how can we leave so easily? The king of venomous worms said with a cold voice. Since we are unable to enter the ancient god palace to cultivate those unique skills and secret skills by normal means, we can only do it the hard way. The hard way? How can we do it the hard way? Jian Wushuang questioned. It should be known that the person in front of him was a 7-star ancient god. Moreover, the Gu King City was filled with numerous experts. Hence, what could a 5-star ancient god like him do? Jian Wushuang, tell King Gui that you wish to challenge the Star Moon Tower, the king of venomous worms said. Moon Star Tower? What is that? Jian Wushuang was confused. Don't ask so many questions. Just follow what I have said, the king of venomous worms said. All right. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He raised his head at once and looked toward King Gui, who was in front of him. He then said, My lord, I wish to challenge the Star Moon Tower. As soon as the words left his mouth, the void of the martial arts training ground froze instantly. All the ancient gods present opened their eyes wide and looked at Jian Wushuang. Their eyes seemed as though they had heard something impressive. Even King Gui revealed a shocked expression. What did you just say? King Gui stared at Jian Wushuang. I said that I wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower. Jian Wushuang repeated himself. Haha, King Gui laughed loudly straight away. Little kid, you really dared to say anything. For many years, no one has had the courage to challenge the Star Moon Tower. Yet you wish to challenge it? Do you know how the word death is spelt? Looking at the fact that you were able to awaken the royal bloodline, I would advise you to leave quickly if not. I have already made up my mind, Jian Wushuang said coldly. King Gui squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Jian Wushuang deeply. Great, since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. The Star Moon Tower will be open in 10 days. If you have the ability, go ahead and challenge it. After his speech, King Gui swung his robe sleeves and left. As for those ancient gods present, all of them were looking at Jian Wushuang with mixed feelings. Some of them were shocked, some of them revered him, some of them sneered at him, and some of them looked at him as if he were an idiot. Gu Jian. The golden-haired youth walked in front of Jian Wushuang, and he was filled with mixed feelings. Although you are a mixed bloodline who is unable to be recognized by the ancient god clan, I, Guzhen, admire your courage and resolve to challenge the Star Moon Tower. I hope that you are still able to remain alive after 10 days. After his speech, Guzhen left as well. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He ignored the unusual gazes of the people present and left. At the same time, he was also questioning the King of Venomous Worms about the details of the Star Moon Tower. He merely took the initiative to say that he wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower, and that he was extremely sure of it. However, in actual fact, he himself was unsure of what exactly the Star Moon Tower was. Chapter 1622 Star Moon Tower. Chapter 1622 Star Moon Tower. Tell me what Star Moon Tower exactly is. Why do so many ancient gods think that I am looking for trouble for myself? Jian Wushuang asked King of Venomous Worms. Well, they are right. This Star Moon Tower is a dangerous place, King of Venomous Worms said. Star Moon Tower, as well as Ancient God Palace, was the legacy of the Ancient God Emperor. There has been a rule since a long time ago: ancient gods without pure blood cannot enter the Ancient God Palace, with only one exception. This Star Moon Tower is the exception. There are 7 layers in it, of which the first 4 layers represent the 4 great unique skills, and the last 3 layers represent the 3 secret skills. Those ancient gods without pure blood can enter the Ancient God Palace by passing the test in the Star Moon Tower. You can only get the 4 great unique skills after you finish the 4th layer of the tower. If you pass all 7 layers, you will get both the 4 great unique skills and the 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang smiled. But the Star Moon Tower test is not easy to pass, right? You are right. You have to get through the first 4 floors without stopping, after which you can survive and have a rest. Then you can get the 4 great unique skills. As for the last 3 layers at the back, it is up to you whether to go or not and how to finish it. As far as I know, a lot of ancient gods have tried to go to the tower, but only one passed through the first 4 layers and survived. And that person just passed the first 4 layers and had no guts to go to the 5th floor, King of Venomous Worms said. Only one person survived? Jian Wushuang said. Why didn't you say so before? If I said it earlier, would you be so determined to say you are going? King of Venomous Worms smiled. Do not worry, I have confidence in you because you are different. You are an inverse cultivator. There has never been an inverse cultivator to go through the Star Moon Tower. I think you can make it. Just do your best. You will definitely impress everyone. King of Venomous Worms was obviously confident in Jian Wushuang. I hope. King of Venomous Worms shrugged. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to have a try. Someone wants to enter the Star Moon Tower. This news caused a heated discussion among all the ancient gods. The Star Moon Tower was a nightmare to them. After all, the journey in the tower was risky and had a high mortality rate. For 100,000 years, the Star-Moon Tower had not been opened. Ancient gods would rather give up learning than risk their lives. Now, the Star-Moon Tower had opened once again. 10 days later, many ancient gods had decided to watch Jian Wushuang's journey. In the large space in the city, an altar was suspended, and a dozen figures were sitting there, with 2 of them sitting in the center. One of these 2 people was Gui King. The other person was also a 7-star ancient god. They are Gui King and Gu Mei. They have both come in person? Yes. After all, the Star-Moon Tower has not been opened for more than 100,000 years. It is rare to open it once. They should be present. There was a lot of discussion. So many people. Jian Wushuang said when he felt the crowd with his soul power. At this moment, Gui King in the altar waved his hands. With a rumbling sound, an old, dark tower emerged. This dark tower quickly zoomed and rose to a high altitude. This is Star-Moon Tower? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. The tower was incomparably grand and awesome. On the altar, in addition to Gui King and Go Mei, there were more than 10 6-star ancient gods. At that moment, they were also talking and laughing. After 110,000 years, Star-Moon Tower has finally opened again. Yes. After all, it is so dangerous. I remember that 110,000 years ago, when the Star-Moon Tower was open, a little guy called Gu Jiao went to the Star-Moon Tower. He was not bad. But unfortunately he died on the 3rd layer. I don't know if the little guy today can be better than Gu Jiao. Even if he's better, in the end, he will die. Those 6-star ancient gods knew well the danger of the Star-Moon Tower, so they didn't think Jian Wushuang could survive. They just hoped that he could perform better and show them some fun. Gu Jian, let's get started! The low voice of Gui King was like thunder, and suddenly it sounded throughout the heavens. Suddenly, the entire space was immediately quiet. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, looked up at the altar, then stepped forward to the tower. All eyes were on Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1623 Challenge. Chapter 1623 Challenge. He is the hothead who feels that he has a long life ahead of him. A 5-star ancient god challenging the Star-Moon Tower. He is really courting death. I have heard that Gu Jian is a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings. Moreover, his ancient god bloodline seems to be of the royal class. A mixed bloodline has become a royal ancient god? Humph, so what if he's a royal ancient god? He is merely a mixed bloodline who is unrecognized. Moreover, he's about to die today. Countless eyes were staring at Jian Wushuang. Most of them were filled with ridicule and pity. Jian Wushuang, ignore them and go straight to the Star-Moon Tower, the king of venomous worms said. I know. Jian Wushuang giggled. He had already ignored the gazes of the surrounding ancient gods a long time ago. Jian Wushuang's body turned vague and he had already entered the pitch-black ancient tower which was floating high up in the sky. Atop the sacrificial altar. Scorpion, the first level of the Star-Moon Tower is guarded by your ancient god's shadow, right? You have to hold back slightly. If not, it will be uninteresting if it ends at the first level. That's right. Don't kill that little kid straight away. Some 6-star ancient gods laughed. Everything is according to the rules. I will use the abilities that I am supposed to use. The apathetic old man known as Scorpion said calmly. I shall stop talking now. It's about to begin. After talking, the apathetic old man closed his eyes. First level of the Star-Moon Tower. It was a giant wasteland with a scorching sun in the sky. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared in the wasteland, he noticed the giant shadow in front of him right away. The giant shadow was an ancient god. Moreover, it was a 6-star ancient god. However, the aura on his body was not very strong. Ha! This Star-Moon Tower is still the same as before. As the king of venomous worms looked at the 6-star ancient god, he laughed loudly at once. King of venomous worms, what's going on? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Jian Wushuang, I said before that you do not need to be too worried about the Star Moon Tower. To a normal person, the Star Moon Tower is indeed extremely difficult. However, to an inverse cultivator like you, it is not considered too difficult. Take the first level as an example. As you are only a universe god and hence a 5-star ancient god, the guard who you meet on the first level will only possess the fighting capabilities of a normal 6-star ancient god, and this is equivalent to that of a normal void real god of the human beings. You only need to kill him and you will be able to clear the first level. The king of venomous worms laughed. A normal void real god? Jian Wushuang's eyes moved. Can I use the techniques of a human cultivator in here? Of course. You can use any techniques you want. The king of venomous worms laughed. That's all I needed to know. Jian Wushuang grinned. At that very moment, the 6-star ancient god was already looking at Jian Wushuang and his loud voice resounded. You are really courageous to challenge the Star Moon Tower. However, it's a pity that having too much courage sometimes means that you are ignorant. Thus, you will have to pay a price for your own ignorance. Let's begin. The 6-star ancient god had already taken out his purple giant hammer. Ignorant? Jian Wushuang smiled and sword essence rose from body. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang moved. Swish! A glittering light swept past the void with rays of sword light appearing in the process in a flash. Jian Wushuang had already appeared behind the 6-star ancient god and he was already putting the Blood Mountain sword into his scabbard. I wonder, who is the ignorant one? Jian Wushuang's laughter resounded across the wasteland. The 6-star ancient god who was holding the purple giant hammer had already opened his eyes wide and his face was filled with shock. He had already done ample preparations and had even taken his weapon out. However, from the start to the end, he did not even get a chance to swing the purple hammer that he had taken out, and his body had already started to dissipate. Outside the Star Moon Tower, atop the sacrificial altar, the two 7-star ancient gods King Gui and Gu Mei as well as tens of top 6-star ancient gods were sitting down with interest and having a conversation. All of a sudden, the apathetic old man known as Scorpion opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with astonishment. The surrounding 6-star ancient gods also noticed the actions of the apathetic old man, and they looked over immediately. Scorpion, what happened? It's over so quickly? Isn't that little kid too weak? Some 6-star ancient gods were still talking. However, the apathetic man's expression turned grave and he spoke immediately. Everyone, the little kid has already cleared the first level. What? The ancient gods atop the sacrificial altar were all stunned. He did it in only an instant? How can he be so fast? Scorpion, could it be that you really showed mercy and let that little kid clear the first level intentionally? Scorpion, what's going on? King Gui, who was at the center of the sacrificial altar, looked down. The apathetic old man stood up straight away and said respectfully, King Gui, Lady Gu Mei and everyone else, all of you have always been clear about my conduct. I will do things properly, according to the rules. So, why would I show any mercy? The thing is that the little kid is not normal. The moment he made a move, my ancient god's shadow was killed by him with one stroke, before it was even able to react. Killed by one stroke? This? All the 6-star ancient gods had perplexed expressions. Looks like that little kid is not as stupid as we have thought. For him to challenge the Star Moon Tower, he must something that he can rely on. Lady Gu Mei, who sat at the center, giggled. Since he possesses the bloodline of human beings as well, he has definitely comprehended the power of Heaven Wei like human cultivators. And if I'm not wrong, his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei is extremely high. Ling Shan, the second level of the Star Moon Tower is guarded by your ancient god's shadow. Be careful. Understood. A big, tall man nodded his head respectfully. However, after a short while, the big, tall man opened his eyes. Everyone, that little kid has already cleared the second level. Moreover, he only used one stroke, just like before. The ancient gods present became stupefied. For the third level of the Star Moon Tower after that, it was also cleared with one stroke. At the very moment, the expressions of the ancient gods at the sacrificial altar turned grave. The expressions of King Gui and Gu Mei were extremely serious as well. The first 3 levels of the Star Moon Tower were cleared. Moreover, all of them were cleared with one stroke. This was enough to say that Gu Jian, who was challenging the Star Moon Tower, was not normal. Could it be that a second expert, who is able to clear the 4th level of the Star Moon Tower, is about to be born again in the Ancient God clan? A 6-star Ancient God could not help but say. How can it be that easy? King Gui's expression turned grave. The Star Moon Tower gets harder as one goes higher. Moreover, there is a great threshold between the 3rd and 4th level. The ancient god shadows of the past 3 levels only possess the fighting capabilities of a stage 1 6-star ancient god. However, the ancient god shadow of the 4th level is a stage 2 6-star ancient god. Guard of the 4th level, kill this little kid at the 4th level. Understood. Someone from the sacrificial altar replied immediately. Chapter 1624 The second one in history. Chapter 1624 The second one in history. Star Moon Tower, the 4th floor. A 10-meter-high golden-armored ancient god stood in front of Jian Wushuang and held a spear in his hand. His breath was very powerful. Jian Wushuang, your opponent on the 4th layer is equivalent to the 6-star ancient god who entered the 2nd stage, which is equivalent to the primary level or medium level of an eternal real god. King of Venomous Worms said. The eternal real god at the bottom? Jian Wushuang felt confident. Jian Wushuang leaped for hundreds of miles in an instant toward the golden-armored ancient god. Hey! Jian Wushuang combined his sturdy power of the sword and his ancient god power, as well as his insight on the reincarnation doctrine. This 10-meter-tall golden-armored ancient god pointed his spear with a horribly great force that instantly smashed the void around Jian Wushuang. Bang! However, the golden-armored ancient god was hit back by Jian Wushuang's force and had to step back 3 steps. I am a 2nd stage 6-star ancient god, but I am weaker than a 5-star ancient god? The golden-armored ancient god was shocked. Suddenly Jian Wushuang waved his sword again. Incredibly fast. How could it be so fast? The golden-armored ancient god was shocked. Their consecutive attacks from Jian Wushuang. The first confrontation, the ancient god was forced to step back. The second confrontation, the spear in his hand flew away. The third confrontation, Jian Wushuang stabbed the armor of the ancient god. The 4th layer had been passed. Hey, you were right, it was easy for me to pass the first 4 layers. Jian Wushuang smiled. Good job, King of Venomous Worms said. For ancient gods, it was difficult for a 5-star ancient god to challenge the 6-star ancient god, let alone the one in the 2nd stage, which was comparable to the human eternal real god level. Because of the great difficulties, the Star Moon Tower was a nightmare for the ancient gods. In a long period of time, only one ancient god had passed the first 4 layers. However, for Jian Wushuang, it was a piece of cake. After all, he could already beat an eternal real god at this level when he was passing the burning demon region in the 3rd round of the inverse cultivation test. Later, after hundreds of years of cultivation, he had relied on his own skills to kill a powerful real god Shiju. It was enough for him to pass the 4th layer back then. What's more, he later went to Thunderbolt Island in the Sanctuary Alliance for more than 1,500 years. In that 1,500 years, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached a new level. Now, it was too easy for him to kill an eternal real god of the bottom level, so just passing the 4th layer meant nothing to him. Outside the tower, above the altar. This guy passed the 4th layer so easily? How could it be? All the ancient gods on the altar, including Gui King and Gu Mei, were also shocked. Countless ancient gods were all staring at the Star Moon Tower. At the beginning, everyone had just come to laugh at Jian Wushuang without expecting him to pass. But later they had witnessed Jian Wushuang pass one layer and another very quickly. Finally, Jian Wushuang had passed the 4th layer. During that time, the whole audience was quiet. Silence. Everyone was speechless. Soon, they started to discuss excitedly again. Has this guy really passed the fourth layer? How long has it been since we last saw an ancient god survive the fourth layer? I am not sure, but I am sure that he is the second one in history that has passed the fourth layer. Many ancient gods were all excited. In the midst of shock and excitement, some people found that Jian Wushuang didn't immediately come out of the Star Moon Tower as soon as he had passed the test. Read more chapter on Novelful. He was still in the tower. Why doesn't he come out? Is he going to go up to the fifth floor? The fifth floor? Impossible. Everyone was holding their breath. On the fifth layer of the tower also stood a golden-armored ancient god, but it was as tall as 20 meters. Jian Wushuang, the guy in the fifth layer, is as strong as an eternal real god of the peak level. King of Venomous Worms said. Isn't that the same as the real god Shiju in his heyday? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, almost. King of Venomous Worms nodded. Jian Wushuang smiled. Real god Shiju was close to a peak eternal true god. Jian Wushuang had once killed real god Shiju, but at that time he had to rely on the secret skills of Star Palace. The second reason was that the real god Shiju was seriously injured and only showed 70% of his power. However, after 1,500 years of cultivation in the Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang was definitely capable of killing real god Shiju with his own power. On the fifth layer, the golden real god was like golden lightning, and his voice echoed in this space. You have already passed the fourth floor and have been recognized by ancient gods. You should be content and should not come here. You will die. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 1625 Challenge to the End. Chapter 1625 Challenge to the End. Boom! The 20-meter-tall gold-armored ancient god attacked straight away. A great amount of golden ancient god power gathered in his index finger instantly. After that, his index finger, which was filled with thick ancient god power, was pointed out abruptly. Rumble the void collapsed and an ancient, giant golden finger appeared out of thin air. For the Star Moon Tower, the guards at the higher levels would be even more powerful. Moreover, it was not just in the aspect of abilities. It also included close-quarters combat techniques and unique skills. For example, for the first 4 levels, the ancient gods guarding the level only displayed the abilities they were supposed to display, and they did not use ancient god unique skills. However, from the 5th level onward, the guards would use unique skills. As such, at that very moment, the golden ancient god used the ancient god's finger. Ancient god's 4th finger? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow. What a coincidence! I know this move as well. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous amount of ancient god power appeared from Jian Wushuang's hands and gathered at his right index finger crazily. As Jian Wushuang pointed out his finger, a similar giant finger appeared on the universe. Both giant fingers looked as if they had appeared from the past, and they possessed a frightening power, which was earth-shaking. At the next moment, both giant fingers clashed. Bam! With a loud sound, the shocking ancient god power shattered the void completely into pieces. The two ancient god powers were opposing each other madly. They were both the god's test of the ancient god's 4th finger. The only difference was that one of the fingers was unleashed by a Stage 2 6-star ancient god, while the other one was unleashed by Jian Wushuang, a 5-star ancient god. Of course, although Jian Wushuang was only a 5-star ancient god, he did not possess only the ancient god power. He possessed divine power as well. As an inverse cultivator, by combining both divine power and ancient god power, the ancient god's 4th finger that he unleashed with his full power would have shocking power as well. In the end, both their attacks dissipated completely while opposing each other. How can this be? The gold-armored ancient god was astonished. Gu Jian has awakened the royal ancient god bloodline, and he would definitely have some memories of inheritance. Thus, it would be normal for him to be able to use the ancient god's 4th finger. However, he is merely a 5-star ancient god. How can the power of his ancient god's fourth finger be the same as mine? Just as the gold-armored ancient god was surprised, a ghost-like body had already appeared in front of him, and a sword light struck. Whoosh! 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 For the sword shadows, every one of them contained the power of space-time. Thus, they were extremely fast and they headed toward the gold-armored ancient god. The gold-armored ancient god acted straight away to block the attack. However, as soon as the both of them fought, the gold-armored ancient god understood immediately that he could not stop Jian Wuxuang. Damn it! The sword principles of this little kid is too fast and delicate. Moreover, my ancient god's shadow is under many restrictions in the Star Moon Tower. Thus, I am unable to unleash some of my unique skills and secret skills. With that, I am unable to stop him and I will probably be defeated. The gold-armored ancient god could not do anything either. At the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower, he could indeed use ancient god unique skills. He could use the ancient god finger move, but not other unique skills or the secret skills. Moreover, his power was unable to suppress Jian Wuxuang completely. Therefore, it was normal for him to be unable to stop Jian Wuxuang's sword principles. In no time, the gold-armored ancient god was defeated completely. 5th level, cleared. As Jian Wuxuang saw the body of the gold-armored ancient god in front of him dissipating slowly, his eyes glowed brilliantly. I have cleared the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower. In other words, after I get out now, I will be able to obtain the 4 unique skills within the ancient god palace, as well as one of the secret skills of the 3 secret skills. Jian Wuxuang clenched his fists tightly. That's right. The king of venomous worms nodded his head. For you to be able to reach this stage, it's already considered not too bad. As for the 6th level, if I'm not wrong, the fighting capabilities of the guard on the 6th level are of a top stage 2 6-star ancient god, which is equivalent to that of an eternal real god standing at the peak. With your current abilities, you can try to challenge the 6th level. However, there will be a considerable amount of risk. After all, if you are unable to clear it, the only fate awaiting you is death. After hearing what had been said, Jian Wuxuang muttered to himself. However, he raised his head up in the blink of an eye. My current abilities are enough to fight against the top eternal real god, and the probability of me clearing the 6th level is not low either. Since I have already cleared the 5th level, I shall continue challenging the next few levels to the best of my abilities. Jian Wuxuang laughed nonchalantly. It would be great if I could clear the 6th level successfully. If there's really no chance, I still have the secret skill of Star Palace as my trump card. You're not wrong. The king of venomous worms laughed. Since that's the case, go ahead and challenge the next level. Jian Wuxuang's body moved right away. Outside the Star Moon Tower, numerous ancient gods focused their attention on the Star Moon Tower. Although they were unable to see what was happening inside the Star Moon Tower, they could tell how many levels Jian Wuxuang had cleared from the dim light that the Star Moon Tower was emitting. At that moment, the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower emitted a dim light. After seeing that, many ancient gods present could not help but be shocked. The 5th level has been cleared? Firstly, he is the first person in the history of the ancient god clan to clear the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower. The first person in history. Countless ancient gods on the drill ground roared madly, and all of them were extremely excited. Atop the sacrificial altar, many top 6-star ancient gods, including the 2 7-star ancient gods, became silent. However, this silence only continued for a short while. This damn little kid. A furious voice could be heard, and everyone atop the sacrificial altar looked toward the source of the voice. The face of a red-haired big old man, who was sitting on the throne, was filled with anger at that very moment. This little kid has actually come to the 6th level that I am guarding. The 6th level? The top 6-star ancient gods and even the 2 7-star ancient gods King Gui as well Gu Mei could not help but reveal an astonished expression at that very moment. It was still not enough, even though he had cleared the first 5 levels. At that very moment, he still wanted to clear the 6th level? This little kid, what does he treat the Star Moon Tower as? King Gui could not help but shout furiously. At the space of the 6th level in the Star Moon Tower, the ancient god shadow of the red-haired, big old man was only a 10-meter-tall gold-armored ancient god, and he was standing in front of Jian Wushuang. However, he was different from the guard of the 5th level. When Jian Wushuang faced the gold-armored ancient god on the space of the 6th level, he felt an extremely great amount of pressure. As expected, the guard of the 6th level has fighting capabilities comparable to an eternal real god who stands at the top. However, it is only because of this that it will be challenging. As Jian Wushuang laughed, a tremendous amount of fighting intent rose from his body and the Blood Mountain sword in his hands started to shake madly. As a 5-star ancient god, you have managed to clear the first 5 levels of the Star Moon Tower, and you should have unlimited possibilities in your future. However, it's a pity that you have chosen the wrong path. The ancient god shadow of the red-haired tall old man looked down at Jian Wushuang. I am different from the guards of the first 5 levels. Not only are they restricted in terms of their abilities, even their unique skills are restricted as well. However, at the 6th level, I can unleash all my unique skills to my liking. Thus you have no chance. Chapter 1626 Unique Skills of Ancient Gods. Chapter 1626 Unique Skills of Ancient Gods. After hearing what the elder had said, Jian Wushuang replied, Okay. I am curious about the power of the 4 great unique skills. I will not disappoint you, the elder said, and the next moment he pointed out his index finger. With a rumbling sound, a giant, dark hand emerged with the power of smashing anything. The giant hand extended out, and its index finger contained an incomparably special and powerful force. This is Ancient God's 5th finger? Jian Wushuang was surprised. There were 9 Ancient God's fingers in total, and Jian Wushuang had learned 6. The Ancient God's 5th finger was get through difficulty finger. So he was surprised that he had met the Ancient God's 5th finger at the beginning. Jian Wushuang looked serious. He lifted up the Blood Mountain sword instantly, and soon, in the void, 10 slashes from the bloody sword emerged. Each slash contained great power, and they appeared together in an instant. Actually, Jian Wushuang didn't do his best, but the attack was already strong and suffocating. Bang! The slashes from Jian Wushuang's sword collided with the black giant finger. That produced a resounding rumble, and the 6th layer was immediately surrounded by a storm of power. Jian Wushuang, who stood in his original place, shifted his figure. A magical storm abruptly swept out, and the figure of Jian Wushuang instantly turned into hundreds of phantoms. Each phantom was very different, shifting fast to the elder. Universal laws! The golden-armored ancient god transformed by the elder used his tremendous breath, and generated his great ancient god power. All of a sudden, he gathered hundreds of figures, each of which had tremendous power. Go to hell! As the elder shouted, he and his hundreds of figures waved their hands at the same time. Bang! Those figures slashed hundreds of palm attacks at the same time, rushing to Jian Wushuang. What? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Jian Wushuang, be careful. All the phantoms you have seen from the elder are entities. Their attacks are also real, King of Venomous Worms said. All are real attacks? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The dense golden palms came at the same time. Most of them went to the phantoms of Jian Wushuang, but others went directly to his real body, and Jian Wushuang avoided them all. But in this way, the elder could tell which one was the real body of Jian Wushuang. That is it! The elder targeted at the real body of Jian Wushuang and slashed a new round of palm attacks. Hundreds of phantoms behind him all slashed palms directly to Jian Wushuang's real body. Jian Wushuang was overwhelmed by the attacks. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there was a great roar. A roar echoed between the heaven and the earth, and a golden light burst out. Under the pressure of the palm attacks, a divine ape covered in golden armor rose. It was thousands of meters tall, its breath was much stronger, and he was holding a sword and his eyes were fierce. At the same time, bloody flames spread all over the 6th layer, making it a bloody fire sea. And Jian Wushuang became the emperor in the Sea of Fire. Ha! As Jian Wushuang shouted, the huge golden divine ape rose. In an instant, this golden ape appeared in front of the elder. At this time, the elder blinked his eyes and his phantoms all converged behind him. At the same time, the elder generated his power and soared once again. Then his figure quickly exploded to one as tall as the ape. He clenched his right fist and punched Jian Wushuang. Bang! In response, the golden ape transformed by Jian Wushuang held the sword in his hand and integrated his divine power and reincarnation power. Jian Wushuang waved his stunning sword, which was powerful enough to tear the sky. The sword and the palms collided with each other. At that time, Jian Wushuang stepped backward and changed into nearly 100 phantoms. The phantoms of Jian Wushuang were as flexible as fish in the water, and his real body was surrounding the elder. Jian Wushuang was looking for opportunities to attack the elder based on his insights of time and space. He exercised his swordsmanship to its full extent. At that moment, the elder seemed at a disadvantage. Suddenly, "Hey!" The elder's power skyrocketed. Behind his shoulder, the only big head transformed into 3 more heads. In addition, there were also 6 arms that extended out. "What is that?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. At that moment, the golden-armored ancient god in front of him turned into 4 heads and 8 arms. 4 heads and 8 arms now! Jian Wushuang, this is one of the 4 great unique skills. If it is cultivated to the full extent, it can be turned into 9 heads and 18 arms. The skill is not only about heads and arms, it is also accompanied by a set of attacks that will greatly improve one's capacity to kill. The attacking method of 3 heads and 6 arms is different from that of the 4-headed and 8-armed one. The most terrible one is that of 9 heads and 8 arms. It is a nightmare for you, King of Venomous Worms said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had encountered similar skills that could add heads and arms before, but they were simply adding the number and were nothing to do with changing attack skills. But now in this skill of the ancient god clan, each added head and arm meant a leap in power. Chapter 1627 The Final Trump Card. Chapter 1627 The Final Trump Card. Reincarnation World. When Jian Wushuang swung his big hands, a vast amount of reincarnation power surged and changed into gray air currents. In the end, the gray currents gathered and combined into a big gray world. The gray world struck the red-haired, tall old man directly. The red-haired, tall old man had a total of 4 heads. At that very moment, his 4 pairs of eyes were releasing thick murderous aura, and even when covered by reincarnation world, his aura still did not weaken at all. At the same time, his 8 sturdy arms moved. From the 8 arms, there might be a punch, slap, sharp claw or fingertip. Even though he had different attack moves, his 8 arms cooperated with one another beautifully. Moreover, his 4 heads also opened their big mouths at the same time. Either their big mouths gave off shocking soundwave attacks or their eyes released thunderbolts. In no time, all kinds of attack headed toward Jian Wushuang. Gosh! Jian Wushuang used his full power. He unleashed his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine as well as his close-quarters combat abilities thoroughly. However, when he fought against the red-haired, tall old man, he was still pushed back instantly and even suppressed in just one face-off. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body retreated hastily. After he regained his posture, he could feel the trembling aura within his body, as well as the extreme pain in his shoulders and chest. On the blood feather reincarnation armor covering those 2 parts, there was a marking left behind by a sharp claw and a fist respectively. In just one face-off, I was hit by him twice. Moreover, I was shaken up by the soundwave attack. These close-quarters combat abilities. Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue in admiration. Frightening. 4 heads, 8 arms. The close-quarters combat abilities displayed by combining the different kinds of attack beautifully were way more fearful than the close-quarters combat abilities of any experts that Jian Wushuang had come across. Ancient gods are generally proficient in close-quarters combat. Combined with this unique skill that is specific to them, they can be considered number one in terms of close-quarters combat among the clans of the eternal chaotic world. This ancient god, who is currently fighting with you, is still alright as he only has 4 heads and 8 arms. However, my old master King Luozhen managed to hone this unique skill until he possessed 8 heads and 16 arms. Moreover, he was an 8-star royal ancient god, and if he were to have a fight in close quarters, he would not be afraid in the slightest, even if 2 or 3 almighties at the level of the founder of the lineage of Star were to team up against him. The king of venomous worms' voice could be heard. Jian Wushuang could not help but gasp in admiration. The Star Palace Master and King Luozhen, who was an 8-star ancient god, belonged to the same level. Thus, they should have similar abilities. However, by just comparing close-quarters combat abilities alone, with 8 heads 16 arms, King Luozhen could compete against 2 or even 3-star Palace Masters alone, and this was definitely not empty words. The ancient god clan had always been recognized as the number one in terms of close-quarters combat. Since his close-quarters combat abilities are so strong, my martial art motion and sword principles will be useless against him. Hence, I can only depend on my special moves. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned serious and divine power rose from his body madly. The divine ape, which was wearing golden armor and shrouding his body, also gave a furious roar. After that, its hands grabbed the long sword and raised it high up in the air. At the moment it raised up the long sword, an overbearing sword essence rose. Atop the void at the space of the 6th level, buzz, buzz, buzz. Crimson sword shadows appeared on the void, and there was a total of 16 of them. For the 16 crimson sword shadows, every one of them was so strong that it was suffocating, and if a normal eternal real god were to come across any one of them, he would definitely be terrified. However, at that moment, the 16 crimson sword shadows were superimposed onto one another and fused into one. Rumble. The sword shadow that was formed by the fusion of the 16 crimson sword shadow had earth-shaking power. Myriad waves, kill! Jian Wushuang gave a fierce shout, and the long sword in his hands were swung downward. At the same time, the new sword shadow that was formed by the 16 crimson sword shadows also struck fiercely and abruptly. At that moment, the universe was affected as well. What an impressive amount of power! When the red-haired, tall old man saw the giant crimson sword shadow, the 8 eyes on his forehead shrank. Straight away after that, his 8 arms put their palms together. 8 divine mountains! Bang! 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 Lofty golden divine mountains descended abruptly. Every golden divine mountain was about 100,000 feet tall, and they were emitting brilliant golden light. After counting, one could conclude that there was a total of 8 similar divine mountains. The 8 divine mountains appeared in front of the red-haired, tall old man and became a total of 8 obstacles. When the shocking sword shadow that Jian Wushuang had unleashed came, the sword shadow struck the 100,000-foot-tall divine mountain at the front straight away. The first 100,000-foot-tall divine mountain was destroyed instantly. The sword shadow then headed toward the second divine mountain, followed by the third divine mountain. 5 divine mountains were destroyed in one go. However, when it was the 6th divine mountain, the crimson sword shadow was hindered greatly, and it was only after some time that it barely managed to destroy the 6th divine mountain. When the remaining power struck the 7th divine mountain, it was no longer able to destroy the 7th divine mountain. In a split second, the sword shadow dissipated completely. As Jian Wushuang stood in his position and looked at the 2 remaining divine mountains, his expression was unusually serious. My strongest move, Myriad Waves, was actually stopped by him so easily, Jian Wushuang muttered. It's not considered easy. What he had just unleashed was the 8 divine mountains of the 4 unique skills, and this move is the only unique skill among the 4 unique skills that is used for defending. Although he had used it to stop your sword principles, it must have cost him quite a considerable amount of his ancient god power, the king of venomous worms said. Even though that's the case, he still managed to stop it in the end. Moreover, although I have already used up all my moves, I am still unable to do anything to him. Hence, if I were to continue fighting him and be suppressed, the person who will be killed in the end will definitely be me. Jian Wuxuang frowned. There's no choice but to use my final trump card. Originally, Jian Wuxuang did not plan to use his final trump card. However, it was a pity that the abilities of the guard of the 6th level had exceeded his expectations completely. Although it was merely a top stage 2 6-star ancient god, the ancient god unique skills that he had used were too powerful. Jian Wuxuang could only use that move. But a marvelous power rose from Jian Wuxuang's body and covered his body completely in the blink of an eye. It was the secret skill of Star Palace. Moreover, it was the second volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. I only have a breath's time. Kill! Jian Wuxuang exerted force on his feet fiercely, and he moved like a ghost. Are you still going to struggle, even at the end? The red-haired, tall old man glanced at Jian Wuxuang, and he pointed out one of the fingers on his right hand fiercely. The void was shattered into pieces, and a giant finger which was emitting an infinite amount of dim light appeared out of thin air. It was the ancient god's 5th finger, get through difficulty finger again. When the giant finger came, Jian Wuxuang swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hands ferociously. Merciless sword essence tore the air apart, tore everything in the universe apart, and also ripped the giant finger in front of him into pieces. Chapter 1628 Level 6, Pass. Chapter 1628, Level 6, Pass. What? The red-haired old man was surprised. Then, there were ancient god shadows that appeared from nowhere behind him. I have no time to mess around with you. Die! Jian Wuxuang's eyes dilated in shock. Then, his hands gripped Blood Mountain sword tightly. Virum! 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 There were crimson sword shadows that appeared again and merged together flawlessly again. Hong! The sword shadows slashed down. It was still the same move, myriad waves. However, with the support of Power of Star, the power of that move increased tremendously by 100-fold. This? The red-haired old man's 8 eyes stared, and he could feel the terrifying power contained in the stroke. He could also tell that the stroke was beyond his endurance. The red-haired old man smiled bitterly, then he gave up struggling. Hong! A sore light swept across and everything shattered into pieces, including the ancient god body that belonged to the red-haired old man, and also the ancient god shadows behind him. In no time, everything resumed its tranquility. Jian Wuxuang stood on the spot and the power of Star in his body dispersed. Looking at the empty space before him, Jian Wuxuang let out a breath of relief. Luckily, with the secret skill of Star Palace, I passed through the 6th level. As for the last, 7th level, Jian Wuxuang, don't think about the 7th level now. If I'm not mistaken, the ancient god that you are going to meet on the 7th level will be a 3rd stage 6-star ancient god, also known as human chaotic Rio god level. Plus, the guardian on the 7th level will not only use all 4 unique skills, but the 3 secret skills as well. Forget about the fact that you can't perform the secret skill of Star Palace temporarily. Even if you could perform it again, don't think about passing it. King of Venomous Worms warned him. Jian Wuxuang kept quiet. He knew that he could barely pass the 6th level, and it would be impossible if he wanted to pass the 7th level. As I have passed the first 6 levels, I can already obtain the 4 unique skills and 2 of the 3 secret skills. I should feel content. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands and flew outside Star Moon Tower. Outside Star Moon Tower, it was dead silent on the huge drill ground. As for Star Moon Tower that was floating, the first level gave out intense dim light. Just as Jian Wuxuang flew out from Star Moon Tower, countless gazes were fixed upon Jian Wuxuang. Before that, as Jian Wuxuang prepared to enter Star Moon Tower, the gazes were also fixed upon him. However, the gaze was different. Previously, the gazes were in disdain and sympathy. However, everyone's gaze then contained unprecedented shock and admiration. Passing the 6th level of Star Moon Tower, there was none among ancient god tribe. Jian Wushuang had created a miracle. He had made a legend. Jian Wushuang, can you feel the gazes? King of Venomous Worms' voice rang in his head. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He naturally noticed the gazes, but he never worried about them. Regardless of if these people pitied or ridiculed him, admired or respected him, he didn't care. He only cared about his results, which were the 4 unique skills and 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang appeared before the altar, and he bowed faintly at the lofty aura. He then said, Misters, I wonder if I can join Ancient God Palace now to cultivate the unique skills and secret skills of Ancient God Tribe? Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the 6-star ancient gods seated on the top of the altar exchanged a look and became silent. On the far top of the altar, Gu Jian! A deep, thick voice rang out. King Gui was already on his feet. His expression was complicated as he fixed his gaze upon Jian Wushuang. You are a mixed bloodline of ancient gods and humans. You shouldn't receive ancient god tribes recognition originally. But now, you've passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower. We of ancient god tribe honor power. You are powerful enough and you are recognized by me, the king. I, Gume, recognize your existence as well. Gume stood up as well. Both 7-star ancient gods acknowledged Jian Wushuang. The other 6-star ancient gods on the top naturally stood up one after another to show their recognition. Then King Gui waved. Ling Shan, bring this young man to Ancient God Palace to receive his inheritance. Yes. Ling Shan nodded and then brought Jian Wushuang to Ancient God Palace. After Jian Wushuang had left, everyone on the altar remained silent. After a while, it was still King Gui who broke the stalemate situation as he said, Well, there's an impressive young man born in Gu King City. With the power of a 5-star ancient god, he passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower. I am curious as to how this young man did it. Gu Mei commented. Although he is a royal ancient god, he never cultivated any unique skills or secret skills of ancient god tribe. He naturally wouldn't know how to perform those. When he was going through Star Moon Tower, his power of ancient god bloodline wouldn't be of much use. He would still have to rely on his human skills. However, even if a top genius among humans wanted to pass the 6th level in Star Moon Tower at Universe God Realm, it'd be impossible. Unless, King Gui suddenly thought of a possibility. Inverse cultivator? Gu Mei looked at him as well. The 2 7-star ancient god did know some about humans. They had even wandered into human territory before. Naturally, they had heard of inverse cultivators. From their point of view, only inverse cultivators could possibly do that. In no time, the ancient gods that had gathered around the battlefield dispersed. Although they had dispersed, they were still excited. After all, they had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes that day. The name, Gu Jian, had also spread across Gu King City like wildfire. In no time, his name would spread to other king cities, or even the entire ancient god sanctuary. Ancient God Palace, where there were palaces. Ling Shan, a 6-star ancient god, led Jian Wushuang to an ancient gold palace. There were 3 engraved words on the gold palace. Unique Skill Hall. Gu Jian, this is where the people from Ancient God Palace cultivate unique skill. The 4 unique skills of Ancient God Tribe are in Unique Skill Hall. They were passed down via inheritance of memory. You have 10 years' time. It depends on yourself as to how much you can inherit in these 10 years. 10 years later, no matter if you receive complete inheritance or not, you will have to leave. Ling Shan said. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ling Shan. Jian Wushuang said. During the transfer of your inheritance, you won't have to worry that there'll be anyone who will come to disturb you. Go ahead. Ling Shan waved. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, and immediately entered Unique Skill Hall. Chapter 1629 Inheritance. Chapter 1629 Inheritance. The Unique Skill Hall was dusky. At the end of Jian Wushuang's line of vision, a lofty ancient god's shadow could be seen faintly. The ancient god's shadow was more than 1,000,000 feet tall, and it was definitely the biggest ancient god's shadow that Jian Wushuang had ever seen. Moreover, even though it was a shadow, the aura that it released was stronger than a 7-star ancient god's, like King Gu Yi or Gu Mei. What a large body and powerful aura! Could the owner of this ancient god's shadow be the ancient god emperor from the past? Jian Wushuang exclaimed in admiration. It's him. The king of venomous worms nodded its head. However, it is rumored that the body of the ancient god emperor is a lot larger than this shadow. Moreover, as the only emperor of the ancient god clan, he is the strongest expert. The 4 unique skills and 3 secret skills in the ancient god clan now had all been created by him. Jian Wushuang, for the inheritance of the unique skills, under normal circumstances, the purer one's bloodline is, the easier it would be for the unique skills to be passed on to him. Since you are a royal ancient god, you should be able to inherit the 4 unique skills completely within 10 years' time. However, you should do your best to not waste any time. Let's begin. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat down with his legs crossed immediately. In no time, memories of inheritance appeared in his mind. Jian Wushuang also did his best to absorb all the memories of inheritance. Just like the ancient gods had said, with Jian Wushuang's royal ancient god bloodline, it would be very easy for him to inherit the unique skills. The 4 unique skills of the ancient god clan. From the ancient god's finger at the start, to universal laws, to 9 heads, 18 arms, and finally 8 divine mountains. The 4 unique skills were passed on smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 8 years' time passed. Ling Shan had been waiting outside the unique skill hall quietly. At that very moment, the door of the unique skill hall opened abruptly and Jian Wushuang walked out from it. You came out so quickly. Could it be that you have already fully inherited the 4 unique skills? Ling Shan said with surprise. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Lord Ling Shan, let's go to the place of inheritance for the secret skills. Ling Shan did not ask too much, and he brought Jian Wushuang to 3 black, ancient attics immediately. Gu Jian, the 3 attics that you are looking at now is the lineage of ancient gods' place of inheritance for the 3 secret skills. After clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, you can inherit the Thunder Attracting skill and Star Destruction skill. However, you will not be able to inherit the Moon Picking skill, which is the final secret skill, Ling Shan said. Thunder Attracting skill and Star Destruction skill? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. He had heard of the names of the 3 secret skills from the king of venomous worms. However, he had never experienced how strong the 3 secret skills were. However, looking at it at that very moment, the moon-picking skill was probably the strongest among the 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang, it's already considered not too bad for you to be able to inherit 2 secret skills. As for the moon-picking skill, it is indeed the most frightening secret skill of the ancient god clan, and it is known to be a very remarkable ability. Although you are unable to get it now, if there is an opportunity in the future, you can still think of a way to clear the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower. At that time, you will be able to obtain the right to inherit the moon-picking skill, the king of venomous worms said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. It would be great if he could obtain the moon-picking skill in the future. However, if he were unable to obtain it, he would also not be too concerned. The 2 attics on the left are the places to inherit the Thunder Attracting skill and the Star Destruction skill respectively. Similar to the unique skill hall, you can stay in every attic for 10 years. As for how many memories of inheritance you are able to obtain within 10 years, it is entirely up to you. Go ahead. Ling Shan waved his hands and said. Jian Wushuang entered the first attic straight away. This attic was the place used to pass on the Thunder Attracting skill. Jian Wushuang also started to inherit the Thunder Attracting skill quickly. During the process, Jian Wushuang slowly understood the Thunder Attracting skill and the Star Destruction skill. The Thunder Attracting skill was used to attract the universal sacred thunder to kill one's opponent forcefully. It should be known that the attracted universal sacred thunder could be either of the same variety as in the God's test, or the life-destroying thunder. Moreover, the stronger one's abilities became, the more frightening the power of the attracted divine thunder would be. If one's abilities were to reach the level of King Luoxian's, he would be able to attract hundreds upon hundreds of life-destroying thunders with earth-shaking power when he unleashed the secret skill with his full power. This would definitely be an extremely frightening killing move. As for the star destruction skill, it was a secret skill which could allow one's abilities to skyrocket for a short period of time. However, this secret skill was a double-edged sword. Although it would make one powerful, there would be side effects to his body. When used, it could break apart the ancient god star that was forming in the space between one's eyebrows forcefully so that it would flow into the attacks of the user. This secret skill would be best suited for a difficult battle. If used properly, the tides would be turned during a bad situation. Of course, after the battle, the user's abilities would be affected, and it would require some time for it to recover. In all, for the two secret skills, every one of them was unusually powerful, and they were extremely useful to ancient gods. 2 addicts and 2 secret skills. If a normal ancient god were to inherit the 2 secret skills for 20 years, they might still be unable to inherit them completely. However, adding the time that Jian Wuxuang had spent in both addicts together, he only spent a total of 18 years to obtain the complete memories of inheritance. At that very moment, he had obtained both the 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills. However, he had merely obtained them. If he wanted to use and also display their full power, he would need a lot of actual combat experience with them. Lord Lingshan. Jian Wuxuang appeared in front of Lingshan. For the next period of time, it's all right for me to stay in the ancient god palace, right? Of course. Lingshan nodded his head. All right. Jian Wuxuang chuckled. The ancient god palace had many powerful ancient gods and did not lack 6-star ancient gods either. What Jian Wuxuang lacked the most at that very moment was actual combat experience. Hence, the 6-star ancient gods in the ancient god palace were best suited to be his opponents. Moreover, Jian Wuxuang had relied on clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower to enter the ancient god palace. Thus, his name had already spread through the whole of Gu King City, as well as the entire ancient god sanctuary a long time ago. With that, many ancient gods within the ancient god palace yearned to have a battle with him. As such, Jian Wuxuang did not need to challenge someone to a battle. By just walking around randomly in the ancient god palace, he would come across many ancient gods who were looking to battle him. This was what Jian Wuxuang hoped for. For the next period of time, he would stay within the ancient god palace and battle against the ancient gods who came to challenge him. The abilities of the ancient gods who came to challenge him were both weak and strong. The strongest was a Stage 2 top 6-star ancient god, while the weakest was a Stage 1 ancient god. At the start, when Jian Wuxuang fought them, he did his very best to not use techniques of human beings. He would not use the comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine and the space-time doctrine. Instead, he would rely purely on his close-quarters combat skills and techniques of ancient gods to fight with them. During the intense battles, he continued to train and familiarize himself with using the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills. While he was undergoing such training, time continued to pass by. Chapter 1630 King Gu Tong. Chapter 1630 King Gu Tong. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wuxuang had stayed in ancient god palace for 120 years. In a lofty hall in ancient god palace, Lingshan stood politely before King Gui. King Gui, I have just received news that Gu Jian defeated Gu Jinyu. Lingshan reported. Gu Jinyu isn't too strong among second stage 6-star ancient gods. He could be considered intermediate. Gu Jian passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower. Isn't it normal that he defeated Gu Jinyu? King Gui didn't care. If Gu Jian were to defeat Gu Jinyu when he went all out, it naturally wouldn't be much. But most importantly, he didn't use any human attack skills at all. He used the 4 ancient god unique skills to defeat Gu Jinyu. Lingshan explained. Oh? King Gui then looked shocked. He never used any human attack skills? Are you sure about this? Yes. Lingshan nodded. I am certain that he never once used his comprehension of the power of Heaven Way, nor did he use any sword principles. At most, he used his divine power. In other words, his control of the 4 unique skills has surpassed Gu Jinyu? King Gui looked surprised. The Gu Jinyu that they were talking about was a 6-star ancient god who stayed in Ancient God Palace for many years. The purity of his bloodline was high, but he was only a silver-armored ancient god. His control of the 4 ancient god unique skills was extremely high. However, he was defeated by Jian Wushuang. Although I am reluctant to admit this, I have to say that Gu Jian is a really terrifying genius. No matter if it's a human or as an ancient god, he is 1 in a million. His improvement speed is terrifyingly fast. If this continues, I cannot imagine to what stage he will improve, Ling Shan said. King Gui smiled faintly. He couldn't predict Jian Wushuang's potential either. Oh yeah, the thing that I assigned you to look into. Did you find anything? King Gui asked. Yeah, Ling Shan nodded. I investigated twice and I got the same results. Gu Jian isn't from King Gu Tong bloodline. There isn't such an impressive 5-star ancient god from King Gu Tong's bloodline. I knew it. King Gui looked calm. He didn't seem to be surprised at the results. He carries a human bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, he should have been living in the human territory previously. He only came to Ancient God Sanctuary to partake in the Ancient God Palace examination. Hence, he registered using King Gu Tong's name. Is that so? Should we? Ling Shan had yet to finish his sentence. King Gui waved. Don't need to do anything. Regardless of the young man's origin, he does have an ancient god bloodline, that's the truth. Also, he passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower, that's the truth as well. We only need to follow the rules that our ancestors left behind. I understand. Ling Shan nodded and then he left. Ancient God Tribe was different from humans. Ancient God Tribe purely relied on power and strength. As for fighting and scheming against one another went, it hardly happened. Gu King City, there were people shuttling to and fro on the street. That very moment, there was a troop made up of over 10 people marching into Gu King City. The troop was made up of ancient gods, but they were all weak. They were either 3 or 4-star ancient gods. As for 5-star ancient gods, there were only 2 of them. We are in King City now, you can walk around. Remember, don't get into any fights. Go ahead, a brawny elder exhorted. Then, the troop walked in all directions in excitement. The brawny elder and the other 5-star ancient god came to a shop. They had come to King City to get some necessities for their tribe after all. As they were purchasing some items, there were 3 figures gathered at a corner of the shop as they casually chatted. Among the 3, one of them was a bald, brawny man. As for the other 2, both of their figures and appearances were ridiculously alike. They should be twins. You brothers just arrived in Gu King City? The bald, brawny man asked. His voice was loud as though he was afraid that anyone could hear him. Yeah, the 2 of us have been staying in the tribe. We came to Gu King City this time with the intention to enter Ancient God Palace. One of the twin brothers said. TSK. It's a pity that you came too late. If you were to arrive earlier, you might have been in time to witness the miracle of Ancient God bloodline. The bald brawny man said. Miracle? What miracle? Tell me. The brothers were curious. What happened was that there was a mix of human and ancient god bloodline. He was like you, wanted to join Ancient God Palace, and he passed through the pre-examination of Ancient God Palace. But because he was of mixed blood, he couldn't enter Ancient God Palace. Then, the Mister made a shocking decision, which was to challenge Star Moon Tower. Star Moon Tower? The legendary place of definite death? This person has guts. The brothers were surprised. Humph, what place of definite death? To us, it might be a place of definite death, but to the Mister, he survived before everyone in Star Moon Tower. Not only did he pass the first 4 levels of Star Moon Tower, he also passed the 5th and 6th levels. He is only 1 step away from the final 7th level. The bald, brawny man said with a loud and bright voice. What? The brothers were shocked. The brawny elder and the 5-star ancient god, who were picking the items that they wanted to purchase, were shocked too. He passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower? There was astonishment in their eyes. This is true. Many people saw it too. Hence, it is said to be a miracle. The bald brawny mad complimented. What's the mister's name? Which king is he under? One of the brothers asked closely. I know his name, Gu Jian. As for his king, it seems to be King Gu Tong, the bald brawny man said. The moment he said that, the brothers didn't react differently. However, the brawny elder and the 5-star ancient god next to him was stunned. Elder Yi, did you hear that? Did they say King Gu Tong? That's our king, the 5-star ancient god said in excitement. I heard that. Don't be so excited just yet. The brawny elder looked solemn. He lowered his voice as he said, Our king is in trouble and he isn't like how he was before. Among the people in our tribe, although they were a few gifted young men, it is impossible for them to pass the 6th level in Star Moon Tower. Gu Jian. I have never heard of the name. He might not be with us. Not with us? The 5-star ancient god creased his eyebrows. We can't determine it now. Don't rush. We have time, let's try to ask around. The brawny elder squinted his eyes. Chapter 1631 Old Friend. Chapter 1631 Old Friend. The stocky old man started to gather information in Gu King's city at once. In no time, he had obtained reliable information. 150 years ago, there was indeed a person known as Gu Jian who had cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower. He was a mixed bloodline between human beings and ancient gods. Moreover, when he registered for the ancient god palace's assessment, he indeed said that he was under King Gu Tong. The stocky old man and the 5-star ancient god met up, and their expressions were extremely grave. There are two possibilities. Firstly, he is indeed the clansman of our king. Even if he is not, he is definitely related to the lineage of our king. Secondly, he heard the name of our king by coincidence. Thus, he blurted it out. However, it is purely for the purpose of the ancient god palace's assessment. No matter which possibility is correct, since it is related to our king, I have to think of a way to meet him. The stocky old man clenched both his fists tightly, and he had made up his mind. With that, he headed to the ancient god palace immediately. Atop a martial arts training ground in the ancient god palace, two giant ancient gods were having an intense battle. The bodies of the two ancient gods were over 100 feet tall. One of them was glowing with golden light, and he had already revealed 3 heads and 6 arms at that very moment. As for the other ancient god, his whole body was covered with a dark golden light. Similarly, he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Moreover, one of his 6 arms was holding a long sword tightly. Boom! 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 The two ancient gods were having a close-quarters battle. As they clashed again and again, strong ancient god power was released madly. However, at that very moment, the body of the dark golden ancient god shook. Although he had originally had 3 heads and 6 arms, he underwent a transformation to become 4 heads and 8 arms instantly. With an additional head and 2 more arms, he could unleash more kinds of attack. The gold-armored ancient god, who still had 3 heads and 6 arms, could no longer block the attacks, and he was defeated quickly. When everything had calmed down, the two ancient gods changed back to their human forms. Gu Jian, your speed of improvement is too frightening. You are a 5-star ancient god. Moreover, you are actually able to unleash 4 heads and 8 arms even though you have only grasped this unique skill for a short amount of time. Although I obtained this unique skill more than 500 years ago, up until now, I have only been able to unleash 3 heads and 6 arms. In addition, I am also a 6-star ancient god. The defeated ancient god forced a smile. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang grinned. He was a royal ancient god. In terms of bloodline, he had a huge advantage. In addition, he was extremely talented and his rate of growth was fast as well. In just a short 120 years' time, he had used the 4 unique skills until he was very familiar with it. Take the secret skill, 9 heads 18 arms, as an example. At that very moment, he could use 4 heads 8 arms proficiently. In addition, he was able to use the different kinds of attack beautifully. Just then, a figure came over from afar. Lord Du Jian. The person who came was a top 5-star ancient god. Logically was at the same level as Jian Wushuang. However, at that very moment, he addressed Jian Wushuang respectfully as Lord. Do you have anything for me? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Someone has come to the palace and he is currently outside. In addition, he claims that he is a clansman of King Gu Tong's lineage and he wishes to see you. The ancient god said respectfully. Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed at once. During the period of time where he was in the ancient god palace, he had asked some ancient gods about King Gu Tong's lineage as well. The answer he had gotten was that there was indeed a King Gu Tong in the Gu King's city in the past. However, at that moment, he was no longer in the Gu King's city, and it also seemed that he had been gone since a very long time ago. Thus, Jian Wushuang thought that perhaps King Gu Tong had not returned yet. However, at that moment, I will go and take a look. Jian Wushuang walked toward the outside of the palace at once. After arriving outside the palace, he saw the stocky old man who was waiting quietly at one side straight away. Elderly? Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up immediately. You are. Elderly also looked toward Jian Wushuang. At the start, he revealed a surprised expression. However, he opened his eyes wide after that. You are Jian Wushuang? That little kid from back then who awakened a portion of the royal bloodline. Ha! Elderly, long time no see. Jian Wushuang laughed and walked over. Elderly. He was the first 3-star ancient god who Jian Wushuang had seen. Back then in the firmament territory of the Green Fire World, during the 100 years' time where he had lived with the ancient god clan within the Eternal Zone, the strongest ancient god who he saw was Elderly. Hence, he had a strong impression of Elderly. It should be known that to Jian Wushuang back then, a 3-star ancient god was a super existence. At that moment, Jian Wushuang realized that Elderly had become a 5-star ancient god. Moreover, he was a top 5-star ancient god and they were similar in terms of realm. Jian Wushuang, it's really you. Elderly still found it a bit unbelievable. Of course it's me. Let's go somewhere else and have a nice chat. Jian Wushuang laughed. Elderly nodded his head. He also knew that they were not at a good place to talk. In no time, the two of them came to a secret room which was by itself. After Jian Wushuang laid a seal, the two of them started to have a conversation. Jian Wushuang, back then, you left so suddenly. You only left behind some words saying that you would return within thousands of years. However, tens of thousands of years have passed already. Elderly wore a smile. I had no choice. Jian Wushuang forced a smile. Elderly, to tell you the truth, I do not just possess the ancient god bloodline. I am also a human cultivator. Previously, I had never come into contact with the ancient god clan. However, after I awakened the ancient god bloodline, I naturally needed to leave. Originally, I wanted to wait until I got stronger before returning to the Eternal Zone to help all of you open up a sanctuary. However, who would expect that when I returned, the Eternal Zone would have already disappeared? Is that so? Elderly nodded his head as he could understand as well. Oh right. Elderly, the reason why the Eternal Zone disappeared was because of the return of your king, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, he still asked even though he knew the answer. He had already known that the Eternal Zone was taken away by King Gu Tong. That's right. Not long after you left, the king returned. He brought us along and returned to the ancient god's sanctuary. Now, the clansmen of our king's lineage have formed a tribe outside the Gu King city. Elderly said. A tribe? Jian Wushuang frowned. Why didn't you enter Gu King city? According to what he knew, King Gu Tong was a top 7-star royal ancient god. If he were in his peak, he would definitely not be weaker than King Gu, and he might even be stronger. Moreover, he was a royal ancient god with the surname Gu. Hence, he could totally bring the clansmen under him into Gu King's city and occupy a piece of land. Our king experienced a great change and his abilities had deteriorated greatly. Up until now, he had still not recovered fully. Moreover, he seemed to have some disputes with the current ruler of the Gu King city. As such, we are unable to enter the Gu King city, Eldery said. Something like this actually happened? Jian Wushuang was stunned. In actual fact, I came to the Gu King city this time around as I wanted to widen the knowledge of some kids. At the same time, I intended to bring back some items that the tribe needs. However, in the middle of doing so, I heard some people talking about you and I rushed over. Who would have expected that the person who cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower 150 years ago was actually you? Eldery gasped. Chapter 1632 Seeing King Gu Tong. Chapter 1632 Seeing King Gu Tong. Eldery, when are you returning to the tribe? Jian Wushuang asked. The things that are needed in the tribe have been purchased. We can return any time, Eldery said. That's great. I'll follow you back to the tribe. I'd like to see King Gu Tong as well. I have many questions that I'd like to ask him personally, Jian Wushuang said. He had many doubts and questions in his mind. It involved many aspects, and King Gu Tong should be able to answer quite a few things for him. If so, let's depart now, Eldery replied. Sure, I have no plans anyway. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Eldery and they met up with the other guys under King Gu Tong in the city before they walked out of the city. Outside the city, there was a troop of over 10 people plunging forward in the spacious void. They flew for a few days' time without break. Jian Wushuang, there's another half a day until we reach the tribe, Eldery said. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly and he was getting excited. One should know that he made some great friends back in the Eternal Zone. Some even rescued him before. Then, it had been tens of thousands of years. He wondered how the ancient gods were doing. Half a day later there was a huge tribe that appeared before Jian Wushuang. Although it was a tribe, there were many towering, lofty buildings and some are floating. Under the lead of Eldery, Jian Wushuang stepped foot into the tribe. He spread his soul power and sensed some familiar auras in the tribe. The aura is Gu Yang's. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Gu Yang was the silver-armored ancient god who had once saved him. Eldering is here too. Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement when he sensed all the familiar auras. Jian Wushuang, let me bring you to see King first, Eldery said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Eldery immediately guided Jian Wushuang to the middle of the tribe, where a lofty purple palace was located. Outside the palace, there were a few ancient god guards standing guard. King! Eldery bowed to the palace politely. Come in. There was a lofty voice from the palace. Eldery brought Jian Wushuang into the palace. The moment Jian Wushuang entered the palace, he immediately saw a brawny shadow on the highest throne in the palace. He was 3 meters tall, and his skin was in dark gold luster. There was a faint glowing gold light in his hands too. He still had yet to recover to his peak. However, there was arrogance in his eyes. The most interesting thing was the inverted 7 stars in between his eyebrows. The moment Jian Wushuang entered the palace, the brawny figure's dark golden eyes looked like a bolt of lightning. King! Eldery knelt down directly. King Gu Tong. Jian Wushuang bowed politely to show his reverence. Young man, it's you? King Gu Tong looked at Jian Wushuang. Naturally, he recognized Jian Wushuang. You can leave first. King Gu Tong glanced at Eldery. Yes. Eldery stood up politely and left. There was only Jian Wushuang and King Gu Tong left in the palace. Sit. King Gu Tong waved and there was immediately a stone chair in gold that appeared next to Jian Wushuang out of nowhere. Jian Wushuang sat down immediately without courtesy. Jian Wushuang, how is your master Xian Yi? King Gu Tong asked calmly. Master's body disappeared before me. However, I can tell that Master isn't dead. As for where he is now, I have no idea. Jian Wuxuang shook his head. He, that old man, he is still so mysterious. King Gu Tong smiled faintly but wasn't surprised. King Gu Tong, it has been so many years and you have yet to recover from your injury still? Jian Wuxuang was shocked. One should know that when King Gu Tong had been in Green Fire World, he had been severely injured and he couldn't put his fighting power to play at all. But then, it had been a total of tens of thousands of years and King Gu Tong had returned to Ancient God's Sanctuary. King Gu Tong's power had yet to fully recover after he had stayed in Ancient God's Sanctuary for so long. Jian Wuxuang's soul power could clearly sense that King Gu Tong then was still in an extremely weak state. In terms of his aura, it was barely comparable to a 6-star Ancient God's. I am not injured. I was invaded by a strange power. It wouldn't be that easy if I wanted to resolve the power. King Gu Tong shook his head. Power invasion? Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows. What power is that? Even you, a peak 7-star royal ancient god, couldn't endure it, and cannot remove it after so many years? This power, thanks to the battlefield at your hometown. King Gu Tong said. That battlefield? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. Now that you have come to Ancient God's Sanctuary, I believe you understand what is so unique about your hometown. If not, let me tell you. King Gu Tong started explaining. About this, the story began millions of years back. Actually, millions of years ago, I was already a peak 7-star royal ancient god and the overlord in Ancient God's Sanctuary. Back then, the 8-star royal ancient god who was ruling Gu King's city accidentally passed away and the position of ruler of Gu King's city was vacant. There were only 2 people who were qualified to fight for the position then. One was me and the other was King Guyu. King Guyu and I are both peak 7-star ancient gods and we both have royal bloodlines. We also have many supporters and followers under us. Over the years, King Guyu and I were evenly matched. However, because of that, the match was hard to call and the one who could take the position of the ruler of Gu King's city was undetermined. King Guyu and I knew that the only way to really take over the position to rule Gu King's city was to see who broke through first and became an 8-star ancient god. Hence, the 2 of us went to look for opportunities in order to break through. King Guyu went to look for his opportunity while I went through a space gap in a unique mystery land by chance, and came to the battlefield where your hometown was located. Then, Jian Wuxuang looked surprised. It turns out that King Gu Tong came to the battlefield via a space gap. No wonder the experts in Green Fire Palace never noticed his arrival. If it wasn't for King Gu Tong being attacked later on, Green Fire Palace wouldn't know that there was a super existence in Green Fire World. Jian Wuxuang exclaimed in shock. The environment where Green Fire World was in was unique. It was located within a space-time storm and there was a formation that Green Fire Palace set up in the space-time storm. Once outsiders barged in, Green Fire Palace would immediately notice. However, in actual fact, there were 2 outsiders in Green Fire World that Green Fire Palace had never noticed. The 2 outsiders were King Gu Tong and an expert from Holocaust sect, Dao Yuanzi, that Jian Wuxuang had killed. Chapter 1633 A Big Secret. Chapter 1633 A Big Secret. King Gu Tong went to the battlefield directly via the space crack instead of passing through the Great Formation which contained a space-time storm. Hence, it was normal for him to go unnoticed by the Green Fire Palace. However, how about Dao Yuanzi of the Holocaust sect? How did he go into the Green Fire World? Jian Wuxuang's mind was filled with doubts. The battlefield that your hometown is at is not normal. After arriving there, I only did a simple search and I found quite a number of treasures and opportunities. Hence, I concluded immediately that there is definitely a big secret and opportunities hidden in that battlefield. I also saw the hope of making a breakthrough to an 8-star ancient god on that battlefield. After saying that, King Gu Tong could not help but clench his fists. It was clear that the battlefield that the Green Fire World was at contained a big secret and many opportunities at that period of time. Even if it were King Gu Tong, he was also unable to remain calm about this fact. After that, for a period of time, I searched for opportunities all around the battlefield. I even used certain means to get many experts under me to search that battlefield. After searching for a very long period of time, we managed to find a few opportunities. Moreover, the longer I stayed at the battlefield, the more frightened I felt about it. However, apart from opportunities, that battlefield was also full of danger. In the end, I underestimated it. Originally, I had thought that with my abilities as a top 7-star ancient god, I would be able to deal with the dangers even if I were to come across them in that battlefield. Indeed, I had managed to deal with the 2 dangers I encountered previously. However, during the 3rd time, not only did it cost me all my best experts, I was also affected by this sinister corrosive power. This power corroded my ancient god power as well as the bloodline of my body to the point that my abilities dropped to the most primitive, lowest state. Moreover, if this power continues to corrode my body, my blood and my ancient god body will be corroded completely, which also means that I will be sucked dry and die as a result of this power. At that point of time, I really thought that I would die and I had given up all hope. However, at the most critical moment, your master, Xian Yi, appeared. King Gutong looked over. Master? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Your master and I made a deal. He manufactured an elixir to help me stop this sinister power from further corroding my body. Moreover, he also gave me a method to allow me to use my own power to remove this sinister power. Since I owe him a favor, he brought me to your hometown Green Fire World. King Gutong said. This is the same as what Master said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Jian Wushuang had asked his master Xian Yi about King Gutong before. Moreover, what Xian Yi said was similar to what King Gutong had said. As for what happened next, you know it yourself. I continued to stay in the Green Fire World to get rid of the sinister power. However, the process was extremely slow. It was not until an unforeseen event where you appeared occurred that Xian Yi made me take action. After I took action, my deal with him was complete. Hence, I naturally brought my people and left. However, even though I returned to the ancient god sanctuary, the sinister power inside my body is still not completely gone, and it will take a period of time to be removed. King Gutong said. I see. Jian Wushuang understood completely. King Gutong, you said that you followed the space crack of a mystery land and ended up at the battlefield of my hometown. Where is that space crack? Jian Wushuang questioned seriously. That was a space crack which would lead anyone straight to the battlefield of his hometown. As soon as it was discovered and news of it spread, it would definitely attract a great number of experts to go to the battlefield of his hometown. Not to mention the fact that the treasures and opportunities of the battlefield were plundered by the experts. The most important thing was the safety of the Green Fire World. That was his hometown. Don't worry. The mystery land that the space crack is at is not normal, and it will require a long period of time before it opens up. Currently, there is still a period of time before it opens up again. Moreover, even if that mystery land were to open up again, no one will discover that space crack. After all, that space crack is hidden extremely well. King Gutong said. That's still not too bad. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief and said earnestly after that, King Gutong, please do not let anyone know about that space crack or the battlefield in my hometown. No problem. King Gutong nodded his head straight away. Although that battlefield contains a big secret and great opportunities, it is considered a nightmarish place to me. In my remaining life, I will not want to take a second step into that place. Hence, I will naturally not tell anyone about it either. Thank you very much, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. Jian Wushuang, although I will not tell anyone about that space crack or the battlefield in your hometown, I still have to remind you that the battlefield in your hometown is not normal. It might be a giant battlefield which has been passed down from ancient times. In other words, the giant battlefield has been passed down during the ancient God Emperor's generation. Countless top experts have fallen in that battlefield. Moreover, those top experts did not consist of solely human beings but of many special clans as well. For example, Within your hometown Green Fire world, there is quite a number of descendants of special clans, which is inclusive of the descendants of the ancient god clan. All of this should be due to that ancient battlefield, King Gutong said. Jian Wushwang's expression turned grave. He had already made some guesses about what King Gutong had said. Within the Green Fire world, there were descendants from many special clans. For example, he was a descendant of the ancient god clan, and he possessed the ancient god bloodline which would be awakened when the opportunity came. Apart from that, there were also the heavenly monster bloodline, Sky Devouring clan bloodline, Crimson Phoenix clan bloodline, and many more. Most of them were top bloodlines. The Green Fire world was completely isolated from the eternal chaotic world. Under normal circumstances, how could there be descendants left behind by so many special clans? There was only one answer, and it was definitely related to the top experts of many special clans dying on that ancient battlefield. Jian Wushwang, you came to the ancient god sanctuary for the ancient god unique skills and secret skills, right? King Gutong looked over. That's right. Jian Wushwang nodded his head. However, you are a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings. Hence, it is impossible for you to join the ancient god palace by normal means, King Gutong said. That's indeed the case. Hence, I could only challenge the Star Moon Tower. Moreover, I have cleared the 6th level, Jian Wushwang said. The 6th level? King Gutong raised his eyebrows, and he was not surprised. An inverse cultivator is indeed impressive. King Gutong, you knew that I was an inverse cultivator since long ago? Jian Wushwang questioned. Of course. I could tell back when I was in your hometown. King Gutong laughed. Then, did my master know that I was an inverse cultivator a long time ago as well? Jian Wushwang could not help but ask. Since I was able to tell, your master definitely knew about it a long time ago. King Gutong giggled. Your master is the most mysterious and most unfathomable expert of all the numerous experts I have seen in my whole life. Chapter 1634 Azura Tribe. Chapter 1634 Azura Tribe. After pausing for some time, King Gutong continued talking. Your master is supposed to be extremely weak. However, he was able to appear in that ancient battlefield and also stop the corrosion from the sinister power in time for me. It must be known that this sinister power caused even a peak 7-star royal ancient god like me to give up all hope. Moreover, after interacting with him for a period of time, I have a feeling that he is very closely related to that ancient battlefield. It is even to the extent that I suspected that he was a consciousness body that was left behind by a peak expert who died on that battlefield. Of course, this is only my guess, and I am not sure whether it is true. As Jian Wushwang listened, his expression became even more grave. He knew that his own master was a mystery. At the same time, the battlefield that his hometown was in contained shocking secrets. However, no matter what the secrets were, he would be unable to search for them with his current abilities. In the end, his abilities were still too weak. Even a top 7-star royal ancient god like King Gutong has treated that battlefield as a nightmarish place. From this, it can be seen how dangerous that battlefield is. Hence, if I want to search for the secrets of that battlefield, at the very least, I need to possess the abilities of an almighty before I have the right to do so. In order to make everything clear, I might have to become even stronger. Jian Wushwang's eyes were glowing with a strange expression. However, he was extremely firm like never before. No matter how much further he had to go before being able to find out everything to answer his own questions, he would still do his very best to fight for it. After all, that secret was related to too many things. It was related to his master who he respected the most, and who he was greatly indebted to. It was related to the survival or extinction of his hometown, the Green Fire world. It was related to the infinite number of living things in the Green Fire world, which included many of his loved ones and good friends. In addition, it was also related to everything else. He would definitely make everything clear one day. However, at that very moment, he was still very far away from being able to do that. Boom! All of a sudden, a fierce, booming sound could be heard. With that, Jian Wuxuang and King Gu Tong, who were in the palace, were alarmed. This is... Jian Wuxuang frowned. This should be done by the Azura tribe. Those people are really persistent. King Gu Tong shook his head and laughed. Azura tribe? What's going on? Jian Wuxuang questioned. It has not been long since I returned to the ancient god's sanctuary. Moreover, after I returned, I settled down there as a tribe. In addition, quite a number of experts, as well as King Gu Yu, the current ruler of the Gu King city, also knew that I returned. However, my abilities never recovered and it was not convenient for me to show myself. Thus, over the past few years, no matter who came to see me, I rejected all of them. As time passed by, the news of my abilities having deteriorated leaked out. However, this piece of news was never confirmed. As such, the Azura tribe came to provoke us repeatedly. King Gu Tong laughed. They are testing you? A thought flashed through Jian Wuxuang's mind and he understood. As some of the top experts in the Gu King city were unable to confirm whether King Gu Tong's abilities were at their peak, they got the Azura tribe to step in and provoke him repeatedly. With just the ancient gods under King Gu Tong's lineage, they would naturally be unable to compete against the Azura tribe. Thus, King Gu Tong would be forced to take action. As soon as King Gu Tong took action, his abilities would be revealed immediately. The Azura tribe is merely a normal ancient god tribe outside the Gu King city and their strongest expert is just a stage 3 6-star ancient god. If there is no one supporting them, they will not have the guts to provoke me even if they knew that my abilities have deteriorated. As King Gu Tong spoke, his eyes unleashed an infinite amount of light which could put extreme pressure on anyone. Indeed, he was a top 7-star royal ancient god. Even if his abilities were to deteriorate, as long as he was not dead, no one would dare to act impudently in front of him. Even if they were to pluck up some courage, the Azura tribe, which was ruled by a stage 3 6-star ancient god, would not dare to find trouble for him. As for who was supporting the Azura tribe behind their back, Jian Wuxuang had a good idea of it. Jian Wuxuang, moments ago you mentioned that you cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower? King Gu Tong looked toward Jian Wuxuang. That's right. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head. Since that's the case, please help me out and send the Azura tribe away, King Gu Tong said. No problem. Jian Wuxuang did not hesitate, and he stood up immediately. After that, he bowed to King Gu Tong and walked out of the palace. As soon as he left the palace, Jian Wuxuang could hear the booming sound that was coming from the void outside the tribe continuously. It was obvious that some experts were fighting over there. Moreover, by looking at the divine power which had been spread all over the void, the abilities of the two people who were fighting were not weak and they should be 6-star ancient gods. Swoosh! With a flash of his body, Jian Wuxuang hurried toward the battlefield. At the void outside the tribe, there were a great number of people and they were all ancient gods under King Gu Tong. At that very moment, they were looking at the battlefield in front of them worriedly. Elder Yi was also within the crowd. Elder Yi. Jian Wuxuang appeared beside Elder Yi. Jian Wuxuang, you have come. Elder Yi glanced at Jian Wuxuang. Beside them, quite a number of clansmen also noticed Jian Wuxuang's existence. Elder Ying and Brother Gu Yang, long time no see. Jian Wuxuang greeted some of the people who he was once familiar with. Jian Wuxuang, it's actually you? When those acquaintances saw Jian Wuxuang again, all of them could not help but cry out in alarm. It should be known that they had not seen Jian Wuxuang for tens of thousands of years and they thought that Jian Wuxuang had died previously. When they saw him again, they naturally could not help but gasp. Oh? Jian Wuxuang looked toward the battlefield in front of him. Within the battlefield, two shadows had revealed their ancient god bodies. They were both 6-star gold-armored ancient gods and Jian Wuxuang knew one of them. Gu Hing? A thought flashed past Jian Wuxuang's mind. Back then in the Eternal Zone, Gu Hing was a genius of the ancient god clan which he came across. The Eternal Zone was a mystery land. Moreover, the ancient gods were under huge restrictions in the green fire world and it was difficult for them to display their abilities. hence, even their speed of improvement was extremely slow. However, ever since those ancient gods returned to the ancient god's sanctuary, their abilities skyrocketed. For example, at that moment, Gu Heng had already become a 6-star ancient god. Although he was only a stage 1 6-star ancient god, he was considered one of the top few among the stage 1 6-star ancient gods. In addition, his bloodline was extremely pure, and he had cultivated some ancient god-unique skills before. As such, even though he was facing a stage 2 6-star ancient god at that moment, he was able to fight an intense battle with him for a long period of time. Although Gu Heng's abilities and his mastery of the ancient god-unique skills are not too bad, it is a pity that the gap between the power of a stage 1 6-star ancient god and a stage 2 6-star ancient god is too huge. For him to be able to fight against the stage 2 6-star ancient god for some time, it is already considered good. However, in the end, the results will be. Jian Wushuang shook his head. As expected. After a short while, Gu Heng was defeated. Chapter 1635 One Face-Off. Chapter 1635 One Face-Off. Ha! King Gu Tong's lineage, which once stood at the peak of the Gu King city, has fallen completely? The expert that it sent out is trash like this? A wanton and loud laughter reverberated across the universe. The 6-star gold-armored ancient god who defeated Gu Heng was floating in the sky, and the unreasonable amount of aura on his body was oppressing everyone. Damn it! Many clansmen under King Gu Tong's lineage were extremely furious. However, they were unable to do anything. Apart from King Gu Tong, Gu Heng was the strongest person within their lineage. However, it was obvious that he was not an opponent for the 6-star gold-armored ancient god that was in front of them. Since their abilities were inferior to the 6-star ancient god, no matter how arrogant he was, they would be unable to do anything. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang, who was within the crowd, stepped out abruptly. "Leave this person to me," Jian Wushuang said. "Jian Wushuang?" Before Elder Yi, Elder Ying and the rest of the people could react, Jian Wushuang had already stepped forward. Jian Wushuang went in front of that 6-star gold-armored ancient god directly. "Let me be your opponent," Jian Wushuang said. "You!" The 6-star gold-armored ancient god shot a glance at Jian Wushuang and he sneered straight away. "Ha! Looks like King Gu Tong's lineage has really fallen. The person who I've sent just now is still a 6-star ancient god. But now, they have actually sent a 5-star ancient god. This is really funny. King Gu Tong's face has really been totally thrown away by all these people under him." After hearing what was said, many ancient gods of King Gu Tong's lineage clenched their fists tightly, and they were enraged. Jian Wushuang had an indifferent expression as he had never fought for himself. However, dark golden light appeared from his body and he became a 100-foot-tall lofty ancient god instantly. Powerful aura was released from Jian Wushuang's body. At the same time, the pressure from his bloodline was also released. The eyes of the 6-star gold-armored ancient god, who was originally extremely arrogant, shrank fiercely when he saw Jian Wushuang's ancient god body. A royal ancient god! Many ancient gods of King Gu Tong's lineage revealed a shocked expression in succession. In the whole Gu King city and even the whole ancient god sanctuary, there were not many people who possessed the royal ancient god bloodline. Jian Wushuang did not say anything unnecessary. The Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hands and his powerful sword essence shot up to the highest heavens. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang moved. Bam! Bam! The big feet of the ancient god's body that Jian Wushuang had transformed into were stomping into the ground madly. His body was like a huge mountain that was charging and his speed was extremely fast. As he charged forward, the aura and the pressure from his bloodline became stronger and heavier respectively. The eyes of the 6-star gold-armored ancient god were filled with malice. "Humph, so what if you're a royal ancient god? In the end, you are only a 5-star. Since you wish to bring shame on yourself, I shall grant you your wish." Boom! The six-star gold-armored ancient god's movement tore open the void. His hands were holding a golden big hammer tightly, and it had already started to gather a vast amount of power. However, just as the both of them were about to clash head-on, the six-star gold-armored ancient god was about to swing the big hammer in his hands. Buzz! Jian Wuxuang's body flashed strangely, and he disappeared from the front of the six-star gold-armored ancient god straight away. What? The six-star gold-armored ancient god became shocked at once. Straight away after that, an ear-piercing explosive sound could be heard from behind him. When he turned his head fiercely, he saw a brilliant, dazzling sword light. This speed! How can he be so fast? The six-star gold-armored ancient god opened his eyes wide and he was unable to react at all. Piak! The sword light dissipated and the sword blade of Jian Wuxuang's Blood Mountain sword struck the huge body of the six-star gold-armored ancient god. His powerful strength had caused the six-star gold-armored ancient god's body to shake and he retreated backwards while staggering. In the end, he fell to the ground. However, he stood up again in an instant and his eyes, which were looking at Jian Wuxuang, filled with anger. If I had used the edge of my sword just now, your head would already be gone. Jian Wuxuang's cold voice resounded across the universe. The six-star gold-armored ancient god's body trembled. Even though he was extremely furious, he could only suppress his anger and not let it show. He knew that Jian Wuxuang was right. If Jian Wuxuang had used the sword edge instead of the sword blade just then, he would already be dead. Is he really only a 5-star ancient god? The 6-star gold-armored ancient god felt that it was unbelievable. He was a stage 2 6-star ancient god. However, he was defeated after one face-off. Moreover, he would already be dead if his opponent had not shown him mercy. This was something that a 5-star ancient god could do. When the ancient gods of King Gu Tong's lineage who were standing by the side of the battlefield saw such a scene, they became stupefied as well. Jian Wuxuang, he. Gu Heng opened his eyes big and his face was filled with disbelief. He defeated a stage 2 6-star ancient god in just one face-off? Elder Ying and Gu Yang were both extremely shocked. The Jian Wuxuang who they knew was a genius. However, he was far from being so frightening. As expected of the top expert to have cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, Elder Yi clenched both his fists tightly. Amidst a void, far away from the battlefield, there were a few shadows. These people were experts from the Azura tribe. In particular, the person at the front was the leader of the Azura tribe, Gu Luo. They had been staying in the void and they were keeping track of everything that was happening on the battlefield. At the start, when the 6-star gold-armored ancient god of their tribe had defeated Gu Heng easily, they had laughed as they were pleased and not surprised in the slightest. However, at that very moment, the experts of the Azura tribe were so shocked that they were stunned. How is that possible? That little kid is only a 5-star ancient god. With the power of 5-star ancient god, he defeated a stage 2 6-star ancient god instantly. Moreover, he also possessed the royal bloodline. This person. Could he be the exceptional genius whose name shook the Gu King's city after clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower not long ago? The first in history? The experts understood quickly. If it's really him, then that explains it. The leader of the Azura tribe squinted his eyes and he took a look at Jian Wuxuang, who was far away. After that, his body moved and he headed toward the battlefield in front of him. As for the people behind him, they naturally followed him closely. In a jiffy, Gu Luo and his people appeared on the battlefield. Leader, I am incompetent. The 6-star golden-armored ancient god who was defeated in the hands of Jian Wuxuang apologized to Gu Luo right away. This matter is not your fault. Gu Luo waved his hands and his eyes already looked toward Jian Wuxuang. Royal ancient god bloodline. Although you are merely a 5-star ancient god, you have such strong fighting capabilities. If my guess is not wrong, you should be the genius Gu Jian, who cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, right? That's me, Jian Wuxuang admitted openly. Chapter 16 36 Brothers. Chapter 1636, Brothers. For you to be able to clear the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, you are indeed not normal. However, today's matter is unrelated to you. Guluo chuckled. After that, his eyes moved and he looked at the huge place of residence of the tribe which was behind Jian Wushuang. After taking a deep breath, a sonorous voice came out of Guluo's mouth. Guluo, leader of the Azura tribe, wishes for an audience with King Gu Tong. His voice was extremely loud. It reverberated across the area and did not dissipate even after a long time. However, there was no reply from the place of residence. Such a scene had caused many ancient gods under King Gu Tong's lineage to be furious. Damn it! Who do you think our king is? He is not someone you can meet as and when you want. Elder Yi was the first person to shout at him. Humph! No matter what, I will see King Gu Tong today. Guluo's eyes were cold, and he had already started to walk toward the place of tribe of the tribe. At that instant, many ancient gods under King Gu Tong's lineage unleashed their auras and also took out their own weapons as they wanted to keep Guluo outside the place of residence of the tribe. You fools, not enough to stop me. Guluo ignored everyone in front of him, and he continued walking. Seeing that Guluo was walking over, Jian Wushuang also held his long sword on his hands. In addition, fighting intent was about to burst forth from his body. Guluo stopped walking and looked toward Jian Wushuang. Gu Jian, although your abilities are not too bad, it is still not enough to stop me. After talking, Guluo continued walking. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. However, in his mind, he had to admit that what Guluo had said was true. At the very moment, he could at most compete against a top stage 2 6-star ancient god. However, if he were to come across a stage 3 6-star ancient god, he would definitely be suppressed. Moreover, it had been less than 100 years since he had unleashed his secret skill of Star Palace. Thus, his star power had not recovered yet, and he was unable to use the secret skill. He was unable to stop Guluo. However, at that very moment, Guluo! All of a sudden, a deep, drawn-out voice could be heard, and it came from the place of residence of the tribe which was far away. Guluo, who had been moving forward, stopped walking immediately, and he did not dare to take another step forward. His expression also became modest and respectful straight away. The lines of vision of everyone present moved towards the source of that drawn-out voice. Over there, a stalwart body was moving over slowly. King! King! All the ancient gods of King Gu Tong's lineage knelt down and bowed to him with joined hands. Under such worship, King Gu Tong, who was 3 meters tall and had penetrating eyes, walked in front of everyone proudly. I am Guluo. Greetings to King Gu Tong. Guluo greeted respectfully. King Gu Tong's expression was cold and his proud eyes looked at Guluo, who was in front of him. You wish to see me? That's right. Guluo was extremely respectful. However, he also felt terrified. At the same time, Guluo could already tell that King Gu Tong was indeed in poor health. Seems like the rumors back then were real. King Gu Tong's abilities have deteriorated greatly and have not recovered since then. It is no wonder that he does not show himself, Guluo said. Of course, even though King Gu Tong was in poor health, he did not dare to be rash. In order to meet me, you spared no effort to provoke my people again and again. Moreover, you even want to charge into my tribe forcefully. You are really very daring. King Gu Tong's voice was icy cold, and it was unknown as to what he was feeling. I was too reckless, and I hope that King Gu Tong can forgive me. Guluo apologized immediately. Reckless? After all, you are the leader of a tribe and you should not be so stupid. You had better get the person behind you to show himself. King Gu Tong's voice spread across the area slowly. Guluo was stunned. However, he could not help but laugh immediately. King Gu Tong, he was once an absolute overlord of the ancient god's sanctuary and a peak 7-star royal ancient god. Although his abilities had deteriorated greatly, the authority that he possessed was not something a mere 6-star ancient god like him could provoke. Guluo was certain about that. Thus, since he had dared to do what he had done, There was naturally someone who was supporting him behind his back. After King Gu Tong's voice echoed across the area, a loud laugh reverberated across the universe as well. Ha! Gu Tong, long time no see. I trust that you have been well since we parted? The laughter came from every corner of the universe. At the next moment, a body came into shape slowly in the universe. Similarly, he possessed a body which was 3 meters tall. He wore purple armor, looked handsome, and had a cold expression. There were 8 stars in the space between his eyebrows, and he was extremely imposing. Such elegance and dignity had caused people to submit themselves to his rule. An 8-star ancient god! When everyone around the area, including Jian Wushuang, saw the approaching person, all of them were shocked. After that, they became aware of the identity of the approaching person. In the whole of Gu King City, there was only one 8-star ancient god, and he was the current ruler of the Gu King City, King Gu Yu. As expected, the person behind the Azura tribe is indeed King Gu Yu. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. King Gu Tong had both his hands behind his back. As he looked at King Gu Yu in front of him, he was not surprised in the slightest bit. Read more chapter on Novelful. Gu Tong, after so many years, this is the first time that I have seen you in such a miserable state. King Gu Yu's voice was indifferent. What did you come here for? King Gu Tong said apathetically. If I were to not come, could it be that you planned to not show yourself forever? Ha! If my guess is not wrong, you have been unwilling to show yourself all the while as you do not wish for me to see this miserable state of yours? King Gu Tong sniggered. I do not need you to interfere in my matters. King Gu Tong's eyes shrank. Hee, you are still stubborn, just like before. King Gu Yu shook his head slowly. Back then, both you and I competed endlessly for the right to rule the Gu King City. This is a fact, and it was also a fair competition. In the end, both you and I are brothers. No matter what the result is in a fight between brothers, it is our own personal matter. However, even though you are already in such a tragic state, you still refuse to lower your head and admit defeat. Thus, I have no choice. As the elder brother, I can only take the initiative to come and find you. After all, you are my one and only brother in this world. After hearing what was said, King Gu Tong's expression changed slightly. As for the people in the area, they were all shocked. King Gu Yu and King Gu Tong were brothers? From the looks of it, they were biological brothers? This, Jian Wushuang's could not help but be puzzled. When he was chatting with King Gu Tong previously, King Gu Tong did not mention such a point. Instead, he had only said that he had been competing with King Gu Yu all the while for the right to rule the Gu King City. Hence, in order to make a breakthrough to become an 8-star ancient god, both of them had traveled outside to find opportunities. In the end, King Gu Yu had made a breakthrough successfully. However, King Gu Tong was hit by the corrosion from the sinister power and reduced to a very tragic state. Moreover, to date, he had still not recovered completely. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect the two people who had been competing endlessly to actually be biological brothers. Gu Tong, both you and I are brothers. Thus, it is the same no matter who is ruling the Gu King City. What I possess is what you possess as well. I will think of a way to help you recover your abilities. Please come back. King Gu Yu's words, which were filled with warmth, echoed across the universe. At the same time, they also echoed within King Gu Tong's mind. Chapter 1637 Lovesick. Chapter 1637 Lovesick. The whole universe had quietened down. At the center of the universe, King Gu Yu and King Gu Tong were looking at each other, and even the air froze. After a long time, King Gu Tong laughed apathetically. Seems like I really cannot do anything about you. I'll be waiting for you in the Gu King City, King Gu Yu said. All right. King Gu Tong nodded his head. He was a very proud and aloof person. Even though he had lost, it was not that he was unwilling to lower his head. Instead, he felt ashamed to see King Gu Yu, his elder brother. As such, he remained at his current location and did not return to the Gu King City. This was a kind of stubbornness. However, it could also be said to be a kind of pride. It was not until that moment, when King Guyu appeared and swallowed his pride completely to appear as his elder brother to persuade him, that King Gu Tong finally accepted his offer. Upon seeing King Gu Tong nodding his head, King Guyu revealed a smile. After that, his eyes moved and he looked at Jian Wushuang. "Little kid, you are Gu Jian? Gu Jian is my alias. My real name is Jian Wushuang," Jian Wushuang said with respect. "Jian Wushuang?" King Guyu raised his eyebrows. "For you to be able to clear the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, you are not too bad." After talking, King Guyu's body turned vague and he disappeared from this piece of universe. It was only after King Guyu left that the atmosphere at their location eased up completely. "King Gu Tong," the leader of the Azura tribe, Gu Luo, said with respect. "The matter this time round was planned by King Guyu secretly, and my Azura tribe was merely following his orders. If we have offended you in any way, we hope that you can forgive us. I shall treat this matter as though it never happened. You may leave now." King Gu Tong waved his hands. "Thank you very much." Gu Luo heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he brought the ancient gods under him along with him and left straight away. Atop the void, under the gazes of many clansmen, King Gu Tong raised his head and looked up at the sky. It was only a long time later that he sighed. "All of you are to make your preparations. We will return to Gu King's city 3 days later," King Gu Tong instructed. In a split second, the clansmen of the whole tribe rejoiced. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. 3 days later, the whole tribe of King Gu Tong's lineage relocated into the Gu King City. After reaching the Gu King City, they moved to the place that King Guyu had prearranged a long time ago. Moreover, King Gu Tong also returned to the Gu King City. Even though his abilities had deteriorated, he was still one of the overlords of the Gu King City. With his position, no one could touch him. As for Jian Wushuang, he naturally returned to the ancient god palace. For the next period of time, he would continue to stay in the ancient god palace to train so that he could familiarize himself with the ancient god lineage's 4 unique skills, as well as the 2 secret skills. For the past few years, although he had grasped the 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills during the intense battles he had only grasped them in their early stages. As such, there was still much room for him to improve. Time was merciless, and it continued to flow. Jian Wushuang had already lived for tens of thousands of years. To experts of the eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang was still considered very young. To Jian Wushuang, who had lived for quite a long period of time, thousands of years of time were considered nothing. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had already come to the eternal chaotic world for 1,700 years. In front of a stone table in a giant garden in the ancient god palace, there was a golden-haired youth sitting alone and drinking wine. "Guzhen!" A voice could be heard and Jian Wushuang appeared within the garden. "Why are you drinking wine alone here?" Jian Wushuang wore a smile. He had participated in the same ancient god palace assessment as Jingu. After that, for the past few years in the ancient god palace, their relationship was still considered not too bad. "Gu Jian, you have come at the right time. Come and drink with me." Gu Jian waved his hand and another wine cup appeared on the stone table at once. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside the stone table straight away. "From your look, could it be that you are thinking of someone you love?" Jian Wushuang asked randomly. "Haha, you have guessed correctly." Gu Jian laughed. "I am thinking of her and I really, really miss her." "If that's the case, why don't you look for her?" Jian Wushuang questioned. "Of course I wish to look for her. However, there's no use. Even if I went, I would not be able to see her. She's a real genius and her background cannot be compared to mine. For the past few years, I trained extremely hard so that I could catch up with her one day. However, looking at it now, the distance between me and her is getting even wider. Even though we have feelings for each other, it's unsure whether we will really be together in the end." Now I'm merely feeling lovesick and enduring the pain of this lovesickness. Gu Jin laughed at himself. Love will find a way. As long as you work hard, you will definitely end up with the person you love. Jian Wushuang said. Haha, love will find a way. You actually believe those words? Gu Jin shook his head and laughed. All of a sudden, he looked at Jian Wushuang. Oh right. Jian Wushuang, do you have someone you love? Me? Jian Wushuang was stunned. However, he could not help but raise the wine cup in front of him. I have a beloved wife. After talking, he drank the wine in his wine cup down in one gulp. A wife? I'm really envious of you. Gu Jin gasped in admiration. Envious of me? Jian Wushuang glanced at Gu Jin and his expression turned a bit unusual. Gu Jin was envious of him. However, in actual fact, he was envious of Gu Jin. At the very least, Gu Jin knew where his beloved person was and how she was doing. Hence, he could continue to work hard for her. But what about him? At that very moment, he did not even know where his wife was. He had been doing his best to find her in the eternal chaotic world. Although he had finally managed to find her once, and she was already very close to him, in the end, he could only look on as she left him. He knew that her aura and consciousness were in a completely sealed state and that they might disappear at any time. Moreover, there was another evil consciousness occupying her body and committing evil deeds all around the eternal chaotic world. However, he was unable to do anything about it. You have merely experienced the pain of lovesickness. As for me, I have been suffering all the while. Jian Wushuang forced a smile. However, his eyes were filled with unprecedented resolve and determination. He had never given up on his wife. All the effort that he had put in up to that moment had been for his wife. Schwanger. Wait for a while more. I will definitely find you and bring you back in one piece to our hometown happily. Definitely. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. His fingertips had already cut his flesh and blood flowed from it. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang's body shook fiercely. Eh? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. This kind of feeling. Could it be? Jian Wushuang was delighted. Gu Jin, you can continue drinking. I have an urgent matter to attend to and I cannot drink with you anymore. After Jian Wushuang spoke, he left quickly. Gu Jin was still sitting beside the stone table. As he looked at Jian Wushuang, who had left abruptly, he had a doubtful expression. We had been having such a great conversation. How can he just leave like that? Although he was in doubt, Gu Jin did not give chase. Instead, he continued drinking alone. In the ancient god palace, Jian Wushuang came to a secret room in the hall which he stayed in. After that, he placed a seal around the secret room to stop people from coming in to disturb him. Straight away after that, he sat down with his legs crossed immediately. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's eyes were overflowing with delightfulness. Jian Wushuang, your chance has come and you must not miss it at any cost. Instead, you must make the best of it. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang could tell from the king of venomous worms' voice that he was over the moon at that moment as well. As he had been living in Jian Wushuang's body, he was knowledgeable about Jian Wushuang's current state. He knew that Jian Wushuang was about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1638 Breakthrough, Ultimate Rio God. Chapter 1638 Breakthrough, Ultimate Rio God. Breakthrough. It was naturally a breakthrough to become a Rio God. For the 4 requirements that one needed to fulfill to make a breakthrough to become a Rio God, Jian Wushuang had achieved the first 3 when he was in the human being's territory. The only remaining requirement was the last one, which was the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The opportunity to make a breakthrough was vague and Jian Wushuang did not know when it would be or under what circumstances would it come. He had already accepted that fact and he decided to go with the flow. However, what he absolutely did not expect was that the opportunity to make a breakthrough would actually come so quickly and suddenly. This opportunity is extremely rare. If I were to miss it, I would have no idea how much longer I would need to wait for the next one. Moreover, this opportunity might not ever come again. No matter what, I have to make a breakthrough to real God this time round. Jian Wuxuang clenched both his fists tightly. After that, with a thought, elixirs appeared in front of him immediately. Those elixirs were prepared beforehand for him to make a breakthrough to real God. He was different from Duan Lingfeng. When Duan Lingfeng made a breakthrough to real God in the burning demon region back then, it had actually occurred very suddenly. Moreover, it had occurred when he was in danger, and he did not make any preparations for it. However, Jian Wuxuang had made ample preparations a long time ago. Let's begin. Jian Wuxuang closed his eyes and his vigorous divine power started to rise from his body. The whole secret room became silent, and only the slight noise generated from the rising divine power remained. Time passed by. In a flash, 200 years had passed. Within a lofty hall in the ancient god palace, Gui! A stalwart body appeared in front of King Gui abruptly. King Gui, who was browsing through a bamboo strip, raised his head. When he saw the approaching person, he stood up immediately. At the same time, he revealed a modest expression. Lord Gu Tong, I have told you many times. As you are also a 7-star royal ancient god now, your realm is similar to mine and there is no need for you to call me Lord. Moreover, I have still not completely gotten rid of the sinister power within my body. Thus, by comparing abilities, I am very inferior to you, King Gu Tong said. Both you and Lord Gu Yu have always been existences that I revered. King Gui still did not change his tone. It should be known that a very long time ago, when King Gu Tong and King Gu Yu were fighting for the right to rule the Gu King city, Gui was merely a little kid who was only a 5-star ancient god. Moreover, at that time, he was under King Gu Tong's sect, and he saw King Gu Tong as his idol. Even though many years had passed and his abilities had achieved the same level as King Gu Tong's, he was still extremely respectful to King Gu Tong. I will leave it to you to do what you want. King Gu Tong did not say much. This time around, I have come to ask about the training progress of that little kid who is under me. Lord, you can set your mind at ease. Those little kids are not too bad and they have already obtained all the rights to comprehend the 4 unique skills. In particular, Gu Heng, who is the most outstanding person, has already obtained all the rights to inherit the secret skill, thunder attracting skill, King Gui said. The ancient gods within the ancient god palace will all be introduced to the 4 unique skills step by step. As for the 3 secret skills, they will need to fulfill certain requirements before they are able to inherit them. They were unlike Jian Wuxuang, who could inherit the 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills straight away after clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower. Oh right. What about Jian Wuxuang? I am referring to Gu Jian, King Gu Tong asked again. Gu Jian is a true genius. For the past few years, his speed of improvement in the ancient god palace has been very shocking. He has grasped the 4 unique skills so well that they have achieved a very high level. Moreover, his 2 secret skills have also achieved quite a high level. In addition, 200 years ago, he secluded himself in training in a secret room. King Gui said. Secluded himself in training? King Gu Tong's expression changed. From what I know, at the start, Jian Wuxuang was still having a very good conversion with one of my clansmen. However, all of a sudden, he went to seclude himself in training. If I am not wrong, he has probably found an opportunity to make a breakthrough, and he is about to make a breakthrough soon, King Gui said. Oh? King Gu Tong could not help but laugh. He is going to make a breakthrough to 6-star ancient god in such a short amount of time? This little kid. Within the secret room, Jian Wuxuang was still sitting down with his legs crossed and there were some droplets of sweat on his forehead. Break. 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 Jian Wuxuang shouted continuously and the great amount of divine power which had accumulated in his body was striking a barrier repeatedly. At the same time, his hands were holding the Blood Mountain sword tightly. When he swung his sword toward the void repeatedly, a huge amount of sword essence appeared. In order to make a breakthrough to real God, he needed to surpass his own limits forcefully. This step was extremely difficult, and the time taken for the process would also be exceptionally long. Under normal circumstances, the shortest time required for a universe god to make a breakthrough to real god was tens of years, while the longest time was hundreds of years. Moreover, as an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang's process of making a breakthrough would be even longer, and he had already used a total of 200 years. At that moment, boom! Jian Wushuang's body shook violently. He had finally broken through his limits. An enormous amount of divine power was revolving within his body madly, and in an instant, it started to undergo a transformation. Such a transformation was strange. It was not just a transformation in terms of quality. The most important thing was that all the divine power in his body was actually gathering at one point madly. In the end, the vast sea of divine power completely changed into a golden water droplet. The golden water droplet was the size of the fist of a baby, and it contained divine power that was many times stronger than the divine power Jian Wushuang possessed when he was still a universe god. Ultimate divine power. I have achieved the sixth step of cultivation strength. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely. His eyes were glowing extremely brilliantly, and he was over the moon. An inverse cultivator was completely different from a normal cultivator. When a normal cultivator made a breakthrough from universe god to real god, his divine power and body would change in terms of quality. Hence, his abilities as a whole could rise considerably. As for an inverse cultivator, when he made a breakthrough from universe god to real god, he would enter the sixth step of cultivation strength from the fifth step of cultivation strength. As for the sixth step of cultivation strength, it was an ultimate real god. Similarly, Jian Wushuang's divine power and body would become more powerful upon entering this step. However, what was different was that Jian Wushuang would possess the ultimate divine power and ultimate body. The ultimate divine power was the golden water droplet which had formed inside Jian Wushuang's body. This divine power. Jian Wushuang was feeling the golden water droplet within his body. At the next moment, when his wrist moved, the golden water droplet released some golden divine power immediately. Rustle. The void in the whole secret room was torn into pieces instantly. It's too strong. This is too strong. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. Although Jian Wushuang already had some knowledge about the sixth step of cultivation strength and the ultimate divine power, he still could not help but be shocked. If I am not wrong, my current divine power is so powerful that it can rival a chaotic real god's. Chaotic real god. That's right. The divine power and body of the current Jian Wushuang had achieved the level of a chaotic real god. It must be known that Jian Wushuang had only just become an ultimate real god, and he was a stage 1 ultimate real god, which was equivalent to a void real god of a normal cultivator. However, his divine power and body had already achieved the level of a chaotic real god. In the future, if he were to become a stage 2 ultimate real god, his divine power and body would be at the level of a normal almighty. At stage 3, his divine power and body would be comparable to top almighties, like the Star Palace Master and an 8-star ancient god. In other words, if his unique skills, secret skills, comprehension of the heaven way as well as other techniques were able to catch up to his realm, he would be able to achieve a very high level that was similar to the Star Palace Master, even though he was still in the realm of a real god. That was the sixth step of an inverse cultivator. Ultimate real god. Chapter 1639 Transformation Phase, Deep Sleep. Chapter 1639 Transformation Phase, Deep Sleep. Even though I am only a stage 1 ultimate real god, my divine power is equivalent to that of a chaotic real god. This is really impressive. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. At the same time, he was also feeling the power of the golden water droplet within his body thoroughly. According to the method of the sixth step of cultivation strength, when the first ultimate divine power water droplet is formed, I will only be an early stage 1 ultimate real god. In the future, the second and third ultimate divine power water droplets will form as well. With that, the ultimate divine power that I can control will increase even more and become even more majestic. Moreover, when the 10th ultimate divine power water droplet is formed, I will be able to make a breakthrough to become a stage 2 ultimate real God. After that, I will continue to form ultimate divine power water droplets until 100 of them are formed. With that, the ultimate divine power water droplets will fuse together and form an ultimate divine power pearl, and I will undergo a complete change to become a stage 3 ultimate real God. At that time, my divine power will be comparable to a top almighty's, like the Star Palace Masters. Jian Wuxuang clenched both his fists tightly, and he was extremely delighted. At the same time, he was gasping in admiration. It was no wonder that many top experts in the eternal chaotic world would be so afraid of inverse cultivators. It was really because inverse cultivators were too frightening, especially those inverse cultivators who had cleared the inverse cultivation test for the third heaven, as they had unlimited possibilities. Take real God Wu Bei as an example. In actual fact, his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei was not considered very high, and it could not be compared to that of a normal almighty. However, he had achieved stage 3 ultimate real God. With that, his divine power was many times stronger than a normal almighty's. Even though his comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei was slightly weaker, he would still be able to compete on equal footing with a normal almighty. Moreover, he would even be able to push back almighties with slightly weaker abilities. Furthermore, as soon as his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei became higher, he would definitely be able to reach a level similar to the Star Palace Master. If a mere 6th-step real God were already so strong, what about the 7th step? It was really unimaginable. If an inverse cultivator were to enter the 7th step, what level would he be at? From what Jian Wuxuang thought, an inverse cultivator who had entered the 7th step would be at the Emperor level, even if he had only just entered it. It's not only my divine power, my body is the same as well. Jian Wuxuang giggled. After becoming an ultimate real God, Jian Wuxuang realized an exciting thing. One of the 4 secret skills of the lineage of Star, Xianye Golden Body, that he had put in quite a bit of effort to cultivate, had become utterly useless to him. It was indeed useless to him. After all, there were only 3 volumes of Xianye Golden Body. By cultivating it to its peak, it could only allow his body to achieve the level of a chaotic real God. However, at that very moment, he had made a breakthrough and become an ultimate real God. Hence, his body had naturally achieved the level of a chaotic real God as well. My ancient God power has also made a breakthrough. With a thought, a significant amount of ancient God power appeared in Jian Wuxuang's body immediately. Moreover, all the ancient God power gathered at the space between his eyebrows, and this caused patterns of quadrangular star to appear in the space between his eyebrows. Initially, there were 5 stars. However, at that very moment, the 6th quadrangular star had appeared. 6-star Ancient God. Jian Wuxuang had only just become an ultimate real God, and he was at stage 1. However, if his ancient power and divine power combined and he was to unleash the ancient God unique skills and secret skills, their power would definitely achieve a level that was never seen before. In short, with the breakthrough, his abilities had definitely risen many times when they were compared to the past. Jian Wuxuang had absolute confidence to face a chaotic real God. Moreover, if his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei were higher, he would be even more frightening. Puff! After exhaling, Jian Wuxuang, who was over the moon, regained his composure. Oh, right. King of venomous worms, since I have already made a breakthrough to become a 6-star ancient God, you should have made a breakthrough along with me, right? I remembered you telling me that there was a vast threshold between a 5-star ancient God and 6-star ancient God. As soon as I make a breakthrough, you will also undergo a significant change and might even awaken many fighting abilities. Am I right? Jian Wuxuang questioned. However, when his words left his mouth, he did not get an answer from the King of Venomous Worms, even after a long time. King of Venomous Worms? Read more chapter on 6th novel. Jian Wushuang frowned and he shouted for the king of venomous worms in his mind this time around. Stop shouting. Finally, the king of venomous worms' voice could be heard and his voice was obviously a lot deeper. Jian Wushuang, let me first congratulate you for finally making a breakthrough to become a real god. However, at the same time, I must tell you something. My Plenilin clan grows in accordance to the ancient gods that we live in. Since you have made a breakthrough to become a 6-star ancient god, I have also been affected greatly. Now, I am in the transformation phase. However, this transformation phase requires a period of time before it is complete. During this period of time, I will be in a deep sleep. Hence, I will be unable to talk to you and also unable to help you recover your divine power. Transformation phase? Deep sleep? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The transformation phase has already begun and I am about to enter a deep sleep. To make a long story short, for a while, I will be unable to help you and you will have to rely on yourself for everything. Please be extremely careful and don't die before I wake up from my transformation. The king of venomous worms warned. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. How long will your transformation phase take? Under normal circumstances, as a Plenilin centipede, my transformation phase should take tens of thousands of years. When I lived in King Luozhen's body back then, my transformation phase took a total of 13,000 years. However, now is my second time entering the transformation phase, so it should not take as long as before. However, I am not sure about the exact duration either. In short, you must be careful in everything you do. That's it. As soon as its words left his mouth, the king of venomous worms' aura disappeared and he had gone into a deep sleep. At this stage, the king of venomous worms actually went into a deep sleep. This is going to be a bit troublesome. Jian Wushuang frowned. It was indeed troublesome. He had just made a breakthrough to become a stage 1 ultimate real god and only one ultimate divine power water droplet was formed. Although his divine power was reliable, the amount of divine power he possessed was not a lot. As soon as he fought and unleashed his moves wantonly, he would exhaust his divine power quickly. Thus, he would not be able to last long. Initially, there was still the king of venomous worms in his body helping him to recover, and that would allow him to be more relaxed. However, at that very moment, the king of venomous worms had gone into a deep sleep. Thus, his only ultimate divine power water droplet was really insufficient for him. Looks like if I were to fight in the future, I would have to try my best to conserve my divine power. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He then got up slowly. The moment he got up, he could faintly hear all the bones in his body giving out crackling sounds and his body felt refreshed. After stretching himself, Jian Wushuang finally walked out of the secret room. Within the ancient god palace, Jian Wushuang was walking toward the front slowly. At that moment, he passed by a lofty palace. All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang raised his head and he saw a figure in front of him who was walking over. His face then wore a smile. Brother Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was a stage 2 6-star ancient god within the ancient god palace. Gu Jian? Gu Jinyu also saw Jian Wushuang. He went closer. Eh? Gu Jinyu's eyes shrank. This god power, what a strong god power! Chapter 1640 Challenging the 7th Level. Chapter 1640 Challenging the 7th Level. When the abilities of a cultivator achieved a certain level, he would give off a certain amount of pressure. For example, a universe god would have the pressure at the level of a universe god. However, when someone made a breakthrough to real god, he would possess the god power. A person's god power was related to how strong his divine power was. At that moment, the invisible pressure that Jian Wushuang gave off was able to make Gu Jinyu, a stage 2 6-star ancient god, frightened. How powerful was his god power? Gu Jian, you have made a breakthrough? Gu Jinyu looked at Jian Wushuang dumbfounded. Yes, I have just made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang chuckled. However, even if you have made a breakthrough to become a 6-star ancient god, how can your god power be so powerful all of a sudden? Gu Jinyu frowned as he murmured, I shall make a move first. Jian Wuxuang did not continue talking to Gu Jinyu and he left quickly. Jian Wuxuang continued to walk forward alone. As I have only just made a breakthrough, I am not too familiar with manipulating my god power, and it will be released from me if I am not careful. Jian Wuxuang laughed. He was already doing his best to control his god power. However, if he wanted to control it perfectly, he would still require some time. In a split second, Jian Wuxuang went to the palace that King Gui lived in and requested an audience with him. Within the lofty hall. As expected, he has made a breakthrough. King Guyu looked at Jian Wuxuang in front of him. Your god power is really very powerful. King Gui, I wish to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower. Jian Wuxuang said straight away. The 7th level? King Gui frowned. You have only just made a breakthrough. Wouldn't it be too early for you to challenge the 7th level now? King Gui knew that Jian Wuxuang would definitely want to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower in the future. However, at that moment, Jian Wuxuang had only just made a breakthrough and it was obvious that there was still room for his abilities to improve. Gu Jian, you should know that as your realm increases, the abilities of the opponents who you would come across in the Star Moon Tower will rise as well. King Gui looked over. Back then, you were only at the level of a 5-star ancient god. If you were to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, you would come across a stage 3 6-star ancient god. Of course, it would be a 6-star ancient god who had just entered stage 3. However, now, you have made a breakthrough to 6-star ancient god. By challenging the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower as a 6-star ancient god, the opponent who you come across will definitely possess the fighting capabilities of a top stage 3 6-star ancient god. If you really want a gauge of such a person's abilities, in terms of the human being's sanctuaries, he should be someone who is extremely close to an expert of the Rio God ranking list. Are you sure that you currently have the confidence to face a person with such fighting capabilities? I am confident. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head immediately. So confident? King Gui was surprised. He did not know about the great rise in abilities of Jian Wuxuang when he made a breakthrough to Rio God. At that moment, Jian Wuxuang absolutely had the confidence to have a head-on battle with a chaotic Rio God. Although he would be unable to clear the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower at such a level, not to forget, Jian Wuxuang still had the secret skill of Star Palace. After 2,000 years, he could unleash his secret skill of Star Palace again. Moreover, the moment he unleashed it, his attack power would rise by 100 times. As such, he had absolute confidence that he could defeat the opponent that he would face in the 7th level. I have just made a breakthrough and my abilities are in the eruption stage. Hence, what I need to do the most now is train under the aid of a great amount of resources so that I can raise my abilities. As for the resources, the ancient god sanctuary does not have them. Jian Wuxuang was very clear about that. At that moment, what he wanted to raise was his level of comprehension of the Heaven Way, as well as his own sword principles. However, the lineage of ancient gods seemed to have never comprehended the power of Heaven Way. As such, they naturally did not have the necessary resources. With that, Jian Wuxuang decided to return to the human being's sanctuaries. However, before he left, he had to get his hands on the moon-picking skill, which was the last and most powerful secret skill of the ancient god clan. Gu Jian, you are an inverse cultivator who has also cleared the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven. Hence, I believe that you are definitely not an idiot who always believes that he is in the right. Now, let me ask you one last time. Are you sure that you want to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower now? King Gui stared at Jian Wuxuang with a grave expression. I am sure. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head again. All right. When King Gui waved his hands, an ancient, pitch-black tower floated out of his hands immediately. The tower floated out of the palace and appeared on the void above the ancient god palace. It then expanded quickly and in just a short amount of time, it had become a 100-foot-tall tower. After that, its great amount of aura spread across the area immediately. Other than the ancient god palace, The vigorous aura of the Star Moon Tower also spread across each and every corner of the Gu King's city immediately. Many ancient gods within the Gu King's city were attracted over straight away. It's the Star Moon Tower! The Star Moon Tower has opened up again. The previous time, the super genius named Gu Jian opened up the Star Moon Tower, and he cleared the first 6 levels in one go. This time around, who has opened up the Star Moon Tower? Filled with doubts and excitement, countless ancient gods headed toward the ancient god palace. Many top experts of the ancient god palace also asked King Gui about the matter. King Gui replied straight away and said that Jian Wushuang wanted to challenge the 7th level. With that, the experts in the ancient god palace were completely shocked. In the vast void, a giant sacrificial altar floated up again, and it was filled with towering, vigorous auras. Swoosh! Swoosh! All of a sudden, 2 figures appeared on the sacrificial altar. Upon seeing the approaching people, everyone on the sacrificial altar stood up immediately and greeted them. The approaching people were King Gu Yu, the current ruler of the Gu King city, as well as his brother, King Gu Tong. At that moment, both of them were the people with the greatest authority in the Gu King city. When they received King Gu Yi's message and got to know that Jian Wushuang was about to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, both of them came personally. On the ground, countless ancient gods were gathered together. All of them also knew that the person who wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower was still Gu Jian, the person who created a miracle 2,000 years ago. I thought that someone else wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower. However, I did not expect the person to actually be Lord Gu Jian, and he actually wants to challenge the 7th level. The 7th level. The highest level of the Star Moon Tower is the 7th level. In just a short 2,000 years, I wonder if Lord Gu Jian will really be able to clear the 7th level. Everyone was either filled with excitement and discussing the matter. Everyone was looking forward to it. When Jian Wushuang cleared the first 6 levels of the Star Moon Tower in one go previously, he had caused an uproar in the whole ancient god sanctuary. At that moment, if he were able to clear the 7th level, he would definitely become a legend. From then on, no matter how many years passed, he would still be talked about by the experts of the ancient god clan enthusiastically. However, the premise was that he must be able to clear the 7th level. Jian Wushuang. King Gu Tong, who was sitting on one of the 2 thrones at the center of the sacrificial altar, looked down with his proud eyes and asked, "Are you really confident? Please don't send yourself to death." "I am confident." Jian Wushuang nodded his head. "All right then. Please go ahead." King Gu Tong waved his hands. Jian Wushuang drew a light breath. After that, under the observance of countless eyes around him, he moved toward the Star Moon Tower. In the blink of an eye, he entered the Star Moon Tower. Chapter 1641 The Last Secret Skill. Chapter 1641 The Last Secret Skill. The 7th level was the last level of the Star Moon Tower. After Jian Wushuang appeared in a vast wasteland, he saw his opponent right away. His opponent had already revealed her ancient god body. It was a gold-armored ancient god. However, what was different was that its body was obviously slightly more emaciated, and it was not as big as other ancient gods. "Lady Gumei, it's you?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. Gumei was a 7-star ancient god. The 7th level of the Star Moon Tower was actually personally guarded by her. "Gu Jian, you are very outstanding and I admire your talents. However, even though I admire your talents, I cannot break the rules of the ancient god palace. Hence, when we fight later on, I will not show you any mercy," Gumei said. "Lady Gumei, please do your best." Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. He could tell that Gumei was merely an ancient god's shadow. Thus, the abilities that she could unleash would be comparable to a real god's on the real god ranking list, and she was totally within the level of people whom he could deal with. Buzz. Rippling sword essence appeared from Jian Wushuang's body. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang made his move. Within the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, Jian Wushuang and Gu Mei's ancient god were fighting an intense battle against each other atop the floating sacrificial altar in the sky outside the Star Moon Tower. I wonder if Jian Wushuang will be able to clear the 7th level. This Jian Wushuang is not stupid. Since he has the guts to challenge the 7th level, he definitely has absolute confidence. But after all, the 7th level is guarded by Lady Gu Mei herself. A number of top experts were having various discussions. As for Jian Wushuang, not long after he entered the Star Moon Tower, Gu Mei, who was atop the sacrificial altar and had closed her eyes all the while, opened her eyes. Lady Gu Mei, how was it? Is Gu Jian dead or alive? The surrounding ancient gods looked at Gu Mei in succession. For the result, wouldn't all of you be able to find out by looking? Gu Mei chuckled. Everyone looked toward the Star Moon Tower at once. All of a sudden, a dim light appeared from the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower. He had cleared it! He actually succeeded? The top experts above the sacrificial altar, as well as the ancient gods below who came to observe, opened their eyes big at that very moment. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang's body had already come out from the Star Moon Tower, and he came before the sacrificial altar. Lady Gu Mei, thank you for letting me win. Jian Wushuang gave Gu Mei a bow. I did not expect you to possess that kind of peculiar secret skill. Gu Mei looked at Jian Wushuang with a baffled expression. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not say much. Ling Shan, bring him to the ancient god palace to inherit the last secret skill. King Guyu instructed personally. Understood. Ling Shan nodded his head and brought Jian Wushuang to the place of inheritance. After Jian Wushuang had left, Gu Mei, please tell us what exactly happened in the 7th level. King Guyu looked toward Gu Mei. I am also very curious. King Gu Tong also wore an interested expression. King Guyu, King Gu Tong, and everyone else present. Firstly, I have to say that my ancient god's shadow did not hold back in the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, and it displayed abilities that were in accordance with the standards of the Star Moon Tower, Gu Mei said. After Jian Wushuang became a 6-star ancient god, his abilities were indeed very powerful, and he could rival a stage 3 6-star ancient god. However, when he was fighting an intense battle against my ancient god's shadow, he was completely suppressed. At the start, it was extremely one-sided, and I even thought that there was no doubt that he would die. However, in the blink of an eye, his abilities skyrocketed abruptly. If I'm not wrong, he has unleashed a very special secret skill which allows his power to achieve a completely new level which might even be above mine. Moreover, after unleashing his secret skill, neither did he waste any time on me nor compete with me in terms of close-quarters combat skills. Instead, he only unleashed unique skills and secret skills to compete with me in terms of power. Even though it was purely a head-on clash of attacks, I was not his opponent, and I was defeated. That's it. The top experts present all looked at one another. Among them, a red-haired, tall old man said, 2,000 years ago, when he challenged the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower which was guarded by me, he was not my opponent at the start as well. However, all of a sudden, his abilities skyrocketed and the power he unleashed was way greater than mine. Thus, I was defeated. It seems like he had used that secret skill as well. As soon as his words left his mouth, many experts present understood. This little kid actually possesses that kind of secret skill. No wonder he is so confident. King Gui laughed apathetically. Ancient God Palace. Under the guidance of Ling Shan, Jian Wushuang came in front of the 3 black ancient attics again. Out of the 3 attics, Jian Wushuang had already gone into 2 of them and inherited the thunder-attracting skill, as well the star destruction skill. At that very moment, he was only left with the final attic. You may go in now. The rules are the same, you only have 10 years' time. Ling Shan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Without hesitation, he stepped into the palace. When he entered the palace, the first thing he saw was still the 1,000,000-foot-tall ancient god's shadow, which was at the end of his line of vision. The moon-picking skill is the most powerful and mysterious skill of the ancient god clan's 3 secret skills. Hence, I wonder how impressive this secret skill is. Filled with a bit of excitement, Jian Wuxuang sat down with his legs crossed immediately. Let's begin. Jian Wuxuang closed his eyes. In no time, memories of inheritance flowed into him. Jian Wuxuang also did his very best to absorb the memories of inheritance. However, all of a sudden... Jian Wuxuang's expression changed fiercely. The moon-picking skill is actually a space-time type secret skill? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. It should be known that what he had comprehended was the space-time doctrine. Hence, his ability to detect the power of space-time was naturally high. As he absorbed the memories of inheritance, he could feel clearly that the moon-picking skill involved power of space-time. The moon-picking skill was an extremely advanced and frightening space-time type secret skill. Hence, it could be said to be a remarkable ability. However, it was unusual that such a secret skill did not require one to comprehend the power of space-time at all. Instead, one only required a great amount of ancient god power to use it. How exquisite! As Jian Wuxuang muttered to himself, his consciousness could not help but enter a state of comprehension. As he absorbed the memories of inheritance, he also used them to learn the secret skill, and from there, he comprehended the space-time doctrine as well. After all, such an advanced space-time secret skill would involve an extremely huge amount of power of space-time. Moreover, these were all things that Jian Wuxuang could comprehend. Time passed by. In a flash, 10 years had passed. The inheritance of the moon-picking skill had come to an end. As for Jian Wuxuang, not only did he learn the complete method to use the moon-picking skill, his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine had also increased greatly. If I'm not wrong, my comprehension of the space-time doctrine has already achieved the standards needed to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. Jian Wuxuang giggled. Chapter 1642 Returning to Thunderbolt Island. Chapter 1642 Returning to Thunderbolt Island. Originally, Jian Wuxuang had only wanted to inherit the moon-picking skill fully. However, during the process of inheriting it, his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine had also increased greatly, and it could be said to be an unexpected gain. I have already obtained the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills and 3 secret skills. Moreover, I have also made a breakthrough to Rio God. Thus, I have achieved all my objectives for coming to the ancient god's sanctuary, and it's about time for me to leave. Jian Wuxuang stood up as he laughed. Although he possessed the bloodline of an ancient god and a human being at the same time, he had been living in human territories ever since he was young. Hence, he naturally had a greater sense of belonging in human territories. For his trip to the ancient god's sanctuary, it was merely for the unique skills and secret skills. Since he had achieved his objectives, he naturally had to leave. After walking out of the Palace of Inheritance, Jian Wuxuang bid farewell to King Gu Tong, King Gu Yu, and the rest of the people he was familiar with. After finding out that Jian Wuxuang was about to leave, King Gu Tong, King Gu Yu and the rest of the people who he was familiar with were not surprised. In no time, Jian Wuxuang settled everything that he needed to settle in the lineage of ancient gods. After that, he left the ancient god's sanctuary and headed to the human territories. Hall Master Yuan, I have already left the ancient god's sanctuary. Also, I have made a breakthrough to Rio God. Jian Wuxuang informed Hall Master Yuan of what had happened. You made a breakthrough already? So quickly? Hall Master Yuan was surprised at first. After that, he became delighted. That's great. Jian Wuxuang, now, do you plan to return to the lineage of Star or go to the Thunderbolt Island? I should be going to the Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wuxuang said. As he had just made a breakthrough, his abilities were in the eruption stage. Thus, he would benefit greatly if he were to go to the Thunderbolt Island to train at this stage. Since that's the case, please be careful during your journey, Hall Master Yuan warned. Understood. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head. A huge amount of time was required to return to the Thunderbolt Island from the ancient God Island. However, the good thing was that after coming out of the ancient god's sanctuary, no one had their eyes on him. As such, his journey was quite a smooth one. Thunderbolt Island, the Sanctuary Alliance's base. After returning to the Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang went to the Fairy Palace immediately. Old Snake. Jian Wushuang was standing in front of a black-skinned old man who was wearing a simple hemp garment. The black-skinned old man was called Old Snake, the person in charge of the Fairy Palace. Jian Wushuang? I have not seen you for some time. Oh, you have made a breakthrough to real God? Old Snake was looking at Jian Wushuang, and he could tell with a glance that Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough to real God. I am lucky to have made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang laughed. An inverse cultivator at the level of a real God. Although you have just made a breakthrough, from the looks of it, the Sanctuary Alliance will have an additional top expert who is able to compete against the Almighties soon. Old Snake chuckled. This time around you wish to enter the Fairy Palace, right? Reincarnation Fairy Palace and Space-Time Fairy Palace. How many years do you wish to comprehend inside either of them for? There is still 40 years of training time remaining in each of the 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy that I have, so I shall use up all of them, Jian Wushuang said. In the past, he would go to the Fairy Palace to comprehend every few years, and he would comprehend for 10 years every time. However, at that moment, he had just made a breakthrough in his realm. Hence, the longer he could stay in the Fairy Palace to comprehend, the better it would be. The old snake waved his hands toward Jian Wushuang's 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy. You may go in. Jian Wushuang entered the Reincarnation Fairy Palace first. In a vast, starlit sky, there was a total of 27 picture scrolls which were filled with secrets. Among the 27 picture scrolls, Jian Wushuang had finished comprehending the 10th picture scroll previously. However, when he was merely a universe god back then, his abilities had achieved the maximum possible level, and he was unable to raise them any further. Thus, his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei had naturally stagnated. As such, he could only stop comprehending. However, at that very moment, it was different. In the realm of real gods, there were no limits to the abilities one could have. For example, if a void real god were extremely talented and also had great opportunities, his comprehension of the Heaven Way could absolutely achieve the standards to clear the 5th level, or even the 6th level, of the Doctrine Palace. Of course, there would not be any normal void real god who could achieve that stage. After all, if his comprehension of the Heaven Way had already achieved such a stage, he would have been able to make a breakthrough to eternal real God a long time ago. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang started to comprehend immediately. As Jian Wushuang comprehended, he realized that after making a breakthrough to real God, his ability to sense the power of Heaven Wei had risen greatly. When he was only a universe god back then, with the aid of the 27 pictures scrolls in the Reincarnation Fairy Palace as well as the wonderful guidance from the Fairy Palace, his comprehension speed was already extremely shocking. At that moment, he had become a real god. Thus, his comprehension speed had become many times faster as compared to before. It's too fast. This comprehension speed is too fast. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and he was extremely delighted. With such a shocking comprehension speed, in just 2 years' time, Jian Wushuang comprehended the 11th picture scroll completely. After that, he used another 7 years' time to fully comprehend the 12th picture scroll. After comprehending the 12th picture scroll fully, it meant that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had achieved the standards needed to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. Moreover, he was still left with 31 years of time. Continue! Jian Wushuang suppressed his happiness, and continued to comprehend. However, the power of Heaven Wei would become more complicated the more one comprehended it. As such, it would naturally become more difficult to comprehend. It was still alright for the first 12 picture scrolls. However, when Jian Wushuang reached the 13th picture scroll, his comprehension speed was obviously slower. In the blink of an eye, 40 years had passed and Jian Wushuang could only leave the Reincarnation Fairy Palace. During the 40 years, of the 27 picture scrolls in the Reincarnation Fairy Palace, I fully comprehended the 13th picture scroll, and I'm even close to 90% of the 14th picture scroll. This is already considered not too bad. Jian Wushuang was satisfied. After all, if he were to rely on his own abilities to train, it would be unknown as to how many years it would take for him to achieve such a level in his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine. However, the reincarnation doctrine served as his shortcut, and he only spent a short 40 years. Next, it's time for the Space-Time Fairy Palace. While wearing a smile, Jian Wushuang entered the Space-Time Fairy Palace immediately. Similarly, he could comprehend for 40 years in the Space-Time Fairy Palace. Moreover, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine was at a higher level than the reincarnation doctrine, and it could already clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace a long time ago. For the 40 years, Jian Wushuang comprehended thoroughly. After 40 years, of the 27 picture scrolls in the Space-Time Fairy Palace, he had fully comprehended the first 14 picture scrolls, and he was also about to be done with the 15th picture scroll. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and I will be able to comprehend the 15th picture scroll fully. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the Space-Time Fairy Palace, he was a bit dissatisfied. He felt that if he were to stay in the space-time doctrine for another short period of time, maybe about 4 to 5 years, he would be able to comprehend the 15th picture scroll fully. It should be known that as long as he comprehended the 15th picture scroll fully, he would be able to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. By clearing the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace, he would be able to obtain the right to stay in Thunderbolt Island permanently. Moreover, this was something that many chaotic real gods were unable to achieve. In addition, there would also be a very huge meaning in Jian Wushuang clearing the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace using his space-time doctrine. Chapter 1643 Just a little bit more. Chapter 1643 Just a little bit more. At its highest level, I can unleash thousands upon thousands of shadows when I use my martial art motion, Flowing Light Phantom. Moreover, there is a very high requirement in terms of the level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine in order to achieve such a level. To achieve such a level, the minimum requirement is to be able to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. In other words, as long as I can comprehend the 15th picture scroll in the space-time fairy palace completely, I can unleash the power of Flowing Light Phantom when it is at its highest possible realm. By then, my ability to stay alive will rise exponentially. Jian Wushuang was clenching both his fists tightly. The creator of the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom is an extremely powerful chaotic Rio god. In spite of that, the chaotic Rio god's level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine was only at the level that was enough to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. However, during his generation, when he used his martial art motion, he was recognized as the number 1 among the real gods in terms of martial art motion. From this, it could be seen how impressive his martial art motion was. Thus, if Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension were to achieve that level where he was able to unleash the Flowing Light Phantom's power at its final stage, his martial art motion still might not be recognized as the number 1 among real gods. However, he would rank at least 10th among the real gods. With that, not only would his abilities rise greatly, most importantly, his ability to stay alive would be greater as well. It was a pity that after comprehending in the space-time fairy palace for 40 years, he was still a very small step away from comprehending the 15th picture scroll fully. No matter what, I have to be able to unleash the power of the final stage of the Flowing Light Phantom secret skill. Hence, I have to think of a way to enter the space-time fairy palace again to train for a period of time. As for the way, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. There was still a long time before the Sanctuary Alliance would give out the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy again. Moreover, Jian Wushuang definitely could not afford to wait. It was also impossible for the lineage of Star to help him get another token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. Since that was the case, he could only rely on himself. With his abilities, there was only one way for him to obtain comprehension time in the Fairy Palace. Betting on a match. Thunderbolt Island, fighting space. When Jian Wuxuang came to the fighting space, the two experts who were fighting an intense battle had just completed their battle. Real God Mo Tian, thank you for letting me win. The voice of an old man with fluttering white hair resounded across the area. You are merely lucky. After giving a cold hum, Mo Tian left straight away. As for Jian Wuxuang, he stepped into the fighting space immediately. The old man with fluttering white hair saw the arrival of Jian Wuxuang. After that, his expression changed and he laughed. Jian Wuxuang, could it be that you wish to duel with me as well? I have come to bet on a match. Jian Wuxuang came in front of the old man with fluttering white hair. What do you wish to bet? The old man with fluttering white hair asked. I still have more than 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island. Hence I will use my 1,000 years of training time, as well as 100 doctrine gems, as my stakes. As for what I want, it is 10 years of training time in the Fairy Palace, Jian Wuxuang said. As soon as his words left his mouth, the old man with fluttering white hair was shocked. 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island was considered nothing. As long as one was an eternal real god, he would be able to train in the Thunderbolt Island for 3,000 years every 100,000 years. Thus, the training time in the Thunderbolt Island was not considered very precious. However, 100 doctrine gems were worth quite a lot. After all, by adding all the treasures and belongings of a normal eternal real god, they only amounted to about 10 to 20 doctrine gems. Under normal circumstances, 100 doctrine gems could represent all the treasures and belongings of a top eternal real god. As Jian Wuxuang had killed tens of real gods in one go in the Burning Demon region back then, and he had obtained many treasures. By adding real god Shiju's treasures and belongings on top of that, he could fork out 100 doctrine gems. However, that was the best that he could do. Your stakes are very attractive. However, it's a pity that I do not even have a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, and hence training time in the Fairy Palace. Therefore, I am unable to give you what you want. The old man with fluttering white hair waved his hands and was about to leave. Access web novel. Live if you like watching manga comics. Jian Wuxuang did not stop him. Instead, his eyes looked around the surrounding and he said heartily, Everyone present here, if any one of you is able to fork out 10 years of training time in the Fairy Palace, please step forward. After talking, Jian Wuxuang stayed within the fighting space and closed his eyes. It was obvious that he planned to wait for someone to bet a match with him. The stakes that he had proposed were indeed attractive, and he believed that a number of people would be interested. As expected, after a number of real gods in the fighting space heard Jian Wuxuang's words, they became restless. 100 doctrine gems. This Jian Wuxuang is really rich and arrogant. Of course. He is the apple of the lineage of Star's Eye. What a pity. What he wants is training time in the Fairy Palace. Although there are many experts in the Thunderbolt Island, there are not many people with a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. At the very least, I do not have it. A number of real gods felt that it was a pity. Although they were interested in Jian Wuxuang's stakes and were confident that they possessed the abilities to defeat Jian Wuxuang, they did not possess the item that Jian Wuxuang wanted. However, although they did not have it, they informed some experts who possessed training time in the Fairy Palace at once. In the Thunderbolt Island, there were special secret patterns carved on the roof of an exquisite attic. At that very moment, there was a purple-armored handsome man sitting down with his legs crossed over there. The handsome man was real god Tianming of the Four-Symbol Mansion. Real god Tianming's expression changed and he opened his eyes. Jian Wuxuang is betting on a match? The stakes are 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island as well as 100 doctrine gems, and he only wants 10 years of training time in the Fairy Palace? He offered 100 doctrine gems right away. This Jian Wuxuang is really liberal with his wealth. Real god Tianming was muttering to himself. At the next moment, he got up and headed to the fighting space. As soon as he arrived at the wrestling ring that the fighting space was at, real god Tianming saw many other real gods who had arrived as well. There were many real gods and they amounted to close to 100. Moreover, among those real gods, there were quite a number of them who real God Tianming recognized or were familiar with. Moreover, there were even a few genius experts who possessed the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy among them. This battle of Jian Wushuang has actually attracted so many people? Real God Tianming raised his eyebrows. However, he calmed down in no time. He knew that Jian Wushuang was not betting on a match with a specific person. Instead, he stood at the fighting space and declared that he would fight with anyone who could fork out 10 years of training time in the Fairy Palace. This was challenging the huge number of real gods in the Thunderbolt Island. In addition, Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator, and he was already extremely special to begin with. As such, when the news spread, it naturally attracted many experts. Qin Yu, real god Tianming spoke. Tianming, you have come as well. A void real god turned his head over. How has it been? Is there anyone who has fought with Jian Wushuang? Real god Tianming questioned. Not at the moment. Real god Qin Yu shook his head. Jian Wushuang wants training time in the Fairy Palace. However, there are not many people who have the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy among the people present. Although I have a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, I heard that Jian Wushuang has defeated you before. Chapter 1644 Real God Xianfeng. Chapter 1644 Real God Xianfeng. He has indeed defeated me before. Real God Tianming admitted right away. There you have it. Since you are also not his opponent, if I were to bet a match with him, wouldn't I be making myself embarrassed? Moreover, I do not have much training time left in the Fairy Palace. Real God Qin Yu forced a smile. After that, he asked immediately. For you to come again now, could it be that you wish to have a battle with Jian Wushuang again? Real God Tianming shook his head. Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei is extremely high. Although I have improved during the past 2,000 years, he must have improved a lot as well. Hence, I am not confident that I can defeat him. Let us observe the situation first. Yes, you're right. Real God Qin Yu nodded his head. At that moment, swoosh! A figure entered the fighting space, and this attracted the attention of many experts in the wrestling ring. It's real God Xianfeng! Qin Yu was shocked. It's him? Real God Tianming's eyes squinted. Most of the people in the Thunderbolt Island were eternal real gods. Although there were also a few void real gods, there were very few of them. Among the void real gods on the Thunderbolt Island, real God Tianming was considered one of the top gods. However, there were also void real gods who were stronger than him, and one of them was naturally the Monster King. The Monster King of the Soaring Heaven King Palace had been recognized as the number one among the void real gods. Thus, real God Tianming's abilities were naturally incomparable to the Monster King's. Apart from the Monster King, the only other void real god in Thunderbolt Island who had made him extremely fearful was real God Xianfeng. Within the fighting space, real God Xianfeng had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island, as well as 100 doctrine gems? Real God Xianfeng was looking at Jian Wushuang. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. All right. I have 10 years of training time in the Fairy Palace. Let's get started. Real God Xianfeng had a cold expression, and his hands were already holding his purple saber. As you wish. Jian Wushuang laughed, and the Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hands. After that, swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body moved straight away. He did not use his martial art motion. Instead, he only relied on his own speed as well as his comprehension of the space-time doctrine. However, the speed that he unleashed in an instant caused many real gods outside the fighting space to open their eyes wide. This speed? Real God Xianfeng was shocked as well. The 4th level? His comprehension of the space-time doctrine has definitely achieved the standard needed to clear the 4th level. Real God Xianfeng's expression turned ugly at once. He knew that Jian Wushuang had defeated real god Tianming before 2,000 years ago. Moreover, with Jian Wushuang's talents, his abilities would definitely be stronger after 2,000 years. However, he did not expect Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time doctrine to be able to achieve the standard needed to clear the fourth level of the Doctrine Palace in just a short 2,000 years. After all, it would be more difficult to comprehend the power of Heaven Wei the more one comprehended it. The fourth level of the Doctrine Palace was equivalent to the standard of a chaotic real god, and it would not be easy to achieve it. For example, a top genius like him had been stuck at the third level for a very long period of time, and he had been unable to achieve the fourth level. However, Jian Wushuang had actually managed to achieve the fourth level so easily. Damn it! Real God Xian Feng gave a cry. When he saw Jian Wushuang's body appearing in front of him, he became vigilant immediately, and also held his saber tighter. Swish! Jian Wushuang attacked with his sword straight away. Under the influence of the power of spacetime, the stroke was so fast that even the naked eyes of a void real god were unable to capture it. Real God Xian Feng also swung his saber to block the attack immediately. Clang! 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 The both of them fought instantly. Moreover, the battle entered the climax as soon as they fought. If you like reading comics, please visit Webnovel Live. As for the experts outside the fighting space, they could tell with a glance that the battle was completely one-sided. Real God Xian Feng had also comprehended two doctrines at the same time. Moreover, both his doctrines had achieved the peak of the third level and they were very close to the fourth level. However, even though he was only one small step away, the gap between the power levels was so great that it was shocking. Jian Wushuang did not even need to use his reincarnation doctrine. He relied purely on his comprehension of the space-time doctrine, as well as his own sword principles. Moreover, he did not even unleash his power of space-time fully. However, even with all that, he still managed to completely suppress real God Xian Feng. It's too fast. His speed is really too fast. Can't last any longer. I can't last any longer. Real God Xian Feng was roaring in his mind. Although he did his best to block the attacks and had also used all his tricks, he had only lasted for a short period of time against Jian Wushuang's attacks, and he was defeated in the end. The fighting space had already quieted down completely. Jian Wushuang still stood in his own position, and he was putting the Blood Mountain sword on his hands back into his scabbard slowly. In front of him, real God Xian Feng was staring at him with an extremely grave expression. "Thank you for letting me win," Jian Wushuang chuckled. "As expected of an inverse cultivator. Although you have only just become a real god, your comprehension of the space-time doctrine has already achieved the standard needed to clear the fourth level of the Doctrine Palace. You are indeed impressive and I accept my defeat," real God Xian Feng said with a low voice. After that, he took out a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, gave Jian Wushuang 10 years of training time and left. Outside the fighting space, real God Tianming and real God Qingyu was together. Even real God Xian Feng has been defeated. This Jian Wushuang is very strong, real God Qingyu exclaimed in admiration. He has already made a breakthrough to real God. Moreover, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine has already achieved the standard needed to clear the fourth level of the Doctrine Palace. Hence, it's normal for real God Xian Feng to not be his opponent, real God Tianming said. Fourth level of the Doctrine Palace, that is the standard of a chaotic real god's comprehension. Since Jian Wushuang is so strong, who would still dare to have a match with him? Real God Qingyu said. Humph, of course there is someone who would dare to bet a match with him. Real God Tianming's eyes turned cold. Tianming, you are referring to? Real God Qingyu looked toward real God Tianming. There's no rush. I have already sent a message to get him to come here. Real God Tianming laughed coldly. In no time, a figure appeared within the wrestling ring. When that person appeared, many real gods in the wrestling ring looked over immediately. The Monster King! Everyone's eyes turned grave. Even though quite a number of people present were eternal real gods and the person who came was merely a void real god, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was Monster King, the number one among the void real gods. Xian Feng, even you were defeated? The Monster King was still gloomy and evil like before. I was defeated. There's indeed quite a large gap in our abilities. Real god Xian Feng admitted magnanimously. This will be interesting. The Monster King grinned. However, his eyes turned hazy. Back then, Jian Wushuang left the Thunderbolt Island and it is unknown as to where he went. Moreover, he left for 2,000 years and when he returned, he had actually made a breakthrough to real god already? Monster King, are you here for Jian Wushuang as well? Real god Xian Feng looked toward the Monster King. Ha! This Jian Wushuang is an inverse cultivator. Although I have defeated him in the past, he was merely a universe god that time. But now, I wish to see how strong he is after making a breakthrough to real god. The Monster King laughed nonchalantly. Then you had better be careful and not be careless. If not, you will have to give away your position as the number one of the void real gods. Real god Xian Feng said. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.